Hello, YouTube, PTG fans, Ninth Age fans, internet fans, how are you? Welcome to the PTG live stream of the Scottish Championships final. I am here, as always, with Hyper G. Hello.
Good evening, Lucky Sixes. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, really good, really exciting, really exciting.
You had to really fight not to do the Scottish Championships in your Scottish accent, didn't you?
The Scottish, I wouldn't do that, would I? Right, come on.
There you go. I led you in, so you had a reason.
The Scottish Championship. Anyway, so we are here with a fantastic group of people, starting with the very forgettable, apparently, Matty P.
Hey, Lucky Sixes, how are you, man? I'm glad you remembered my name. Plenty of other people can't. It's okay. I've got over it.
Have we ever met, though? That's what I want to know. Have we ever met?
Yeah, we won a tournament together once, mate. But don't worry, because I'm not
Here
very
it comes. Here it comes.
Yes, we did.
5 minutes. Not even in the first 5 minutes. We're barely 2 minutes in, and it's been mentioned.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is shameless. Mind you, at these sorts of times, I'm going to get this off my chest as well. I need reminding about when I could actually win a game.
Absolutely. And are you excited for tonight, my friend?
Oh, mate, I'm more excited than a dog with five dicks. I really am. It's absolutely red hot here at the moment. I am so Team Kev. I've got my Team Kev t-shirt, my Team Kev banner. I'm rooting for Team Kev. I even lost my game last night 20-0 because apparently the harder I lose, the bigger he wins.
That's
so
commitment.
Go Kev.
Absolute commitment. And of course, Matty, we are not the only people here, are we?
Of course we're not. No, we have got an absolute star-studded all-star cast for you tonight. Dialing in all the way from California, IA. He's a regular on the Paired Weapons podcast. He's everyone's favorite Henry. There's only one other Henry that comes anywhere close. I'm absolutely delighted to have back on your friend, my friend, and everyone's friend, Ninth Age superhero. It's Johnny Crass. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. Nice morning out. I know the sun's already left y'all, but it's nice out here.
And how is it down in California? Is everyone still surfing down there?
You don't do much surfing in the mountains, but
oh dear. Do you know what? I've always been very jealous of you living in Northern California. Apparently, it's a place that everyone needs to live there once. Everyone says so. Must be lovely.
Yeah, it's nice.
Absolutely. Well, you're very, very welcome back, of course, as always, a popular member and backed by popular demand. I have to say that a couple of people I was chatting to today were like, hey, Johnny's coming back on. It's really awesome. So welcome back. But you're not the only guest that we got tonight because we've also got the silver-tongued cavalier. Yes, that's right. If James Bond and some sort of like aristocrat decided to get together and have a child, it would nowhere near have such a smooth voice as the cavalier himself, the proprietor of the Cavalier's Tale, the greatest YouTube channel there is except for PTG out there. It's Wes Wheeler. How are you, mate?
Hello. Thank you very much for the intro. That's very kind of you, I think. I think that's the first and last time I'll be compared to James Bond or mentioned in the same sentence at the very least.
Oh, not at all. I'm afraid your voice is doing very strange things to listeners and my wife as well. So she's like,
oh dear,
that guy's voice. I was like that. I don't know what you mean. So there you go. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have you back on, mate. And how's the YouTube channel going?
Yeah, all good. I'm working on a list review for the UK Masters Open at the moment. I recorded that yesterday. Went on for far longer than I was expecting to. And then They really do, don't they? Once you start talking about your army, half an hour later, you're still talking about the core units. And
only half hour. That's pretty good video.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, there's only me, so I have to come up with my own conversation, don't I? Yeah, and then practice games ready for the Scottish Championships, and then all 5 rounds of that.
Wow, crikey me. That sounds like an epic.
Yeah, and without giving out
we're looking
spoilers,
forward to seeing that one.
how has it gone?
Yeah, you know what? I've broken even, which I'm pleased with. I think that's the first time I've managed that, actually. Broken past the 50 points, which I'm really pleased with. So consistent, I think. Consistently okay.
Oh, great.
So, pleased with how that went.
So if you're looking for consistently okay, Cavalier's Tale on YouTube, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, and I actually played Hugh first round. That was my only loss. I lost 14-6 to him on the secondary objective. So
well, don't say any much more because we'll save it for the video.
Now,
yeah,
I have
thanks
to
very much for coming.
just jump in here, Wes. Now, am I right in thinking you're from the fair town of Bath?
No, I'm Canterbury, other side of the country.
Ah, right. In that case, this is really playing into Canterbury Tales. Yes. I'm just wondering if that's influencing the name of your YouTube channel.
Very well spotted. Yes, it is.
Is it one of the lost books of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales?
Yes, yeah. Chaucer should have been well known for playing Ninth Age, but unfortunately that one was lost. So
yeah, you got to be
I'm
famous
retelling
for
those tales.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Well,
considering you got the destination wrong, mate.
If yours is the yeah.
Spot the
I
teacher
rescued
coming
that
out.
quite well, wasn't it? Yeah.
And who is that? May
Oh
we
my
ask?
word! Have we just been joined? We have.
Yes. I
think the introduction's going to have to be done by you, mate.
Yes, absolutely, and I will see if I can live up to the maestro himself, Matty P. We have today. We are very, very lucky to be joined by the tournament organizer of Scottish Championships, Mr. Ninth Age, known locally and internationally, the head of all things spicy and fluffy. It's Ed.
Hey guys.
I got spiraled out a bit there. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, all things considered.
Good.
Yeah.
And how's the tournament been so far? Obviously coming to a climax tonight.
Yeah, we had to deal with a few personal life issues and, people not able to make individual games, but
sure.
Overall, pretty good, 70 people, so it's been a
man.
big UB tournament, and yeah, we've had, I think it's been pretty good overall.
Yeah, the biggest UB so far, I believe.
As far as I can remember, anyway, yeah.
Especially singles and UK. We'll narrow it down so we guarantee, and especially in March 2021. So, other than adding a few rules errors and things like that, tell us a bit about the Scottish Championships for anybody tuning in that hasn't really followed up to now.
Well, so we generally speaking would have done this in person, and it would be done around this kind of time in March.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the world being what it is, we had two choices: either to postpone it more or less indefinitely and wait for the world to clear up, or take the other option, which we decided to go down, which was to have it as a full UB blowout and have the first of the automatic qualification spots after the official Masters place up for grabs. So,
what was your turnout before this? Like before the Rona compared to now?
Usually we would get somewhere approaching 40 players. We hadn't quite had 40 players. It's a tournament that's a little bit out of the way in the UK scene, but more people were coming to it each year, and more people were kind of enjoying the tournament vibe and things. So we would have hoped to have carried on building on that, as it is with people being able to access it and geography not being a problem. This is a much bigger tournament turnout than we would have normally had.
Yeah, it seems like it, but I mean that's fantastic, right? That it didn't dip or die, that it actually grew for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we seem to be getting to the point where obviously a lot of people that would have usually avoided UB and probably still would in the normal times, but are now sort of saying, well, this is the way to get my gaming fix during lockdown, if a big events aren't happening, and it's better this than nothing. So
yeah,
I think that's very true. I think that you've got but essentially a lot of people have been obliged to come to it, even if they don't necessarily want to. And it's great to see such an amazing tournament that's been run on this scale, Ed. And I think we've all enjoyed the really excellent organisation, and in particular the maps, which have been a big hit So thanks very much for jacking all of that up. It's been great. But Johnny, I'm sorry I interrupted you there, mate. Crack on.
Oh, I was just saying I'm kind of been waiting to see a lot of the Americans try to get in on your tournament scene, because I know some of our regions are not as lucky on organizing and seeing play. So I think it's just a matter of time before we start getting more international events. Time zones be damned, you know.
Yeah, well, we've been quite specific on the UK events because these count towards our ranking system. So we've been sort of keeping it specifically for people who have previously played in the UK scene or would play in the UK scene in the normal course of things. But obviously there are other international events going on as well, and it's always open for people to run more international focused events, and we see those as well. So, you know, hopefully there's room for a bit of everything.
Oh, you don't want what's happened for the U.S. Masters the last 2 years, where I don't think an American's won the U.S. Masters the last 2 years.
Well, I mean, at least for you know, people like Kieran, he came over to a US event and won a place, and you know, as long as if people are showing up in the UK and playing events here, then you know we don't normally that wouldn't be an issue. We've had people like Cara from Denmark come over and win events, so you know that's certainly part of it. But while it's a little bit too easy to just sign up to a UB event and without you know doing the legwork of actually showing up to the country that you're playing in.
Oh, all right. Next time I'll just play from an airport. I'll just go to, be like, I'm at the airport. I've got my ticket, but I'll just play here.
Yeah. You just have to show intent. Absolutely. You purchase the ticket, you're all right.
Johnny, what you need to do, mate, is you need to come and visit us. We'll show you a good time, and you can qualify for the Masters and take it out, mate. It'll be an epic smash and grab job.
I'm not sure between our two countries they'll let me either go or leave, so I'm not too sure about that one.
Fair enough. And Matty touched on it very briefly with the maps, and if you've listened to Vale Renegade, was it Whispers of the Vale podcast, and a lot of the podcasts going around at the minute, you'll have heard about the different maps and different scenarios. So Ed, just about the Scottish Championships, what makes it different to some of the other tournaments?
This time around, we went for 5,000 points to switch up armies, give people a chance to play something that's a bit different. And the maps were we were trying to work out the best way to give it a bit of a Scottish feel without necessarily reinventing the game. So we decided we'd take some sort of iconic locations and themes and turn them into maps that we could have as the venues for these games. So they're rough approximations of you know, landmarks and places in Scotland.
Yeah, for sure. And sort of the scenarios fitted some of the Scottish v English vibe, you know.
That was only really Hadrian's Walls.
Your breakthrough for anybody not twigging, but yeah, no, it was great. I played in the tournament. I think most of us did actually. Matty, did you play? I can't remember.
I'm very forgettable, but I had a terrible tournament. And yes, as previously mentioned, you said you weren't going to mention this, Tom, and that's three times.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember. But yeah, and so we've all played it, and they've been really good. I've really enjoyed the different maps. I think that's something actually that we were speaking about that couldn't be done in a normal tournament, or would be very difficult to manage as a TO. The same map and everything for each battle, especially with 70 people.
Yeah, I mean
go on, sorry.
I was going to say we've seen it done. You know, the Andrew and Paul, the Mad Git guys. They organise a tournament each year, which is kind of one-day teams event, and they do have sort of a river terrain that will run across the whole board for each battlefield, or they'll do blind deployments, and it's a lot of work to do that kind of big set piece stuff, but the payoff can be great. And it does make life very interesting. So it's definitely possible, but yes, it's an additional layer of work to get that signature terrain piece ready or whatever is going to be there.
And you mentioned the Mad Gits as well. You were on their podcast at the start of the Scottish Championship talking about the list. Did you find that the 5,000 point upgrade from 4,500 changed a lot of the lists?
I thought it really did, yeah. I think there was a lot of playing with caps. People pushing monster caps, people pushing artillery caps. There was quite a bit of people sort of looking to see, I think, how much they could squeeze into a list, and sort of playing with that, which I think is the real advantage of something like this, where you mess with the points values a bit. I've done it before. You take something that's a bit more off the wall, and then you work out at the end of the event how much of it worked well, how much of it stuck, and whether there's any parts you would keep in another army list. So
yeah,
it's been crazy playing with a different points limit than usual. I've not played anything other than 4,500 before, so suddenly having to find, certainly for my own army, trying to work out exactly what I should be taking for core, because it's only an extra 100 points or so, but it means, do I make a unit bigger? Do I get different units? And of course, it's changed the armies that we've seen an awful lot as well with the January update. Sylvan Elves got their 2 Tree Fathers and a gigantic character back, and I think that's had an effect on how many Sylvan Elf players we've had. So out of the 70 people or so, we've got 8 Sylvans, which just seems really, really crazy compared to, for example, even the Masters Open. I think we had 1 or 2, and Winter War before then. They're a pretty rare army. And then Beast Herds as well. That's been pretty popular the last couple of tournaments, but every single one of them has at least 4 monsters, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Just really pushing for the monster cap. And other armies have really suffered for that. We've only got the 1 UD, only the 1 Highborn Elves. And of course, Highborn won the UK Masters, so you think that might give them a little bit of a bounce in the following tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And he was only a last minute as well. He was a last minute entry, so we nearly had no Highborns after they'd won the Masters.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
So, not at all what you'd expect. And I know it's going to cause me problems going forwards now, because now that I've played 5 games with a 5,000 point list and one that I'm comfortable with, I've now got to work out how on earth I cut 500 points out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, 125 is easy, but the rest...
yeah, after that.
Yeah. Because that's what I must admit, when I first started, I was like, oh, great, 4,500, just add 500 point monster or something. But obviously you can't. There's intricacies that are unseen there.
Yeah, no, it changes with your characters and everything as well, because it boosts that by 200 points. So you can fit in either an extra character or more points on one of the characters, and then at the end of the tournament, you've got to work out which bit of that do I want to take off. And if it's all work, then you almost have to start from scratch again, which it's been really interesting. It's really made you think with building armies and how that's worked for the tournament.
Yeah, so what we're saying, Ed, is you've caused us all a massive problem by going down to 4,500 again afterwards.
Well, sometimes you're just spoiled for choice, aren't you?
That's it. No, it's been great. We can actually go live over to the board as they set up, and we will while we're talking. So there is obviously in the picture you can see on your screen, we've got Kev versus Hugh, and I know that one person especially is on Team Kev.
Absolutely, mate. Well, I've obviously been chatting to Kev a lot. We recorded a pod on Sunday, and I think I spoke to Kev twice on the phone yesterday as well. I don't think he'll mind me saying that he's fairly nervous, but you know what? He's getting quite used to this now. He's not the Kev from a year ago. He's the Kev that now habitats more commonly towards the top end of the table, and this is in fact his 3rd play for a win of a tournament. So 3rd time lucky, Kev. And I think I'm going to go out on a limb. I say he's going to do it.
Ooh, have we got any other predictions? Anybody top that? No one would dare.
I think just looking at the lists, I actually really like Kev for this.
Yeah, we can actually look at the list. So what we'll do is while they're setting up, I'll put some lists up. So speaking of Kev, here's his list. So he's got Minotaur Warlord, obviously, Big Daddy Mino. He's
Mr.
got
Mino.
Mrs. Mino as well. Then the Soothsayer Chariot, Strix's cunning and all that jazz. Then 3 raiding chariots, wild horn herd with paired weapons, throw weapons, and ambush. Classic. Then some wild horn herds that don't ambush. What? 4 minos and the monsters, as you were saying, Wes.
Yes, yeah, really pushing for the monster cap. It's not something you'd be able to fit in at 4,500 points.
No.
With the 2 Gore-Tex, that's almost 2,000 points spent there on just the 5 monsters. And the most save they have is a 5+ Aegis, so...
I mean, this is just so Kev, isn't it? I mean, this is just an army that's just marching around with a big banner saying Kev's army all over it. I mean, it just screams in your face violence. You got Mr. Mino, you got 5 big boys, you got Mrs. Mino, you got a bunch of chariots, and then there's a bunch of ambushers coming on behind. You know, I mean, he was trying to tell me yesterday that he's not quite as aggressive as he used to be. My lord, I rest my case. He is.
I think this is the most like truly American list I've seen out of a lot of the UK tournaments in a long time, where it's just here's 8 lone models.
Yeah.
And some other stuff that just cheerleads those 8 lone models and some chariots. And you're like, yeah, it doesn't look like an army, but it's an army. And it's there to just smash you and do movement shenanigans.
It was actually after that first time that you came on the pod, Johnny, and you were talking about, you know, blocks and bros and stuff. And I was chatting to Kev the following day, and he'd gone all very quiet. And I was like, you're thinking about something, aren't you? And that was the embryonic moment. So this may well be the zenith following the conversation that you kind of started off in his mind at this point. Are you proud of your
achievement?
Your achievement here, your offspring, your spawn, if you will?
The more lone models I see on a table, the happier I am. Like,
excellent. Yeah.
Because it means movement's going to matter more, and it means combat's going to matter more. And those are 2 of the more interesting things in the game. So let's go for it.
For sure.
Yeah, man. And moving over to Team Hugh. Any Team Hughs in the chat?
I go to the same gaming club as Hugh, so I'm in regular contact with him, and he's a regular opponent of mine. So I'm very excited to see him on the top table for the final game.
Hopefully, socially distanced
Definitely
contact.
Team Hugh. Yes, obviously.
Oh, good.
I don't think I've not played a game on the tabletop since this time last year now.
Oh my god.
It's very sad.
I have to support Hugh as well, I'm afraid, Matty, just because Kev's beaten me twice and I've never played Hugh. So I'm Team Hugh.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We're all friends here.
And
well, we were.
Yeah. Speaking of Hugh, his list is just here. So we have some demon legions. So the Miser of Sugalug. That's a nice word to say. Great Dominion, Divination, Mirrored Scales. So that's something against beasts, isn't it? More of Akan, which is Akan. With Evocation and Iron Husk, Courtesan of Siberish as well. So 3 big old beasties as your characters, which is very interesting. The MSU core of Myrmidons and 1 unit of Lemurs. Hope Harvester, 2 Blazing Glories, Veil Serpents, and Bloatflies, which is very. I mean, this has got 5, potentially 6 lone models as well. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, 6 single models. 3 of them are greater demons, and the other 3 aren't slouches either, because you've got 2 Blazing Glories, so they've got their offensive and defensive 10, strength 5, AP 5 with 5 attacks. Yeah. And of course, they can issue challenges as characters, and they get stubborn when you've got that as well. Hope Harvester's not going to be a pushover either, because it's the big version.
It's the big old boy.
Yeah, so it's going to be really brutal for the for beast herds, of course, because they haven't got any armor against that.
I think the one thing is, calling the Miser a greater demon is a bit of a stretch these days.
Well, it's resilience 7, isn't it? So it's not a small monster.
It's not. It just can't. In my experience, it can't fight its way out of a paper bag. But it is hard to move. But the maw is amazing. I'm a firm believer in the maw.
Very cool, very very different, very cool rules with that. They have started, so I'll take this off. And you can just see all the single models and small units in the middle there as well, which I find it very very satisfying. But yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be a punch up. Do we think?
I think with seeing that the fact that the Myrmidons are already in their little torpedoes, it's going to be a punch up.
Yeah, man. We'll take a very, very brief moment while they're setting up and doing the old. It's Counter Thrust and King of the Hill. So we'll go to staff to Hyper-G in a minute to discuss. But I do want to say thank you very much to the 33 people that are on the live chat. Thank you very much for coming along and spending your evenings with us. Very much appreciated. And thanks for your support and everything. We're up to 800 subscribers as well, so fantastic job. And thank you very much for spending your time and clicking those buttons. We very, very much appreciate it. Do check out Cavalier's Tale if you're on YouTube now already, although stay with us also for the big battle. We have lots of comments. So we have Gobbo and Sons. Hello, Gobbo. John Boak. On Team Kev, Dennis Colsers, and apologies in advance to literally everyone for me sabotaging your names. Dennis Colsers, Go DL, Chris Harrison, Kev, and hashtag Gobbo. People loving that as well. So thanks very much for coming. We'll keep coming along to the chat and stuff. But yeah, very much excited for what's to come. And you know, we're going to start the battle very, very soon. They've already deployed, but we are joined by yet another person. Guests come in left, right, and centre. This is, well, I mean, there's not many words to describe him, and I will try this again, taking off the reins of Matty the Maestro. We have a very historic person coming on, a double master, nonetheless. Someone that also is vowing for community rights and has become a community rep also. And just a generally all-round nice guy, but some would call him a slan rat. It is, of course, Craig Johnson. Hello.
Evening. How are we doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. Firstly, and I want you to say this honestly, how did that compare to Matty's intros?
Well, you called me a nice guy, and I feel like I shouldn't slander someone that's just called me nice.
Yeah, that wouldn't be nice. So I agree.
So I mean, yeah, it was. You're getting there one day.
Okay. I'll take it.
A little bit of a loaded question there, really, isn't it? It's just like, you're a nice guy, Craig. Anyway, what do you think of my intro?
Probably one of my best friends.
It's going to ramp up in incredulity every single time. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. But one day you'll make it, and Matty won't know what to do with himself because he won't be on the internet anymore.
Well, then I'll be furloughed from the only thing I'm any good at. It'll be useless. Can't do that to me, buddy. That's wrong. Yeah. Anyway, good to see you, Craig. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, I've enjoyed the slight ridiculousness that is Scottish Champs. I've enjoyed being part of it, even though I initially planned not to be. And I'm excited to see a Beast Herd list that is a concept that I've dabbled with previously versus Hugh, who is very much pushing the limits of what 5k allows. So it should be a really interesting matchup.
We were just saying a second ago, Craig, are you predicting a big punch up here or a bit standoffish? I mean, we've got two lists that look like they've come cruising for a bruising, but are we misinformed?
Well, I think in terms of a triple Cyclops list with Beast Herds, you can write some really interesting lists. In one of the lists I wrote for the Scottish Champs I was debating was triple Cyclops with the Mino Lord and the Soothsayer Chariot, and then everything else ambushes. And at that point, you can choose halfway through the game to go super aggro or super defensive. Whereas I think Kev, both in terms of his play style as well as, sort of his list writing, double Gortark and double Mino character doesn't lend itself to, standoffishness, and demons, generally speaking, unless you go very niche, don't tend to. And I think the other thing to consider is, and I've alluded to on previous streams and previous podcasts, is tournament craft. In the Hugh is level on points with Haristo, who's on table 2 and playing this evening, and therefore Hugh can't. If Hugh wants to win the event, then he needs to beat Kev 12-8, depending on VPs, I guess, maybe 13-7. I don't think a 13 will be big enough for Hugh to take the event, because I think table 2 or table 3, there's two other tables that are in with a shout. one of them could well come up with a big result, 16, 17 plus. And at that point, a 13 for Hugh isn't enough. A 13 for Kev is potentially not enough. And therefore, a super standoff game, I don't think really is what either player is gearing towards in terms of list. But I also don't think it's what either player would want based off where the tournament standings are at, and that they have both spent 4 rounds getting themselves to this position of opportunity where they can take a prestigious event.
Yeah, very much so. And talking about the matchups, we have these are the matchups that matter. I believe all happening tonight as well. So obviously we're covering Kev v Hugh, but we've got Hristo with his Orcs and Goblins, and Jeff with his Empire, both running. Well, I don't know their histories and stuff, but running lists that they haven't run for a little while, at least. Then you've got Jack also running the Beast, so 2 Beasts in with a chance, and Luke with the UD, which is a nice, refreshing thing to see the UD back up there contending.
Yeah, nice to see
again.
the UD back. Has he got the big chariot star?
That is a question. That is a very good question, and so an answer will be coming your way very, very soon. In terms of that, but yes. So if we sort of move over to the leaderboard, we have this was at the end of round 4, so the will be slightly different on Tourney Keeper as of now because other people have played and got in the way of this lovely thing. But yeah, all quite close at the top. Any one of them 6 could win.
The answer to that question is yes, he does.
Good.
Yeah, seven skelly chariots and a load of nonsense. In fact, it's horrible, his list, looking at it. It's that 5,000 really changes stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that at 5,000 you see like Empire and UD both kind of making an appearance where normally they've kind of become write-off armies.
Yeah, sure.
I think Empire in the last 6 months, with Conrad sort of making them tick with his style and the meta shifting towards e.g. Dark Elves, I think Empire have slightly come back into it. I agree they're not a top 3, top 5 army probably, but I think they went from 12 months ago. I think everyone in every country would have probably comfortably put them in the bottom 3, bottom 5 for sure. Whereas nowadays, I think they've jumped up to mid-table a bit, and as with any army in any event, if you hit the right run of matchups and the right at the right times in the right scenarios, I think Empire are sort of on the rise and suit the current meta quite well. And a couple of builds, specifically Inquisitors, I guess is what I'm alluding to, have sort of been dug out after the book hasn't changed much. So yeah, I think Empire, certainly, it's good to see them back on the rise. Whereas Luke's obviously used UD a long time.
Yeah.
But I'm looking ahead to the next UK event, and I have been trying to write a UD list with a distinct lack of success, and I think they are in a tricky spot to do certain things with, and therefore it's really good to see them up there.
Yeah.
I think we should check on Matty. You were talking about Inquisitors, and he may have passed out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Don't worry, it's a long time, man. Now I think I can do it without the smelling salts. But in fact, I totally agree with Craig. And in fact, in breaking news, I'm going to get the lads with the feathered hats back out because I think their time has come. I think the gunline thing that people traditionally kind of associate it with, I'm not sure that that's a particularly strong list, but there's some very interesting builds out there with the Empire at the moment, and I don't think that they're top tier, but I think they're certainly very competitive, much more so than they were a year ago. And I, for one, welcome that.
Yeah, they always impress me as an MSU army, but as an MSU army, they have such a leadership problem that.
I think with Empire, there's sort of 2 things that people almost need to be aware of. One is that they are probably slightly better as a teams army than a singles army, which is why when Conrad's been doing really well with them this year, it's primarily been in teams. And therefore, people keep picking up sort of his build and going, oh, I just got run over by this and this. And it's, well, yes, that is a teams build, and you've got to be wary that, yes, as much as Empire are on the rise, they do still have matchups where they really, really struggle. And so the other side of that is I think Empire are intrinsically more difficult to use than. And I hope, I hope Matty doesn't mind me saying a particular army that I'm about to
Not
say.
at all, mate. Not at all.
I think Warriors. I have my opinions on Warriors, and I'm not going to go into massive detail on them. But I think Warriors are easier to use than, for example, Empire. But I also think you can get more out of Empire if you are playing them consistently better, and they will make you a better player over a long period of time. And I'm not saying the Warriors are a no skill army by any means, but I'm saying that I think the skill differential for Empire is slightly higher.
I totally agree. I think the nuances and the requirement to you've got to have the control of the movement phase. Deployment is so critical, etc., that whereas Warriors has been described by a couple of people as playing Ninth Age on easy mode, and I think there's an element of truth in that. Certainly, they're much more forgiving with errors, but the Empire still really struggle with things like shamanism, anything that can get on behind them. Ambushes and totem are such a nightmare. There are counters to it, but you end up committing quite a lot of your sort of strategic balance in the list, and then your tactical play into countering things that for other armies really wouldn't be a problem. I mean, you stick a totem in the back of Feldrax, they kick the shit out of it. So it's much less of a problem.
Yeah, and we're going to turn our attention over to the game, and probably a good time to switch over to our man on the ground for the evening, Hyper G. I believe Kev has dropped. Is that correct?
It is. Yes, it is. So just to give you a roundup of what's been happening on the ground, they spent quite a long time talking about whether or not it was appropriate to spell Scotland, the password for UP, with a capital or not. That was the first thing they decided to talk about on this grand occasion.
What does the TO say to that, Ed?
Yeah.
Absolutely capitalised. Anyone who doesn't capitalise it should be penalised.
Right,
well, that was Kev's opinion. I didn't pick up on what Hugh thought, but Kev was definitely capital Scotland. So yeah, but anyway,
you've clearly
we're glad to hear that. Aren't we,
you've clearly drilled that into him, Ed. That's the first thing as Team Scotland, right? Initiation.
Yeah.
It's curious then that it's not capitalised in the event document.
Oh,
where's you gone? Forget those 50 points you just scored.
So, was there a problem in your list that we need
to go back and check the grammar?
Changing topics just to give Wes a chance to recover. Hugh won the roll-off and he chose to deploy on the top side of the map, which obviously you already noticed because you can see the units deploying. Hugh picked the hill in the middle for his King of the Hill terrain piece. Kev has picked the forest on the right-hand side. I don't think there's too many surprises there, but I could be wrong because I'm not very good at this game. In terms of spells, Hugh has got Spectral Blades, Know Thine Enemy, Raven's Wing, Deceptive Glamour, and Smite the Unbeliever, which you can see in the top right. Kev on Shamanism has got Awaken the Beast, Totem, Swarm of Insects, and Break the Spirit. Kev has got the 2 Wildhorn units ambushing, as you would expect. And as soon as Kev was able to, he took the decision to drop for second turn. And that's me.
Okay, so I'm allowed to now. I'm allowed to talk about this now. The embargo's over. So Kev was very keen, I know, to get both the bottom and to go second.
Oh.
So it looks like it's played into his hand, and not by his choice either. So that, I think, is perhaps the preamble to Kev.
Yeah,
he hasn't said how he hasn't mentioned that he's happy with that to Hugh, but I don't imagine there's any reason why he would. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good. So, well, I mean, both. What about the panel here? What do we think? Sides looking at the map, what side is favourable to the objective? Being that most of the King of the Hills that you're probably going to pick are dead centre.
Well, both times I've played this, because I played one of the on this map for this deployment and objective for one of my practice games against this Demons list. Actually, I played against Hugh for this, and both times I've played on the south side, I've won. The first time against the Demons was, I think more than anything, it was an experimental to see what the Greater Demons could do, and I managed to outgrind them. Like, with static combat res from Kingdom of Equitane, it's quite a boost. If you get a long charge into them, especially into the flank, then you just you pop them on their Supernal, don't you? And then the second time I was playing against Sylvan Elves, so very, very different games to what this is going to be, with so many single models and monsters. But certainly that's my experience with this map. Taking the bottom has been good for me.
I played last night, and I played Rory in a Sylvan Elf off, which in hindsight we played wrong, both of us. And Rory picked the bottom, so there does seem to be a trend that the bottom is sort of the slightly favoured side, and I think part of that is that the ruins do disrupt some people more than others. And then in terms of the objectives, Rory made me capture the wood on the right hand side, as we're looking at it, and then I sort of hadn't really thought about it in advance, and I made him capture the wall in the bottom left next to that Cyclops, sort of intending to push Rory backwards rather than forwards, because Rory had a slightly more aggressive army than me. In hindsight, it was the wrong choice, but I'm surprised in a way that both, I don't know who picked first, but I'm surprised that both players didn't almost pick the same terrain piece. It seems to be if you've got two aggressive armies and you want to sort of get a big score from the game, if you both pick the same terrain piece, it sort of engineers the game further towards that big result.
Less of a draw chance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it really helps draw in the other player then. If with my game, my round 5, I was playing against Sylvan Elves, and just all the light troops and only his 3 scoring. So choosing the same objective meant that he had to come to me, which otherwise he would have been, he wouldn't have had a problem for the whole game just running around me. So it's interesting that we've gone with different objective points on here. It's going to spread the game out a little bit, but of course with single models, it's not going to be too much of a problem for them to cover that gap if they need to. They can just turn around and march off that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Kev is also up on points, right? Like overall tournament points.
Yes. So
he can play for a smaller game.
Yeah, going back to the leaderboard, we've got Kev sitting 4 points above his nearest challenger, who is Hugh and Haristo. But yeah, whereas Hugh will need to go for the big score just in case. I believe they're all playing today around this sort of time as well. So we may try and get scores on the doors if we can. But this table 1, this is where the efforts are, and where the big stuff will happen that will matter.
There's some interesting sort of paths to the top here, isn't there? I mean, Kev's obviously drew his first game 10-10 against Frank's Dwarven Nonsense with his block of Thanes, which was just absolutely insane and really interesting. And of course, that's the top 6 we're looking at there. But there is a player who's in fact won all of their games, isn't there, Craig?
I think there's 2 of us that aren't on that list. It'd be remiss of me not to mention Jake Courtine, who is currently topping up the leaderboard, I believe, even though he's played obviously a game more, and he is on 5 wins as well.
Yeah.
I also slid under the radar with 5 wins, but before any of these games, I'm already down in 7th.
Right, wow.
So not big wins. I think Sylvan Elves struggled to push the big wins. So I played my game against Rory last night. Wrong. I played for a small win because I wanted 5 wins, and in hindsight, I should have just pushed it, and one of us got a big win to put us in the mixer for maybe a top 5. But it's a nice mix at the top. It's interesting to see that Hugh's the only one out of those top 6 with 4 wins.
Yeah.
Kev obviously just the one draw.
Craig, you played some chump round 1, right?
Yeah, it was an easy win. I've just sent him a message with some tactical advice as well on WhatsApp. So,
dear me, do you know what? That's actually, it's as it turns out, Craig, that was my best result of the tournament. So,
I also played a chump round 2 who's on that leaderboard, Mr. Jack Payne. So yeah, it's been a fun tournament. Out of interest, just because I was sort of looking at lists there, and we were talking about objectives. Is Kev trying to capture the hill?
Hyper G, could you confirm which of the 2 objectives are whiches?
Kev's forest and Hugh is hill.
So Kev's trying to capture the hill, and
Yes.
Hugh is trying to capture the forest.
Because Kev's obviously got the 2 ambush units, which obviously
Sure.
find it easier to capture objectives near a board edge. So I think the choice of a hill there is a good choice from Hugh, in that it maybe delays or stops the ambushes from being as effective at objective grabbing. Obviously, I appreciate it's turn 6 objective grabbing is quite hard for ambushes anyway, but maybe that was a consideration in terms of where Hugh wanted the objective to be.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
much so. And I
Craig,
believe
if I could just jump in it, so it looks like, well, it doesn't look like, Kev has deployed the Mino Warlord separate.
Yeah, well, there's no range pressure in
Yeah.
Hugh's spell selection, so there's nothing to really threaten the Minotaur at range apart from the engine.
One thing that Kev did say when Hugh picked his magic spells was he expected to see some spears.
Yeah.
Spears, and
No
there aren't any.
spears.
So Kev possibly was shocked not to have that range threat for his Mino Lord.
Because without giving away another of his secrets, because now that's out of the bag as well, he was planning on sticking the Mino block as he dropped it, and then he was going to move it so that the Mino Warlord could peer around the hill and charge out from it whilst still gaining, sort of blocking line of sight and from shooting. So I think he's a little bit worried about the engine there. But it looks like it's all bets off with no spears on the board, which has obviously cut Mr. Mino loose. I anticipate him going choo-choo straight out.
Yeah, but going second though as well. So it'd be interesting to see how Hugh sort of presses and tries to push him back, or maybe zone him. Looks like he's going full on shooting on the left-hand Gortak, so good luck to that man. Yeah, I'm very interested.
So, chaps, who do you think's deployed better here then? Quick straw poll.
I like the symmetry of Kev, which has nothing to do with tactics, but the outside in sort of jobby he's done. Good old boy.
I agree with that.
He's the prettiest. I'll go as far as saying that.
Definitely. What about you, Johnny? Who's deployed better for you here?
I think the demon deployment is really, my opinion on, is really going to depend on how they play their first turn, because I'm not too keen on being aggressive with the Myrmidons, but if the Myrmidons wait, I really like the demon deployment. Okay.
Wes, what do you think, mate?
If I was playing the demons, then I think I'd be worried about the Minotaurs. They're really, particularly the characters, they're what you need to worry about in the demons list, I think. As scary as Gortax and Cyclops are, I think they're going to be outfought by the demon single models. So the unit that you want to avoid is the Minotaurs, and of course they're in cover and at the center of the board and right by the objective that they're going to want to capture. So,
interesting.
I'm not sure how it'll go on forwards, but certainly having them in the center where they can't be avoided by the demons is going to be that's going to be important later on in the game, I think.
For what it's worth, I quite like the demon deployment in that Hugh's scoring is in that top right corner, and at some point Kev will want to deal with the scoring and that top right corner. And so if Kev starts to swing right, for example, with the Minos, then you've got the Maw, which has gone a bit wider than I probably would have. You've got the Maw, you've got the engine, you've got the Blazing Glories that are obviously very fast single models that can swing around the flank of the Minos. And I essentially feel like the Demons deployment is set up to encircle the Beast Herd slightly better than the Beast Herds can encircle the Demons. And I do think things like flank charges and single model movement is going to be really important in this game. And I feel like it's going to be easier for Hugh to bring focus to the Beast Herds than it is for Kev to bring focus to the Demons.
Is anyone else surprised that Kev chose to drop for second, given that meant giving away his hand, but he also hasn't used it to take the first turn in an attempt to alpha strike one of the elements of the demon list, like focusing the Cyclops fire on the engine, for example.
It depends on the theory behind him dropping for second, right? If it's for ambushes, then I think turn 6 King of the Hill, that's pretty relevant. And it would have been interesting to know from Hugh's perspective if Kev had just dropped one more unit, would Hugh have dropped everything for first? And I think there's a strong potential the answer there would be yes.
Yeah.
So I personally, I think when you're playing two lists that want to be aggressive, I actually really like dropping for second, just because neither list has, like, I guess the Cyclopses are kind of a ranged threat, but we all know why Kev's actually playing them. So I think being the reactive player here is better. So I like dropping for a second, just knowing that you're going to get it.
I'm not a big fan of giving away my deployment for my opponent to then have the opportunity to counter deploy effectively and then get first turn to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is the objective wise he's done it. But yeah, I mean, anybody that watches the channel knows I drop for first pretty much every time, so I'm very biased in all regards. But yeah, I tend to agree with you, Ed. Actually, it gives away almost too much of an advantage.
I think the one thing to consider is if it passes the other way and Hugh drops for a second and gives Kev first. I don't think Kev has a great turn one in the face of all these really fast lone models. He's has to be very conservative, very defensive. Where this, he can at least see where the glories are going to start going, see where the Maw's going, see where the courtesan's going. And sure, his deployment's known, but most of his deployment is single models that can redeploy pretty quickly.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's good. It'd be interesting to know as well. We have 41 people in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you think it's a decent deployment, a good start from Hugh? Who's got the early advantage, and who do we see winning it in the end? So thanks very much everyone for joining in, and yeah, 40 people now, so good old crowd. You can go on UB, we've got 9 people on UB, but we appreciate you coming in and joining us and listen, mainly for Wes's voice, right?
One thing the chat said, actually, Lucky Sixes, I don't know if you have already spotted it, but are your sounds up on UB?
They were, they aren't now.
Okay, cool, because the chat said something about the sounds being up. I didn't know if that was a thing.
Fair enough.
Got to please the chat, haven't we? So,
Absolutely.
Another thing, actually, with the chat is they've mentioned that in the lists, the Lemures unit that Hugh has doesn't have a champion, and yet Hughes does have a champion symbol. I don't know if that's anything we need to be talking about, and whether we should potentially do something about that. Probably shouldn't mention it live, but the chat has already.
Well, this is yeah. I wouldn't go on my ones just in case I've made a mistake, but think this was from the document on that. So yeah,
I've sent a private message to Hugh acting as TO. So
there we go.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously it has been mentioned in the chat. So
yeah.
Another reason Ed's here to watch them, make sure they're doing it right.
With Ed's BDI is cast upon the, I'm glad to hear you're already over that, mate. There's a couple of comments in the thing I was trying to pick up on. Yeah, Vika, I've got the new mic. Yes, thank you very much for pointing it out. And I have taken the action of actually getting a mic, so it's all down to you, buddy. Tommy Taylor's in the house. Boxy's in the house on Team Kev. Yeah, the lists are all up there, and I think it's about to get spicy.
Absolutely, it's not wasting any time. There's lots of I mean, it was almost like he don't care about the Gore-Tex, does he? Don't worry about it. Gore-Tex you can charge. Don't worry about it.
As far as I know, Gore-Tex are quite a dice-dependent monster, right? So if you get unlucky with them, then, or if they get misplaced, then they don't have any save and they're only relying on their resilience 6.
They do, but they've got a lot of mitigation in there with the rerolls.
Yeah. For sure, yeah.
I've never been tempted to run them as a Beast Toads player, as both a Beast Toads and an Ogre player. I think if you compare Gore-Tex to Rock Aurochs, you start to realize, I mean, the amount of times Rock Aurochs die in a game to some stupid stuff over like 1 or 2 turns, and then you strip out that 4-up save, and you've got a Gore-Tex, and suddenly, I think a monster with no save is has too many bad matchups and can just fall to random spikes of dice. Whereas at least like a Rock Orc with a 4-up save, you can pass those 4-ups. The Greater Demons with a 5-up Aegis, you can pass a couple. It's why I've never been sold on Gortarks. I've never put one in the list.
I really want them to be good. I love everything about. I ran 2 as well in my piece, but they die to anything. It's just
Sore
takes so
topic.
much- Yeah, I know. Oh, cut me deep, but yeah. No, yeah. I really like. Again, I do think they have lots with the battle focus and rerolls to hit and stuff, and impact hits is a nice extra thing. So once they get into combat, I don't think they're that bad. It's just actually getting there with. I mean, the low agility is probably their biggest weakness, because most things that go up against it just smash it before it dies after it already taken a few wounds. So demons don't necessarily have that, especially in this matchup, and with no spears as well. So very interesting.
I think Gortax have to pay for a magic phase that they may or may not take, which is unfortunate. So having to pay for Druidism, even if you're not taking it, is a big factor for Gortax.
Yeah, I didn't take it, which is probably why I did so badly. But hey, let's not get into that.
I don't like Druidism for beasts, so I'm in the camp of Gortax are overpriced for what you're getting, and they have no save. So at the end of the day, sometimes they just bleed out.
I agree on Druidism. I think if you want to do a proper Druidism list, then you're looking at Longhorn blocks, like maybe 1 or 2 big Longhorn blocks. And at that point, the Gortarks do go up in value because you've got the attribute healing. It's not healing waters, whatever it's called.
Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, I was like, it's one of those. And
we're old men, Craig. It used to be healing waters.
Yeah, I know. You open my 8th ed rulebook in it. No, I think if you go for the 1 or 2 big Longhorn blocks, Druidism becomes it becomes the best choice in my opinion. And then Gortarks also go up in value, and therefore you sort of build towards that archetype list that is a Longhorn or unit or 2 and a couple of monsters, and that's sort of pretty much your list at that point, because that's a lot of points investment. So
also, lots in the chat as well. I just needed to refresh, which is why I don't see the stuff. Technical issues at PTG, you know it. Rob Cousins, hello. Trying to work out if it was him on the video. Yeah, no, just sorted it all out. My end, Boxy's there. Smith F, go Kevster, loving the Minos. Ross Townsley, hi mate. Serious burn from Wes. I don't know when that was. That was at 10 to 8. So you've been burned. Oh yeah, of course the Edgate, we'll call that. But yes. And also a quote from Wes. You're getting all the attention, Wes. Tommy Taylor, taking the bottom has been good for me. Wes Wheeler, 2021.
Yeah, you learned some lessons that way.
There we go. Very good response, my man. So, we're getting very much into the crux of it. Also, got a comment here saying, I don't know why the Myrmidons on the right have moved up so much to bait the Gortak. Is that because there's no overrun necessarily and lots of counter-charge potential?
I think Myrmidons actually really like the Gortak with Unhinging Jaws, and also with those flies so close. I think that's one of the preferred matchups for Myrmidons, is the big dopey monster with no real save.
Sure.
I would like to see those Myrmidons 0. Does a Gortark have frenzy nowadays?
I believe so.
No one knows what Gortark is.
I think they do. I think they do. Yeah. I've been running them, and no one's frenzy baited me yet. So
yeah, they do. They do.
So in which case, I wouldn't like to see those Myrmidons further back because they're now frenzy baiting.
Sure.
I was going to say I'd like to see them slightly further back, but I mean it's movement 7, no Swift Stride off the top of my head, and a 7 not Swift Stride is far from guaranteed. And if that Gortark fails, it gives the is that a courtesan that's staring at it, and a unit of Myrmidons.
It is,
a pretty tasty charge to get down a flank. So I think Kev will obviously know if he fails the charge or not before he moves, and if it fails, he's going to have to set up those chariots to do a counter charge. He's going to have to think about what's going to happen when that courtesan goes in with the Myrmidons potentially. And if it gets in, then I think between the courtesan and the other Myrmidons, I think the Gortok will bleed out relatively quickly, and it wouldn't surprise me if Hugh was trying to push that right flank pretty hard at some point.
I think the only thing I'm actually not happy about is the courtesan kind of just not getting away from that side of the board, because I think the chariots are one of the worst matchups for the courtesan.
Sure, straight above it. So I mean, he's 20 away, so that's overcharge, I think. Maybe
Yeah,
7
but
for the
she
charge.
can leg it if she wants to, and I think she's better off elsewhere.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think for the
go on.
Go on. Okay, I think for the moment the courtesan's kind of tied down on that flank until we know where the Minotaur Warlord's going to go. With the arc of the chariots as they are, they can see anywhere that she can get to without just running into the Minotaur Warlord instead. And I imagine that's just as bad a matchup for her than as the chariots.
Yeah.
And of course,
this entire army might be bad for her.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, she's got Raven's Wing as well. So if there's any particular bad spot that is then spotted later on, then she can magic her way out of it, or get into an even better position than she might be in the first place anyway. So
this is why I think the setting the courtesan up to potentially go into the Gortok, which can potentially fail, is quite interesting in that it sort of dictates where those chariots can go. And even if the courtesan doesn't take it, those chariots have sort of had to look to the right. And at that point, it might open a gap to go through. And if the chariots don't look to the right, then the courtesan can go into the Gortok and get sort of safe down that flank and peer out from behind that hill. So I think the frenzy bait on the Gortok, in hindsight, is actually quite a clever play from Hugh. And I think either way, like if it fails the charge, then I think that's really interesting. And if it passes the charge, then I think it'll eventually die to the stuff that's over there. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how that side particularly works out at the very start of Kev's turn.
Yeah, lots happening. I believe they're on to Magic. But before we get on to that, I do have a slight announcement as well, mainly for the chat, actually, tonight. They're here with us. And as a big thank you for all coming along, for up to 44 now, which is fantastic. We actually have a mini competition running in the chat that's going to be there tonight. In order to win, very appropriate prize at the minute, a Warhol code. Which is, if anybody hasn't seen it, it's Warhol's a new way of playing online, similar to UB, but in 3D. There's also videos on the PTG channel and all over YouTube and stuff like that about the uses and stuff, and it's very pretty, very pretty. So if you want to win that, yes, if you want to win that, simply subscribe to our channel and in the chat put #prize winner, and what we'll do as the chat goes on from this moment on, I'll keep a note of everybody that's put #prize winner, correspond it to the subscribers. So as long as you're a subscriber and you've put that in the chat, from old or new, it counts for both. Then we'll put you in a little mini raffle, and hopefully we'll get that prize at the end of the stream. We'll announce the winner of that person, and you'll get a Warhol code, which is very cool. Early access to it. A number of you already have a code, or if it played it. Have you guys played that yet?
I've not touched Warhol yet. I've seen your videos from it, but I've not had the chance to play on there.
Ah.
I'm a dinosaur, so.
Well, you're playing live games. You don't need all this online stuff, right?
Yeah.
Kev and I are slated for our first game of Warhol in the Celtic League next week. So that's very exciting for us as well.
No, cool. But also, in addition to this, not only am I going to give that out, I'm going to give or not me specifically, but Gobbo, the third member of PTG, is giving out another commission as well. So not only do you get a Warhol code to be able to play online. You can also, with that prize, get a free standard size infantry commission from the Gobbo, similar to how we did in the Masters as well. So it's a massive prize. Make sure you put that hashtag prize winner, but also if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and we'll do all that at the end. But I've been talking loads, and loads of magic has happened. So hashtag prize winner, and we go over to Hyper-G. What's gone on?
I am just going to unmute myself before I start speaking. Cool. So yes, we have had so Flux Card 6, I think we saw that. Yeah. Which meant it was an 8/5 magic phase for Hugh, with 3 Veil tokens saved, which I know is important for demons, so worth mentioning. 2 dice boosted Deceptive Glamour was cast on the Warlord, which needed a 9 to cast, I believe, is what Hugh said, and he rolled a double 4 and got it cast. So that was a pretty good start for Hugh with just 2 dice. That was stopped by Kev. Then 3 dice Know Thine Enemy was cast on his Myrmidons, near the impassable terrain on the right. And then it was final cast was 3 dice Spectral Blades on the Maw of Akan. And that was magic.
Excellent. What do we think of that?
A simple round of magic for the opening turn. It's not particularly offensive magic with 3 apprentices and a wizard conclave, but if my game against this list is anything to go by, it will really matter once you get into combat. The Raven's Wing for the courtesan moving around, or any of those small units with such small footprints for those models. There's a lot of places that potentially they can jump into if you're not careful with the Raven's Wing. Of course, with a courtesan behind you, that's really bad news. And then you've got Know Thine Enemy, which is great on the Blazing Glories in particular while they're at full health, because that pushes them to offensive and defensive 12, which is just nonsense. And then
It's outrageous.
Yeah, and then the last one is Evocation from the Maw. So rerolls to wound and then lethal strike. So deceptively really good magic from the demons, despite only having the 3 apprentices. But obviously, no missiles or damage spells at the moment. So nothing happening for the first couple of turns, I don't think.
I think you tend to see some quite interesting builds in demon magic. You can either have builds that have massive combat buff potential, where they've got 4 or 5 really powerful combat buffs, or you see the sort of the spear gun line with a little bit of Torm support from things like Hand of Heaven. And it's sometimes you do sort of see a happy middle way house where they take maybe the breath weapon from Torm for a combat buff and a ranged spell, a couple of spears and a couple of combat buffs. But most of the times when I've played against demons, they just go, right, I'm taking 5 combat buffs, or I'm taking 5 damage spells. And they tend to really heavily engineer towards one or the other. It is what I found. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But
yeah, you can customize the magic an awful lot with your demons. It depends on which characters you're going to go with, and that sort of changes the rest of your army. Depending on the demon that you've gone with, and then you can change which lore that you've got, because you've got access to at least 4 different paths with demons, if not more. So depending on what you want to take, then you can just go with anything.
It looks like the Gortak on the right failed a charge. By the way.
Yeah, so we got Gortak. Both Gortaks actually went in straight away. So
yeah, the one on the right failed an 11, but so perhaps unsurprisingly failed. But yeah, the one on the left is in.
Yeah,
the one on the right seemed to pass his frenzy test.
Oh right, okay.
Kev chose the charge. Kev
Yeah.
chose the charge.
I
Yeah,
guess
chose it.
that's that risk reward, right? So if he gets into the Siberish, is it Siberish? Guy, then that's pretty good. That's a pretty good start.
I mean, we know that Kev's an aggressive player, and that he will take charges, and he will go for it. So I'm not surprised that he's had a pop at that. But I do think that Gortak on the right's now looking a little bit exposed.
Yeah.
I think charging towards the courtesan was quite interesting. If on the assumption that the Gortak was going to charging towards the courtesan obviously changes the the overrun angles. For example, if the Corzan goes in now, it can pretty confidently, on a small dice roll, over and off the board if it wants to. Same with the Myrmidons. And so you can sort of have this choice to go off the board with 2 units, which for Kev might cause a few issues potentially. So, yeah, I don't know. Without having looked at angles myself, I don't know which way I'd want the units they're potentially going to go in to be facing. But it's something to consider when you are declaring charges. Is a slight change in declared charge there does change the angle significantly for a large portion of the board for when they potentially charge you the following turn. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the chat saying that in fact it was Kev that failed his frenzy tech himself, not the models. He's gone in.
Yeah, that's about right.
I quite like that.
Kev always fails his frenzy tests.
I think he did when he was writing the list.
I
Almost,
think
didn't
so. Yeah, I think so. Didn't he say in your last podcast that he was writing lists without a Mino Warlord as well?
Yeah, he did, but he sometimes says stupid things. So it's in fact that guy just put the comment out there. That's Pascal.
Yes.
Yeah, salut, Pascal. So it's nice to see you, man. I hope you're on Team Kev tonight.
Yeah. So very interesting. Very interesting here. With the rest of the things, is Kev just gonna stick where he is? Is he going to put much pressure on? I imagine with Hugh going first, he's zoned where he wants to be. He's has that advantage. So what's Kev going to do here to counter that?
I think it was a good turn one from Hugh in that there's no obvious gaps for Kev to push up into where there's only the one thing that might be able to charge. The Blazing Glories are in a position of real annoyance for Kev, I think. So I'm intrigued to... you can see the Minos moving up here only a couple of inches. Obviously, they can't risk going on the hill because they'll get charged by 17 things. And therefore, everything else sort of has to be slightly more on that defensive side. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this turn sort of plays out in terms of the aggro-ness that Kev goes for. But I think with those Minos there, he's basically gone as aggressive as he can. And it's just up to the Mino Lord to maybe push it even further.
With the Gortak on the left, is that a good? I know Frenzy lost his frenzy check, whatever, but could that cause some problems for Hugh? If that Gortak, does a Gortak have potential to get through that?
I may have missed it in the list. Does the Maw have Unhinging Jaw?
Let's get the list up.
No, he doesn't. He just has Iron Husk. So he'll have his rerolls to 1 to wound, but that's it.
Well, he's got Spectral Blades.
He's got Spectral Blades, yeah. So
reroll everything to wound, and then
yeah,
I don't think a Gortak ever goes through a Maw. The Maws ultimately, they're similar in attack. So I did air quotation marks on video, which obviously doesn't transport well when not on video. They're similar in attack, and then the Maw's got a save, can regenerate wounds. Currently has Spectral Blades up, so
technically the Gortak can regenerate wounds as well, although it's a more difficult path for it.
Yeah. Well, so
yeah, I'd be surprised if the Gortak comes out of that.
Out of interest, is the Shaman within 18?
The Shaman.
Yes.
Like it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So and Kev's on Shamanism, right? So he could awaken
Yeah.
his bit.
Yeah.
Could maybe see his strength or toughness boost there. I'm not convinced which I'd go for.
Yeah.
I think on the charge I'd go for strength and just try to muscle the Maw down, because the Maw, my experience with the Maw is sure, sometimes it sits there and its HP is everything you need, and sometimes you just get blown out by demon dice and the Maw just goes away.
I guess with ambushes with throwing weapons potentially come on, if the Gortak say does 3 or 4 wounds to the Maw, suddenly a unit of 18 and 15 that Kev's got to come on, chucking poo at the Maw can actually have potential to bring it down alongside swarm of insects, maybe a totemic summon, breathing on it. So I think if the Gortak heavily damages the Maw here, then the Maw becomes a little bit vulnerable just because of what the Beast Herds is still to bring to the table. obviously it distracts a unit of wild horns potentially out of the game, which has its pros and cons. But yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. So the Minotaur Warlord, though, doesn't give a shizzle, right? He's moved up right on the hill and is just going, come on then, let's have a fight, everybody.
I mean, the Blazing Glories definitely have the ability to hurt him, because they're going to hit first.
It'll just be the one at least, so Kev's done that, but yeah.
It's not a nothing fight for the Warlord.
I think as well, like, if you look at what the Minor Lord is looking at there, everything there can move away from the Minor Lord, apart from the Lemieux. And the Minor Lord, if he goes into Lemieux, fine. I'm sure he'll cope with that. But everything else there is, single models or high movement. And if we just zoom out slightly more, it opens up a gap on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Going back to what I was saying, like, the direction the Minor Lord looks at gives Hugh a push opportunity on one side or the other. The push opportunity for Hugh now is on that right-hand side, especially with that Gortak failing. The flies can move into that gap. The screamers can move around. The Myrmidons are all there. The courtesan can maybe get safe in terms of, I agree, it's got to dodge the chariot a little bit, but yeah.
And speaking of the right-hand side, it looks like Hugh has just used all his dice to dispel a totem. Is that right, Hyper-G?
That is exactly right. You are taking my job.
Sorry, what happened on the right there? I saw some movement.
No, it's fine. You do it all yourself. It's not a problem.
He'll be having words later.
In that case, it'll be Swarm of Insects. Yes, here it comes. So,
if it can see, no.
There goes the Minor Warlord.
Yeah, that's a bold move from the Minotaur Warlord, to be honest.
Probably wouldn't have Swarm of Insects my Warlord, but
yeah.
Oh, and the Gortak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
yeah.
no, it's not been done before, but it's one hell of a bluff, that.
This is an 8th edition Magic Phase right here. Gortak went off the table. The Warlord went off the table.
Purple sun down the flank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All on the roll of a 4. Yeah, lovely. Got Wykirk.
I mean, a 2 dice Swarm of Insects and a 3 dice Awaken the Beast is what I would go to here. I'm not a huge fan of Break the Spirit, but that's a discussion for another time. So I'm intrigued to see which way around.
Yeah, well, he looks like he's awakening the beast.
I'm not sure Break the Spirit even has a good target right now as like an option.
Ooh.
Like I don't know where I'd be happy to put Break the Spirit. Whereas
I guess on the Moor, just for
So what happened there, Hyper-G?
That was 2 dice Awaken the Beast that failed, and obviously 4 dice Break the Spirit to follow up. So not quite what Craig suggested, but yeah.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Well, yeah. Hey. Got these randomers coming in, Craig. Speaking of that, Craig, not only are you the master, the double master, potentially triple master actually, but very recently you've decided to give back to the community. Is that right?
Yeah, I have indeed. So, I mean, I'm trying to, out of one corner of my eye, watching Cyclops take off a courtesan is what I'm sort of hoping to watch. But, yeah, so I applied to be a community rep for the next year of the UK events and rankings. Something I'm quite passionate about. Rankings I've always been involved in the rankings in some format, both in Malifaux, Lord of the Rings, and fantasy. Something that I think gives a great deal to the hobby. And same with events as well. Like just in terms of the UB events have been great.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a good start. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Look at that.
Divine ward save. Oh, he's gone for the Myrmidons. Okay. I'm really distracted.
No, it's, yeah. So, so many dice rolls going, and this makes very good radio. But yeah, so it looks like he's done a chunk there to the Cyclops. But you were saying about the community.
Yeah, and the UB events have obviously been great for keeping people going, and it'd be great. I think online events will continue in some format, even when we get back to real life. And see, real life events are sort of the pinnacle of why I do this hobby ultimately for ETC and real life events, and the community is great, and anything I can do to support the community, be that help with a ranking system or help with a website or help with running events. I just doing the podcast has been great, and some of the feedback I got was great from people in the community, and being part of the Masters was great this year. And the ninth age scene is full of people that I consider friends and people that I look up to and people that I want to spend time with, and ultimately there have to be people working behind the scenes, especially in ninth age, which is ultimately run by volunteers. There's got to be people behind the scenes doing all the little bits and bobs. You've obviously got the amazing volunteer team of the ninth age itself, but then just in terms of the UK and Ireland and running the events and running what's going on,
yeah, we are going to interrupt you there a little bit.
We got some serious ouch going on for Kev here.
Yeah, that you will see in the bottom left, guys, was the Gore-Tex attacks. I believe.
Primal Fury fail, one hit, battle focus.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not great.
And this is back, so the Gore-Tex kind of flubbed there, with 3 coming back. Although there's a bit of a flubbage both ways.
2 wounds back to the Gore-Tex, so yeah, not great on either side. But
More wins by 1 though.
Does the Maw have a 4-up save?
Is it regen?
And
the
this
Maw
game
has
both of its
regen
wounds
and
back.
gained more wins than he started.
Oh, wow. There we go, 2 heals confirmed by the player. So that was not a good charge phase for the Gore-Tex.
I'm waiting for the break test.
I think it's a drawn combat, no? Because he caused 1 wound and charged.
Did he cause? Oh, he did cause a wound. Sorry, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that wound.
Yeah, so it's 2-2, right? Yeah, nothing else would have happened. But yeah, blimey. Gore-Tex in a bit of trouble there. Very much so. So that endeth turn 1.
I think with this combat here, Hugh should reform the Maw all the way to the right, almost an inch away from the shooty thing.
Yeah, Hope Harvester, yeah. Just to get away from any potential ambushes, right?
That, and just also the fight is going to be in the middle of the board. There's no, I guess unless you want to go around the bottom of that impassable, but then the Maw's on like a 3-turn journey, and things could pass it by. Whereas if it goes hardcore to the right, then in Hugh's turn 3, it can maybe influence the game in some form.
And this is, although you were saying that with the Gore-Tex, I know obviously we want to do more with the Maw, hey, but if he does go to the Gore-Tex, that's just over half his points there. 3/4 of his points, 500 points got. So it'll only take another Cyclops, and it's got his points back and pretty safe for the rest of the battle as well.
Yeah, a lot of Hugh's points are tied up in those 3 Greater Demons and then the other single models as well there. So if you can take off the Gore-Tex there and potentially even just distract the Cyclops at the bottom, or even one of the ambushing units, then that's more or less the Maw paid for, right?
Yeah.
Especially considering the ambushes are scoring. So even if it doesn't die and doesn't do a whole lot besides killing the Gore-Tex and distracting some ambushes, that's a pretty solid trade there.
I don't think the ambushes will come on for the Maw now, because obviously the Maw's on +1 wound total. So the Gore-Tex needed to spike to really sort of give that ambush potential, whereas obviously that didn't happen. I was intrigued by Kev's Cyclops shots going at the Myrmidons, rather than, for example, the Courtesan, I guess. But
yeah,
Courtesan has a innate hard target, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Distracting the hard target. It's at least distracting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's distracting hard target.
Yeah, so I guess with Hugh doing that, he's just measuring up. I know he did move the Siberish chap, but I guess he's just seeing what he can charge and what will happen now.
What's the arc on those chariots, specifically to the left, and can the courtesan run past it? Is what I'm trying to
it looks like there is a potential for what movement is it? 612 or 714?
Yeah,
No, it's 918.
Okay,
Kev's
so it's
on-
neither of those. Wow.
Kev's only covering up to about 12, 13 inches. So.
Yeah.
Baby girl can run. She's real.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Here we go.
Neatly penciled out for us is the charge here.
That looks like some of the homework I get handed in on a daily basis.
I bet.
That's art. What are you talking about? That's
Yeah.
Well, sir, then what I think is the Myrmidons should charge the Gortag.
Well, there we go. While Hugh is thinking about other things or potentially rolling it, we do, as I said, guests coming thick and fast, and we have someone again, not from outside the country, coming on. Matty,
Do we have Copenhagen calling?
Sup, bitches?
Here we go.
Hey, it's the pugilist and equitational expert. Henry P. Miller, everybody, is in the house. How are you, buddy?
How's it going? Yeah, good. Just got back in from practice. So excited to hear about who's winning and who's losing and what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, well, it's all happening, really. The Gortak goes into the moor and does nothing, pretty much. The Gortak on the other side failing a charge and got lots coming at it. And it looks like Hugh is measuring up a charge on his Soothsayer as well, on Kev's Soothsayer. So yeah, but how are you, sir? How's the wine business?
Bit slow, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I'd have thought people are drinking a lot of wine at the moment, aren't they? But or is that not the case?
Most of
I
my
know
business
I am.
is wine tastings and selling to bars and restaurants. So right now it's pretty dead. But we got told yesterday that the restaurants and stuff are going to be open and we can start doing events from the 6th. So that's also
nice.
tournaments as well.
Great.
So from I say the 6th, I mean the 6th of May. So the 6th of May, there's going to be like some more tournaments and stuff going on in Copenhagen.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Great. And as I say, thanks very much for joining us and our
welcome.
star-studded panel here. Speaking of stars, Hyper-G, what's the chat?
Just like you said, really, that Hugh's just eyeing up his charges, but he has only gone for the one Myrmidon charge on the right-hand side, and he has completed that with a rather impressive charge distance. One quote from Hugh, just in between turns, was Hugh said that this feels so much more intense, especially with the live stream. So he's definitely feeling the pressure, as Hugh, or at least he's saying as much. He did follow that up by saying to Kev, I very much liked your deployment strategy. So whatever we thought of Kev's deployment, Hugh was impressed, or at least that is what he said. Of course, with all these reports from the ground, I couldn't possibly tell you if he was being honest or not, but that is what Hugh said.
Yeah. What was his tone when he said that?
Nothings.
Yeah, not a psychologist, couldn't tell you whether he meant it.
So if we look at this charge, the only charge that he has done while he's moving, the Myrmidons into the Gortak. The Myrmidons have unhinging jaw. Freudian slip. Now that
Nice little Freudian slip there.
that is jaw. Yes, jaw. So what does that do for people that don't know?
Rerolled a wound against large and gigantic.
Right. So pretty good in this scenario.
Yeah, exactly where you want them to be.
Of course, with strength 5, they're only going to be wounding on 5s anyway. And as we've mentioned, there's no save on that Gortak.
Yeah.
And they'll be striking
battle
before it
focus on the
attacks.
charge, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that Gortak is in for a world of hurt, I think.
Yeah. Kev hoping that Hugh can replicate his Gortak's own thing on that side. But yeah, if they do go through that, hitting first, I imagine. Demon's agility's got to be 5 on the charge, is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
So,
Yeah, sounds right. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah. I make stuff up. I thought the Sabresh was set move 7. You just got to say it confidently, and then if someone corrects you, just accept it. Right?
Yeah, that's the only reason you have such a good win-loss record on our channel before
Exactly.
we actually started playing other people.
Exactly.
I've seen his rule book. It's mainly crayon.
Yeah, it is.
He's never read the rule book.
But thankfully, my dice help me out as well. So if you have both, you're onto a winning start, right?
There's certain people that just say rules confidently and fly under the radar for a long time. And
Really?
the one that always stands out to me, and he's got a bit. You won't mind me saying this, is when England were doing like list marking weekends before ETC. If there was ever a query in a list, there's one person you just never listened to, and that was Tanker, because somebody would be like, "Oh, what's this?" and he'd just come up with something, and because obviously Tanker's a great player and well respected, everyone would be like, "Oh, okay." You mark the list like that, and then you get to ETC and you'd be playing a game. You'd be like, "Why did I mark it as a good matchup?" And then you'd be like, "I thought this item did this," and we slowly realised over the course of a few years that it was Tanker misinforming us from the inside out, and I'm still suspicious of whether
A
he's
mole
involved.
inside, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's probably been hired by. I'm not going to suggest a country, but there's an obvious one I was about.
I think there's a sort of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy scenario, John
Yeah,
le Carre
right.
going on here. It's a mole in Team England.
I'm correct, by the way. The chat confirmed it, so haha.
Top players, of which I am evidently not one. Is this a super ballsy move from the courtesan, or is this what we were anticipating?
It looks like it's out of the chariot arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, then this is just perfectly safe.
I'm surprised it's pointed down. I mean, I haven't noted all the possibilities, but I'm surprised it's not pointed left. So that I mean, the hill does feed into that in that, if it points to the left, then the Minotaurs just go to the other side of the hill, but that forces Kev's movement. So I think the position of the courtesan is very good. Whether the direction of the courtesan is the same, I'm unsure.
Also, I think if it points a bit more left, it can threaten the mage if the mage doesn't start heading towards the left itself. Like the Minotaur just can't abandon the guy in the go-kart. Oh, well, it seems like the courtesan has other ideas anyway.
Oh, there we go. That dreaded undo button on UP.
Was that a march test from Hugh on something?
That was dangerous terrain for the bloat flies in the ruins. Bloat fly in the ruin.
That's the one thing I like about UB. The one positive I'll give it is the undo button is so much better than undoing it in real life.
Sure. Yeah.
Did you say that this is only upside?
In my mind, yes.
You say that's necessarily an upside.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
There's people.
I think it's an upside in the fact that sometimes you're like 2 drinks in and you accidentally bump your marker on an undo, and then all of a sudden everything is like, oh. Where here you just jam the key until you're back to where you started.
Make the models dance.
Unless you've spawned in something accidentally in between moving units. There is like 1 or 2 niche cases where you can't undo anymore, and I've been caught out by that on more than one occasion.
But a fail-safe is what these guys are doing, is putting markers as well. So there you go. Top players.
Yeah, it's good practice, that. Always mark your units.
It's good practice when we go back to the tabletop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun trick for anyone who's not buying the little resin ones. Hardware stores sell those metal corner markers that you use to like frame stuff. Work perfect for movement trays.
There we go. Getting all the
If
lowdowns.
you want an even cheaper version, which I'm sure some people will, plastic tile spacers. And then whack a bit of blue tack under them. And because they're just white plastic, if you've got a little Sharpie, you can write on them like which unit's which if you get really desperate as well. So, but you do end up with a bag of like 100 in your dice tray, and then you're like, why have I got 3 dice and 100 tile spaces?
We had a guy who used to like hand them out at tournaments because he'd just have too many, and he'd like go to each table and just drop off a few. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
I guess.
And there's a guy who's been burned by not marking units at some point in his playing career.
We had a few people you had to keep an eye on back in the day, and those became really popular real quick.
Yeah, no, there's lots of movement going on. While we're sort of on this mini break of Hugh doing that, I'll remind the chat once again, which is up to 50. So thank you very much, guys. Really, really good turnout. If you do want to be in with a chance to win a Warhol code and a model, a small infantry standard size commission model, I have to say that specifically, otherwise people throw Gore-Tax at him. Commission from the Gobbo, then simply put hashtag prize winner in the chat and make sure you are subscribed. If you have both of those things, we'll do a little raffle at the end, and I will hopefully be giving out that prize to one lucky viewer. So as a thank you very much for coming out on this Tuesday evening or morning, depending on where you are, and thank you for that. We will carry on giving out that prize. So hashtag prize winner if you haven't already. I've already got 10 entries, so keep them coming, guys. Thank you very much, and keep the chat coming.
We had some very good feedback, lucky sixes from our competition that we ran during the Masters.
Oh, great!
I know there's a proud new owner of a laser pen in a certain Felix down south somewhere. No doubt shining it at people he shouldn't be, because if only we can get back to playing in real life, no doubt he'll be able to take it out for real. So
that's it.
Yeah, great tournament, great and a great little competition. So nice to see it keeping going. And yeah, get on that Warhol, guys. If you're not on it, it's just something. It's revolutionising the whole thing. So
yeah, Blazing Glory failing a march here, trying to sneak 6 inches round. Is quite interesting. I don't know if it's out or not. Oh, it's in.
Oh, that is millimeters.
Oh, it's out. Oh,
millimeters.
Wow, that is literally 6 inches of movement, perfect. Or however far a Blazing Glory can move, I don't actually know.
816.
Cheers, guys. Been a while. I was just checking out the Veil Serpents. Do we know what manifestation they chose during spell selection in terms of Chilling Yawn, Mesmerizing Plumage, or the other one, Writhing Nightmare?
We'll ask our man on the ground, resident Cami, Hyper G, if he knows the answer to that.
What's the question? I might know.
The Veil Serpents, during spell selection, they pick a manifestation from Chilling Yawn, Mesmerizing Plumage, or Writhing Nightmare. Do we know which one they went for?
I don't recall that being mentioned. I mean, I'm sure it probably was because they know what they're doing, but no, I don't have the answer, I'm afraid.
I was just looking at the 3 and trying to work out which one I think could be relevant in the game later on, but I'm not sure.
well, if I can just steal 30 seconds, Henry, you still there, man? No, he's disappeared.
He's gone.
I was going to ask him what the rugby's like in Copenhagen at the moment, because let's face it, it's got to be better than it is in England.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was just putting some clothes on and finishing.
Oh yeah, don't be like that.
But now I'm back.
Put some clothes on. I like it.
How's the rugby going, man? Are you Denmark going to be qualifying for the Six Nations beating England anytime soon?
No, I mean, I'm happy to be playing because I know there's a lot of people right now who don't have that opportunity to play sports.
Absolutely.
So we had, I think, 36 people at practice today, which was pretty nice.
That's nice. That's good. That's good. And have you got the ponies in yet for spring trot training?
Polo's been going pretty much the whole winter because you only need 2-3 people on each team to play a polo game. And we're inside at the moment, so we can play like 2 aside, and it's perfect.
Cool. Still got the arena stuff going, so nice.
The thing with the rugby team, I mean, the level of rugby that we play is not that high, but it's like the highest level in Denmark, and so technically we count as like elite sport because we're the highest level in Denmark, and that's why we're allowed to train right now, which is
nice.
It's quite funny.
Awesome. Loving it.
But people didn't come here to talk about rugby and polo, Matt.
No, I know. I did say we just grab a quick Quick catch up for 30 seconds.
Absolutely,
'cause,
yeah. In terms of the chat, there will be a list. I'll put a link up very, very shortly for the lists, but just for your quick reference, in terms of both of them, here is Hugh's, in case you've missed it. So you'll have to pause, I'm afraid, because we won't stick on it long. But yeah, lots of stuff in there.
I know
And
that Hugh, for this event, he literally just wanted the 3 big monsters. So
the rest
fact
just
that he very much realised you could fit 3 big monsters in
yeah.
from the character section, and that was his design.
Fair enough. And the rest just happened to be there, you know. Kev also wanted the monsters. It's a bit of a monsters theme. But here's Kev's list as well. Mr. Mino, Mrs. Mino, and Soothsayer Raiding Chariot, which is becoming quite popular, I believe. And yeah, some other flavour elsewhere. Obviously, first few turns quite finicky with the movement, making sure everyone wanted to make sure it's all just about right. But yeah, the Blazing Glory here looks like he bailed. Either he couldn't quite get there because I know it's measuring a few times, or he's
He didn't bail. He realised that the Soothsayer Chariot was able to see him in that position.
Oh, I
I'm
see.
guessing that would be, yeah, that was why he turned it down.
No, fair enough.
Oh, I see. Yeah, nice.
Covering all bases. But this,
Well, guys,
this bad
what did
boy-
we think of the matchup at the start of the game? I don't know if you covered it already, but it would just be nice to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, let's. Wes had some interesting views. We'll go with you
Yeah,
first.
I spoke to Hugh a little bit about it when the draw was made, and looking at the lists, I reckon Hugh has got the upper hand. He thought otherwise, to his credit, so to bail him out in case it all goes terribly wrong. He reckoned otherwise, but I think between the 3 Cyclops and the 2 Gore-Tex, that's almost 2,000 points put into monsters that, you know, potentially could just not show up. If the Gore-Tex get unlucky, then they're just Res 6 monsters with no saves. And the Cyclops, really the big thing is their shooting. So if the shooting doesn't really show up, they're going to get beaten in combat by whatever they end up fighting. So I think with so many points put into the monsters there, I think between the 3 Greater Demons and all the Myrmidons with the unhinging Jaw.
Jaw,
Jaw.
Jaw.
Yes, not the other one. I think they should have the upper hand. But
So what do you think now, Wes? Who's got the upper hand now then?
Well, I think
would your educated mind.
Oh well, I'm not sure about educators. But obviously, it's looking good for Hugh on the right hand side. I'd say with the Gore-Tex having failed that charge and is now in combat with the Myrmidons, and the Courtesan's got space to avoid the chariots. The Warlord's committed a little bit towards the left, so the Courtesan's now got space on that right hand side, and of course that's where the objective for Hugh is, and he's got plenty of scoring units over there. We're yet to see how the Gore-Tex and the Maw gets on, but if the first turn was anything to go by, that should be a combat that the Maw eventually wins. But
yeah. Ed, is that your interpretation of things as well?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got to see the ambushers come on, and I think looking at things the way they are, he may well bring them on to try and jam up the scoring on the right-hand side. And I think between throwing weapons and then the paired weapon guys, I think Kev quite fancies that as a matchup with the Myrmidons. So I think scoring could become a lot tighter quite quickly. So you know, there's still a lot of game to play out. I think Kev's a bit on the back foot, and I think personally the Blazing Glories having the opportunity to run in among the lines is going to cause problems. So I think it's really a case of what can the Minor Warlord do to make things challenging now for the demons to get to where they want to be.
Yeah. I think I'd probably mirror that. Is that your take on things as well, Craig?
If you must know, my mum rang me, so I wasn't actually listening.
Will we take a brief break to see what Craig's mum said?
Surely she was congratulating you on your new job,
Yeah.
by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I I briefly told her yesterday so she was just ringing to check that I still had that new job, and I assume we were asking about Warhammer and not my mum. And
yeah, we were just saying the sort of the pundits reckon that it's advantage Hugh at the moment. Would you concur?
Yeah, I agree. It goes back to maybe what I was saying during deployment. I think it's it's easier for the demons to encircle the beasts than it is for the beasts to encircle the demons. I do think there's still gaps for Kev, especially on mission, for example, like that Gortark. It's not a guarantee that those Myrmidons deal with that Gortark. And with 2 ambushing units to come on, ambushing units with throwing weapons, strength 3 are really good against Myrmidons. So I can see Hugh genuinely, if Kev chooses to play as such, I can see Hugh really struggling to win mission if those ambushes come on the right-hand side. There is opportunities that will open for Kev, but at the minute, Hugh's exploiting the gap slightly better, I think. It's still super early, so it's maybe harsh for me to say that. So, yeah, I think it's an interesting setup. I think where the ambushes go will be quite interesting to see Kev's intention.
Mm-hmm.
I personally would go for those 2 units of Myrmidons off on the right-hand side.
Okay, thanks for that. Johnny, what do you reckon, mate?
I think so. I wasn't too sure about what Kev was going to do with the ambushes at first. And the more I look at it and the more I listen to what Craig was saying, the more I actually like just trying to break even on secondary. Since Kev's already up on tournament points, breaking even on secondary secures that a bit more for him. And then just trying to play a mitigating game. And I feel like he may have made a mistake letting the courtesan thread the needle, as it were. And the Gortak going into the Maw may not have been the best decision, but I think if he just plays a mitigating game, this is still his tournament to lose.
Yeah.
Looking at a grand picture of the thing.
Well, here comes a pretty important magic phase, I think, and it looks like Hugh's starting out with Smite on the right-hand Gortak.
You actually failed Deceptive Glamour, rolling a 4, and got 1 back, and now he's rolled Smite the Unbeliever, which Kev has sufficiently dispelled.
Leaving Hugh with 3 dice?
Yeah, correct.
There they go.
Yeah, so we've had a failed Deceptive Glamour, followed by a boosted Smite that was dispelled, followed by the Spectral Blades on the Maw again. You're pretty much what you said.
How is down on the ground, Hyper-G? How is the tension? I know they said that they mentioned, there was a few quotes that said they mentioned that they knew that 48 people were watching, but what's the feeling you're getting?
Seems pretty friendly to be honest. I mean, Hugh did say it's tense, but there's no sign of that in talking to each other. Kev went to a break while Hugh was doing his movement, so seems pretty relaxed.
Excellent.
I think after all these broadcast games end and we start going back to tabletop, we're gonna need a surgeon's theater or something like that to broadcast tap tables.
Yeah.
So everyone gets seats and just watches.
Yeah, it'd be interesting doing the live feeds of all the Table 1 live games. I'm very, very excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be very strange not being able to watch how other people around you are getting on. Because, of course, you're all playing at the same time when you go down to a weekend game. But, when round 3 is played over the course of a week, you can check out who you might be playing and check out what their list is doing because they're playing on a different evening.
Yeah, you get the feeling that we'll go over to a table and say, what's the password, before you can actually watch.
Question from chat. We're asking what the Demon Legion spells are. We've got Spectral Blades on the Maw of Khan, Raven's Wing on the Courtesan, Know Thine Enemy from the Miser, and Smite the Unbeliever, and Deceptive Glamour on the Veil Serpents.
There we go. And it's good old Shaman.
This is a pillow fight and a half over here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these rolls. What's happening?
Well, literally that. No one can roll above a 4 by the looks of it, or not consistently. Yeah. Literally nothing to say. But Chris quoted it just the way you see it.
Fair enough. And does that mean it's literally no wounds, right?
That
Yeah,
way.
literally no wounds. And quoting Kev, now is the time to be shit.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that actually favours Kev in some way because the Maw is quite a difficult thing to deal with. And if you can tie it up with the Gortak, especially with the Gortak being stubborn on the left side, it kind of holds it down there and it keeps it away from the objective. And you could see that Kev kind of prioritized to dispel the spells on the right-hand side, which were going to affect the objective in a bigger way. And I think that's quite interesting for the game as a whole because obviously the objective is a really big part of the game. And if Kev can tie them all down with the Gortak, even if he loses the Gortak, if it's there for the rest of the game, it's not affecting the scenario. And I think Kev probably knows that he doesn't have to have a big win to win the tournament.
Yeah, so now you've sort of come up to speed, put some clothes on and everything. Who do you reckon's got the upper hand here then, mate?
I thought it was interesting. I don't know who said it, but who mentioned the ambushes coming on to affect the objective. I don't know the math on who wins out with 1 or 2 units of Myrmidons against all Kev's ambushes, but I think the only place I would bring them on is to threaten that objective. And I think this game looks pretty tight, and it will probably be a small win either way, unless something big happens, and it will come down to who can put the most pressure on the objectives. And the way that it's deployed, I'm assuming that the middle objective is the one that Kev has to get, and the right-hand side objective is the one that Hugh has to get.
Yep, that's right.
It looks like the Gortak's doing some solid work out there on the right wing.
Yeah, 5v3.
The Myrmidons failed to roll any battle focus on their hits and struggled and only ended up doing 3 wounds to the Gortak. The Gortak's killed 5 back, and they're just deciding whether or not the one that Hugh saved was the one that recovers a wound on the Gortak, but it's decided they didn't roll it separately at the time, but now they've worked it out, and the Gortak does not recover a wound.
Right, okay, and that was just...
That was the break test, and he's passed. Yeah.
So 6 around, but I mean, with less attacks now, that sort of... What do we think? Can the Gortak survive that?
I think it'd be lucky to. But it's definitely possible.
Very
Does it look like the chariots on the hill, can they get out of arc of the courtesan?
So movement 7 of them, so it's very close. Very close.
I think they can, but then they're going to get Myrmidons to the face if they go up forward. So I think they're a struggle here.
There is the option to charge and overrun off the board potentially. Yeah, no, the overlap. Yeah.
Here he goes. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to help the Gortak out a little bit.
Puts them out of arc, and then you bring on the ambushers on the right-hand side, and suddenly the right flank looks a lot less secure than it did before.
Yeah, and you load it. I think he'll be hoping for a decent shooting round here with the Cyclops. I think this could swing quite big if he hits, but he's got to hit.
All on the Siberish chap?
I'd imagine that's got a giant bullseye being painted on it by a tiny little little beast herd chap at the moment with a difficult job to do and a pot of paint.
I like that idea. I like that little mongrel has gone up, whacked a sticker on him and gone shoot him. What's that? I quite like that.
He's got like a fluorescent arrow.
Yeah,
pointing at it.
Is that what they mean in the military when they talk about painting the target?
It could be. I was liking the story about you calling down final protective fire on your own chaps with the other day against Kev. That was great. I loved that, mate. It's traditional when you do that to say calling final protective fire on my position. Merry fucking Christmas.
Yeah, ambush. There's got some ambushes, or one ambush, I think, on. So
yeah, one of them read the Lucky Sixes ambushing pamphlet, and the other one came on.
Yeah, right. Come on. It's too. I know it's been 5 weeks, but it's too soon.
All right, sorry. I apologise.
Yeah,
just this one.
To fill other people in, none of my ambushes came on during the breakthrough round. I was very distraught.
Oh, in the whole game?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Oh, I was gutted. Anyway,
Oh, dear.
yeah. So ambushes are on. Everything's going. I think this is a good time as well to take a little look back and see what each of the guys have sort of done coming into it. So we had a little brief look at the start, but while Kev is sorting out his movement and finicky stuff, we have both Kev and Hugh some information on them, on what they've come up against and what they've done in the
Oh,
the
God.
past.
Can you not get a different photo?
I don't know what you
please?
mean. I don't know what you mean. This is both of them in their finest hour. That's what they both decided on was appropriate sending me. I won't send you the other. I won't show you the other pictures, but it's safe to say actually Kev's wearing more clothes than Hugh, but I cropped it.
Were these like full body shots and you just like, crop them?
Absolutely. I mean, I do. Do you like my cropping of Kev's picture, by the way? I thought that was specific. It leaves it all to the imagination. Yeah.
I have long wondered why Kev looks like a rejected Street Fighter 2 character in his picture.
I like to call this pose the piss drinker. Have you seen that little little bottle in the foreground?
Absolutely.
I think we should make top trump cards of all the players on the scene.
That would be good, actually.
The aggression list building or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, so looking at it, both of them have had big wins. Actually, I think Craig said it at the start. Hugh, the only one to win all of his matches coming into it, of the top 6 that are potentially able to get the crown of Scottish Championships champion.
Yeah, it's been obviously I've been quite close to Kev whilst he's been chatting about these sorts of things. I know he was worried about Frank and his dwarven nonsense. Then he was up against Glenn. Hey, Glenn, if you're listening, thanks very much for tuning in, buddy. I know that he was rocking one of Dan Thomas's loads of Dias lists. Then there was the Mark Greensill and his Soaring Angel nonsense with 16 units of warriors and a quattle. Oh, that's just awesome. That should be a song. I think there should be a folk song somewhere. About
or a
that.
band name, right?
Yeah. And then I heard he was incredibly lucky in his last game, and I won't dwell on it.
We won't mention specifics, Ed, but
Yeah.
Something interesting about Hugh's wins is the last 2 being against Dreddies.
Yeah.
And just looking at his list, the Miser just feels amazing against Red Elves. Like, you just kind of shove it forward. They have a hard time interacting with it. Just this list feels great against Elves. Looking at it now in a vacuum.
Yeah, sure. And obviously not knowing the lists and stuff as well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with that, can we read too much into the wins and the road to the final? Has anybody particularly had an easier road than the other?
I know that Hugh complained about having hard matchups for the first 3 rounds. And he felt that, at the very least, comparing his round 4 to round 3, of course, playing against Dread Elves in both lists, he felt the second one was a slightly easier one to play against. Or at the very least less harsh, and I suppose with lots of high resilience monsters playing against elves that get a +1 to wound in certain rounds of combat, I imagine that would have been slightly difficult for him.
Yeah, I think Kev had a lot of at least army matchups, not knowing players super well.
Yeah.
At least army matchups, I think there's a lot of really favorable beast lineups there.
Yeah, I think possibly Mark with the Saurians didn't want loads of monsters with his big blocks. Although I can't say I know the list that well and what its good and bad matchups are.
And I think the fact that some of the monsters have stubborn,
yeah,
really helps against the fact that list sounds like it wants to just flank and rank you and just break you through statics, or just whittle you down and then break you through statics.
Yeah. But no. Yeah. I mean, I guess the biggest thing to note is Hugh super consistent, even in those hard matchups, just going for 14s, 15s, 16s, and then the big win on the self-quote, easy matchup. Whereas Kev just bossed it in the last 3, just smashed it, man.
Kev's just doing it the Spinal Tap way. Is just slowly turning it up to 11.
Yeah, maybe up to 11. I love it. Yeah,
he's gonna get 21 in this game.
Yeah. But yeah.
What do we think about this move on the right side with
back to the game?
Coming on? Could maybe Craig is the Beast Herd expert? Wouldn't it have been better to bring them on behind the Myrmidons?
So, just getting in before Craig because he might be talking to his mom again.
Yeah. Classic Craig.
I think the chariot charge is a must to get the Gortak out, and I think bringing the unit on in the woods in front of the Myrmidons that can't actually break ranks sounds just really good to me, to keep your chariots alive and kicking and keep that Gortak alive and kicking, because otherwise those Myrmidons have a chance to just chop down that Gortak before it matters, and then you've got more problems on your hands.
They've got the stand and shoot against the left-hand Myrmidon unit if it charges as well. So I imagine Kev will take the throwing this turn on the right-hand unit and whittle down. Yeah. And they've got paired weapons, so they kick out a pretty decent amount of attacks. And if he passes primal, then suddenly he's putting in quite a lot of damage. I think
putting them there means the chariots don't have to run off the board. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very much in the way of something I was going to say. Is that on purpose?
But do you not think that the Myrmidons on the left can get past the block?
I think there's a good chance of that, but
could he flee?
Definitely plausible. Yeah.
Would he want to flee? I mean, he'd end up.
He didn't need to set himself up like that, so that because he's going to jam off of his own block if he tries to overrun off the board, obviously. But it's
he could have been a bit wider, maybe. But I don't know what he's thinking on this one. I know. After he moved this, he did try and chaff the courtesan with the Minotaur, but I don't think he had quite enough movement to get over there. So then he put it to the position that it's in now.
Yeah, on the hill. He was looking originally at putting the Cyclops as a chaff for these bloatflies as well. But he's gone against that also.
They're flying, right?
Yeah, Kev did it. He moved in there, and then he just said they're just going to fly right over him. So he decided against it.
Just whilst Kev's finished off his movement there, Johnny, you mentioned that the Miser interacts an interesting way with the Dreadies for listeners that are not as well informed. You can explain yourself.
It's stupid cat. It's one of the few monsters that has a decent save and doesn't really care about the +1 to wound. Because Dreadies, while they tear through a lot of monsters, only a few their units really have AP to speak of. So as long as you keep your Veil tokens up, you're actually a monster that doesn't mind fighting +1 to hit, +1 to wound elves, which almost every other monster in the game is a bit apprehensive of. And then you just thunderstomp them out, because that's really what you want against elves, is just automatic hits.
Okay, thank you. So you'll commonly see this list holding back 3 Veil tokens. It seems to be the way.
I think it's the way when the Miser isn't camping out on the back of the board.
Yeah.
But I think when the Miser is stuck in it, you just hold up 2 or 3 and just let him do his trick. But I'm still confused about taking the Miser at all. But if you're going to play him, I think that's how you're supposed to play him.
Yeah,
so it looks like Kev's got a bit of an issue here with what he's trying to do with the Wildhorn unit at the back. What do you imagine his options are here then? Wes, what's your thinking? He's obviously giving himself a couple of thought processes here, but I wonder what your thinking is with regards to that block.
Honestly, with those wild horns, they look a little bit trapped. I mean, they're not going to be able to get out of our arc of either the Blazing Glory or the Courtesan. Whether or not those units go through them quickly enough to not then be countercharged is another thing. But I think they're a little bit stuck where they are. And of course, with the bloatflies there, he's having to use the Cyclops as a little bit of flying chaff, make it difficult for them to actually connect a charge.
Yeah.
But
looks like he might be trying to use it as a sort of a bit of a bait, but it's so quick, isn't it? They could get over there and do for them and then be back in the fight pretty quick.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think for the most part, he's got everything out of line of sight of the courtesan. But these bloatflies would probably love that sort of situation. Actually, do they go through it? Do they like the Cyclops matchup? Could they go into him and overrun?
They love the Cyclops matchup. They have Jaws and Strength 6.
So, is that a bit of a... Is Kev just leaving his Cyclops there to have a quick pop at the courtesan?
Not a huge number of attacks, though, and they won't break steadfast, so there's a good chance that the Cyclops would survive.
Yeah, I think it either gets maimed and comes out of it, or eventually just dies, but I don't know what else the flies are doing.
Yeah.
Well, Kev's busy ballsing up with magic phase here because Break the Spirit's just gone on a 1 and 2, so he's down to 8/6, and that's Swarm.
It's unfortunately it's Awaken the Beast Strength that's failed. The same role he got in the first phase.
Yeah, it is exactly. Was that on the Gortak as well? Sorry.
Yes, it was on the Gortak. So
Yeah.
that Gortak is not getting any stronger.
and from the last two phases, he absolutely needs it. Right.
What's Swarm out on? What's cast on?
Cast on a
less
5
than
for
7.
the
I
small
think.
version.
Okay.
So
Very
It
dispelled.
stopped.
Mm.
Good job, because I didn't know what it was on.
5/3. I think Kev needs a big spell here.
I just don't know what spell it's supposed to be is the problem. Like, I guess the totem's not terrible.
Totem on the right helps lock up that flank.
Yeah.
If you put Break the Spirit on the flyers, does that affect them?
Not a huge amount.
Miscast.
Oh wow, yeah, 5 dice. You see.
I think that's okay because it will put it up
2d6
to a
hits.
3.
Oh,
That's dispelled.
it's dispelled.
Nightmare for Kev. It's Totem Totemic Beast. There you go. Says it all. I'll be
There
quiet.
we go.
Oh,
God.
Kev's going to be absolutely livid now.
I think that was quite a big swing there because a Totem Beast on the right-hand side would have really helped with getting the Myrmidons off the objective.
Yeah.
yeah, it just makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for those wild horns going into shooting and then combat in the following turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Ed, you were right. He's going after the right unit first.
Yeah, well, he's
Just-
got stun and shoot on the left, so he should at least hurt them. But that's not great rolling.
A little bit under average there.
A wound.
Mm.
He got one. At least the one he did. Wounded. Oh god.
I'm just noting down things to console Kev with later when he calls me. So,
You're going to give him a
spells.
debrief.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna
not
hold-
sure I would. I'd be shooting at the Myrmidon unit that you can stand. Oh, this is the one you can't stand and shoot. At.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you still makes a divine save.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Well, I'm assuming that was a Cyclops.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that one in the back. Behind
Yeah,
the
so-
chariots.
Yeah, straight on to Houston. Looks like he's.
Oh, he's right.
Oh no, this is great. This, I tell a lie. This is Kev shooting. Oh,
Oh, looks like. Oh,
It's the second Cyclops to hit this turn, and the second one where its big hit hasn't wounded.
2 1s rolled on the big rocks.
Yeah.
No,
misses.
dear.
Yes.
Splash shot. 6s.
Nothing.
Bugger.
So
Well.
unlucky despite the 2 hits then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I guess even with the 2 hits, hasn't done as much as you thought it was. This is the impact hits 2 for 5, I imagine.
Yeah,
Do you think it was the right target for the Cyclops not to shoot the courtesan?
I think the alternatives give you a better chance of doing meaningful damage. The courtesan's very much relying on the spike, and if it doesn't work, then you've probably achieved nothing.
Yeah, and he hasn't targeted it. I can't say that. I'm just going to give up. In either of the phases, so I guess it was a game plan not to go for him, right? Because I think they had at least two of them had 2 shots that they could have taken on it.
Yeah,
No,
I think you,
Sorry, can I ask a question about something you guys might have already discussed just while I popped away shortly?
Yeah.
I found the positioning of those right-hand wild horns really interesting.
Yeah, we was sort of mentioned that Henry sort of said that perhaps coming around the back, it might have been better.
I think either the back or the
jokes.
side and going max width because of how ambushes work, you can get those. I mean, that looks like the unit of 18, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GI side. You can get them on 9 wide and get everyone to shoot. You could have put them on behind, and if you put them on behind, the chariot could also overrun off the board because it ignores the Gortat because it was in the same combat.
Yeah.
And suddenly you've basically then got an ambushing unit of chariots. You've got wild horns in the rear, and wild horns looking at rear or flanks are really good because they get swift ride. And instead they've sort of ended up in this place where they're sort of in the way. They stopped the chariots potentially overrunning off the board. They stopped, they're going to get charged by myrmidons, and they might well win that fight. But I just found it interesting positioning. And I think Kev did the right thing going for a big totemic summon, but on the flip side of what he's tried to do, if the wild horns are in the rear and then the totemic summon gets summoned in front of one of the units of myrmidons, you essentially achieve the same effect, but with a lot more safety, essentially. But yeah, maybe that was a bit. Maybe you guys covered that. It was just something I was watching as I was on the phone, not to my mum this time, but I was just watching and going. If I was using those ambushes, I think I would have them in a slightly different spot.
I
I
actually,
think
I actually
we
asked
essentially
you that question,
yeah,
Craig.
exactly
Then
that
you were
one, yeah.
away.
It's nice to know that we're thinking in the right way, though, isn't it, chaps? That Craig comes back in and says what we were saying. That makes me feel good.
I think potentially it creates a little bit more of a speed bump for the Myrmidons. I'm not sure whether they survive the fight with the Myrmidons, but it brings them down to a point where the Gortak and the Cyclops might be able to potentially deal with those fights.
Yeah, but I think if you get everything to shoot,
I do agree that if I think putting them behind them would have been safer and potentially more sensible because no musicians on those Myrmidons, it would take forever for them to turn around, so they can't really deal with them at all. So
Looks like he's measuring a double charge here.
obviously not getting the totemic summon was quite unlucky. But yeah, I think that flank. I mean, it was as I was saying earlier before the ambushes came on. I think if Kev commits to that right hand flank quite heavily, he can almost guarantee at worst drawing the mission. I think it's going to be quite interesting. This turn could well swing whether that is a possibility.
Yeah. Just a few measuring up. We'll go back to the chat very, very briefly. Thank you for the still on 45 plus. So, cheers guys for coming out. Herman Def, with all the lots of chat in the chat. So double tag the glory seemed like a good shot. Yeah, possibly getting the glories that's a back behind would have been better, but no luck for Kev shooting, I'm afraid. Why am I in Jersey? Matty, is on.
Yay!
Does he have to show where the totemic summon is going before he decides to whether or not he dispels? I think you do, don't you?
Yes, it's a ground spell, so
Yeah.
you have to nominate the point on the ground. A lot of people will skip that if they know that they're going to dispel the spell.
Sure.
You know, if it's obvious that it's going to be dispelled, because it can just save a bit of time. But technically, yes, you declare the point first.
It's the same with Wrath of the God, and it's a great tip for anyone that sort of wants to get, there's small advantages that can jump you up a few places in the tournament table. If somebody goes to cast Wrath of God turn 1, it's a massive intention giveaway. If they put it behind your army, then they want to force the fight. If they put it in front of your army, then they want to avoid the fight. And so you do give away information just by casting the spell. And it's same with Totemic Summon. Like if you've got, for example, a unit of handgunners or a cannon, and they go for the cannon, then it shows their intention. They're more worried about the cannon or feel they can deal with the handgunners more easily. So yeah, if anyone ever tries to cast Totemic Summon or Wrath of God, even before they roll the dice, ask them to roughly place where, and it's a good tip.
Yeah, so we've got some charges coming on as well. Both of them are charging down the centre. The Blazing Glory.
Oh no!
No, is not going in to the Cyclops, but the Bloat Flyers do look like they're going into the back, obviously flying over the Cyclops.
Oh no, it is. It's back on. It looks like
Back
the Blazing
on.
Glory is
It's back
back
on.
on.
Back on.
Yeah.
Decisions. All these decisions being made.
Is the Cyclops fearless? No.
Good question.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Nodding and shaking heads got me away with trouble there. If I'd said anything out loud, I genuinely think they were something. But
I
sorry,
was just assuming you knew what you were talking about, Craig. Aren't you the master or something?
I will take the fall on that one. You can tell it's been a while since I've touched my beast heads.
Hermond also asking how far from the Myrmidons by the rock to the Wildhorns. So from the Myrmidons here. I think Ed alluded to it. There is room for a stand and shoot.
More than 5 lessons.
Yeah.
Can the ones to the left of the rock? I think is maybe what they're asking there. Can they see, and what's the distance?
So they can't.
Not to the Wildhorns.
They can't see the Wildhorns. Can see the chariots for 15, 17, possibly 18, depending on that. But yeah, so not quite. I love this. This really is now. This probably looks like you're marking, right, Matty?
Oh mate, honestly, I wish some of my students were that good. Yeah. Well, talk about changing their mind. Yeah, I've read plenty of essays today that were like, yeah, but no, but.
Fair enough.
I hear you, Matty.
I think we missed it at the end of last turn, but it looks as though the Moors inflicted another couple of wounds to the Gortek over there.
Yeah.
The Gortak did do 7 hits from its 6 attacks, which was quite nice to watch.
It's always good to see, isn't it?
Only a couple wounds, so I think Hugh will probably be keeping a running total of that more separate. But
Is this top left
that-
the running total?
That is, yes.
Yeah, nice.
I like that. I like that a lot. We're going to
Good
zoom
timing.
in because I'd like it that much. Very good.
24 shots and 1 hit. I know.
I've got 4 wounds through, and Hugh saved 2 of them.
Oh, brutal.
Wow.
On the stand and shoot, that is.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, beast head shooting. It's not what it's all cracked up to be.
There is quite a cool gunline list. I say cool, it's very common. There's a gunline list you can do because obviously a lot of units can take throwing weapons. You can have
Yeah.
the Cyclops. The Mongrel Raiders are a cheap bow unit from Core, and I have looked at like 100 Mongrel Raiders before alongside 3 Cyclops. But I
Is
feel like
the throwing spear still in the army? The
Yeah,
magic
the-
throwing spear?
Yeah, Hawthorne
and
Curse, yeah.
only 18-inch range. Hawthorne Curse even as well. Yeah, 18-inch range is the issue with it. So same with Cyclops shooting things at short range, right? In that if you want to shoot at, say, what's a good target? A Scourge while we're on demons. You want to be an 18 for that short range or for the for the Hawthorn Curse. But if you're within 18-inch range of a Scourge, then you're in charge range of a Scourge. And it's the issue with things that are, well, same with the hunting spears on on the Dread Elves, and 18-inch range is an odd one when you want to shoot at monsters, because most monsters at 18-inch are going to charge you. Whereas obviously, if they were 21-inch range, for example, suddenly it's a lot simpler.
I'm actually using the Hawthorn Curse in my one. I've got him on a Centaur Chieftain with it. So he's got 2 up armor and no Aegis, so he's not. I wouldn't say he's been taken a lot, and I don't think I'm setting any trends. But it's quite cool to run him around and shoot with 18 inches, because then you've got the light troops stuff.
Yep, yeah, I think the Centaur Chief with it's quite cool. You sometimes see chariots with it. Because chariots are pretty slow and pondery, but yeah, it's in an odd place in the list, I guess. But it is a cool item. Yeah, you can make as with any army, you can do it. For example, KOE, you can make a pretty extreme gun line, but the quality of bows starts to let it down a little bit to a point, and you're sort of relying on your Cyclops and e.g. the Hawthorn Curse to shine through, as opposed to the list.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's as much as it is possible to make a gun line with with the KOE. I think you'd be immediately let down by it.
Was that one you looked at for the 5,000 point, Wes?
Oh yeah, 100 bowmen would definitely be worth it.
A
pair of trebuchets.
You can do so. You have the double hippogriff backing up the 100 bows in core, but also then the mounted yeomen are a really cool little unit when you start kitting them out and going a bit bigger with them, because they can hit on the charge with their light lances, and you also get quite a few bow shots from the units running around. You then choose your double scorpion or double treb, and it's effectively quite similar to the Sylvan Elf list, vaguely, in that people want to run at your guns to get toe to toe with your guns or your crossbows or your bows or your war machines, but they've got to get through the 2 hippogriffs. You can tool out pretty extremely, and that's sort of the concept of a lot of these bow style lists. Same with the high elf list that I used at Masters is, if you want to get to the Sea Guard and the Sea Guard Reapers, you've got to get through 2 Phoenixes and a Griffin. And I think you can do an interesting hybrid with KOE. I don't think it's anywhere near as good, but I think you can do if you wanted to, you could write a peasant heavy bow list that packs 200 shots, 2 war machines, and 2 hippogriffs, and it's just a different style of army to what KOE otherwise run.
Yeah. I know Kev actually did a peasant-heavy KOE list, I think, a little while back. Is that right, mate?
Yeah, that's right. He's got an absolutely beautifully, and I do mean A-star painted peasant list with a big block of forlorn as well. So I mean, it's I don't think he's half the player he is with the beasts, but when he's using it, but man, it's a beautifully painted army. Yes, and I have seen a peasant heavy list, big block of floor. It seems to work pretty well. Of course, the old book of Treb that he's got there, though he never seems to hit with it. But there is some interesting. Ed, you ran a gun line, KOE gun line a bit, didn't you, in some team tournaments? I remember. Just one fun event. It's moderately feasible. It didn't get the matchups it would have liked particularly, but actually the Brigands make a fantastic addition to the gunline list, because for a couple of 100 points you get guys with 30-inch longbows with scout and quick to fire and 3-up longbows. They actually made a mess of a lot of elf specialist shooters, which was quite entertaining.
Matty, are you telling me that Kev misses with stun throwers a lot?
Oh man, the guy's got no form of luck with it. Honestly, it's do you know when he said he was taking 3 Cyclops, I was like, mate, have you not learned your lessons with Trebs yet? And he was like, no man, they're combat monsters. It's like, okay, offensive skill 2. I'm not sure, but hey, I mean, he's got to be doing something right. I mean, look where he is. So, and what do I know?
All about that thunderstorm.
Yeah.
He's gonna go back to KOE and try to charge people with his scorpions. He's like, so what's the charge on this?
Absolutely. You've got to have impact hits 1 or something, right?
Yeah, it's a round base, 360 charge, right?
Yeah.
The rules question I've never had answered is what happens if you put random movement on the war machine using witchcraft and then move it into an enemy unit? Does it count as charging?
Probably.
There we go.
Why not?
No, a war machine can never declare a charge. So you'd stop it short, same as if you were to contact impassable terrain.
Yeah, you just bounce off.
There we go.
There's something in my head telling me that, but the 9th has been through that many iterations. There was a point at which war machines and random movement, there was a rule for it. I don't know if that's going back to 8. Like that's how.
No, it was early 9th.
I'm sure there was a rule for how that interacted, but I lose track of when it was and how and what the exact wording was. But I essentially think it meant the war machine couldn't shoot, but it didn't move.
Yeah, it was early 9th. I know pretty much exactly when you're talking about, and it's that period right after 8th and right into the baby days of 9th.
But I think now it would just be covered by war machines can't ever declare charges. Random moves, if they were to come into contact, would declare a charge, and therefore you'd just stop short.
Yeah, makes sense.
Alright, the master coming in with sensible answers.
Probably the wrong answer. And somebody in the chat will correct me.
But you
so
said it very
that's
confidently, we all believe you. So there you go. That's
That's
proving
the bit
that.
that counts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig, we're gonna get messaged by someone who's only ever played 9th and been like, well, actually, if you look right here.
Well, of course, if you've been hanging around as long as I have, you can remember when crew could come out from war machines and chaff stuff in front of their own war machines. So, I mean, that's...
Oh yeah, and crew other war machines?
Yeah,
you
they
can
just
run
run
your war
around and
machine.
fuck about and all sorts. You know.
when your war machine crew from your cannon have all been shot off, and then you're like, oh, but I need my cannon more than I need my hull blaster volley gun. Quick, leg it for 2 turns.
It's running across.
Same with hydras and handlers. And you used to have handlers like running out in front, like going, I'll take this one. Happy days.
Oh, good times, eh?
What do we think about the move of the courtesan down on top of the hill to threaten everything on the right side?
I think that's Hugh knowing he has to compete for mission over that side. So he has to commit resources, right? Like those, as much as those 16 Myrmidons could be in a great spot depending on how that combat goes, they're still probably not going to deal with both monsters. They'll probably deal with one. And therefore, I think that is Hugh going, if I want to win the event, I need to win big. If I want to win big, I've got to win the mission. If I want to win the mission, I've got to commit resources to it. And that ultimately is the courtesan. And it wouldn't surprise me if he's looking at the middle of the board as it is now and going, I've got enough there to sort of contain the middle of the board and deal with it. And if the courtesan does need to back off to the left-hand side because those 16 Myrmidons have a worldie of a game, then so be it. So I think it's a good move from Hugh. Purely looking at turn 6 mission, the courtesan is in the right spot. In terms of early game pressure, it's alleviated some pressure from Kev, and especially with one ambush unit still to come, it's quite an interesting flank that. Whereas I think the middle is quite standoffish, and there's going to be a bit of toing and froing in terms of points.
Not sure.
Do you think that Hugh has a chance of pushing Kev off the middle objective?
Long term, yeah. Essentially, you've got to kill 4 Minotaurs. Like even if you solo something in to kill 4 Minotaurs and then lose that unit, it's worth it, right? Because at this point it is, Hugh's got 4 turns, including this turn, to kill 4 Minotaurs. That is basically the mission for Kev, and then the mission for Hugh is, can those 21 Myrmidons on that right flank survive an onslaught of 4 plus another ambush unit potentially, plus any totemic summons. So I think the mission's really interesting at this point. Both players are sort of hanging on to the mission. And the mission could go any of the 3 ways. It could be they both get the objective, neither of them get the objective, or one of them wins it. So yeah, interesting on mission front. I think there's a lot riding on mission as well.
I think also Hugh is playing Kev's chariots correctly, where everything that needs to respect the chariot is respecting the chariot. and he's just inviting the chariots deeper into the center where their use is actually a lot worse. Like, because Hugh just needs to win the right?
I don't know. I think the Myrmidons, if they don't fight clear of the Wild Horns this turn and put some serious pressure on, I think they're going to end up. It feels to me like there's enough pressure on that right flank, particularly with another ambush unit coming on, that it's not. I just can't see those Myrmidons hanging around for long enough.
There's pros and cons to the Wild Horns sticking this turn, right? If the
Yeah,
Wild Horns
for
stick
sure.
this turn, then essentially the Myrmidons are safe for a turn and get to choose their pivot and charge. Whereas obviously if they break the Wild Horns this turn, the chariots could panic or they get flank charged. The Gortak is probably on the overrun from those other 6, at which point we've already seen 6 Myrmidons put 3 wounds on a Gortak and it's got 3 left. So it's that flank looks like it's clipping the chariot, which is probably bad for Hugh. Looks like he could have got a little bit more over as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a mistake from Hugh there because he's not corner to corner. Pros and cons to everything on that flank. I think that flank is like 55-45 in favor of getting mission. So it's going to be pretty tight, I think.
I think the minor warlord has ended up a bit in no man's land.
Yeah.
I know he's trying to push. He's trying to put pressure on that kind of general area, but it's a little bit too easy for Hugh to just kind of spin everything out of the way.
I think the biggest problem is the warlord's playing a game that's hoping the other person's a lot more static than this list is.
Yeah.
So like being that aggressive command in the hill is great when every model can't just dodge out of his arc, but most of the demon army is just lone models or flyers and they just don't care.
This is why the drop for first, I agree with aggro army, sometimes you want to go second, but the drop for first here, it's left the Minos and the Warlord sort of just spinning around chasing their tails a bit. Whereas obviously if Hugh drops, then you can put the Minos and the Warlord opposite the Myrmidons or the more static units in Hugh's army. Whereas in the minute that Kev's big threats of the Minos and the Warlord are matched up against single models that can outmaneuver them. So I mean that goes all the way back to deployment and sort of we discussed that quite early on. So yeah, interesting to see how that plays out.
Could Kev have really put his monitors on the right? Say, look, the Myrmidons stayed where they were. Could Kev have afforded to put the monitors on the right, knowing that he'd have to get one of his scoring units into the centre?
Could have swept from the right, I think.
Okay.
And so made life more difficult for the courtesan, left less space for the courtesan to come through that gap, and then pushed from the right towards the hill in the middle.
I also don't know if the Warlord needed to be that close to the Minotaur. Like, could have probably been floating a bit more after Kev saw that there was no spears. Like, floated to be able to react to the right flank where the OBJ was.
But he's still got a charge onto the Myrmidons on the right hand side if he wants it.
Oh yeah.
So he does have the option to just push the Minotaur Warlord and clear the right flank, and suddenly the courtesan can't really engage on the right.
9 rerollable.
Hughes just got off a big. I don't know if it was a big deceptive glamour, but he rolled a big on it.
Yeah, there's a big choice here for Kev to make. If he stops this, then it's going to be opening up. I think then,
it is boosted as well, so yeah.
This could really swing that combat.
It's been allowed as well.
Always let it go. I mean, how many dice do you have to chuck to get 10? 4?
Well, it's on an 11 because of demons. You're probably
Yeah.
looking at 4 dice, which
May as
means
well.
it's 7.
Yeah, so just can't. Just needs the dice.
Strength or toughness on this is interesting.
Rerolled, yeah. So it's got 6,
I
7.
guess it's the random version, so
Yeah.
even at the dice of fate, which
Yeah, non-boosted.
Yeah,
I think
that's
either's good, right?
Both have pros and cons. Yeah, I don't think,
Either will help him win the combat.
yeah, exactly. And like strength means you have more myrmidons left. Toughness means you definitely go through them. Although I said I think there's a pro to not going through them in one round. But
I think I was away for a second, but did Kev stand and shoot do nothing? It looks like it.
Yeah.
yeah, one hit, no wound.
He's got the strength.
That's probably the one that you want out of the two.
Yeah, I think strength is better for the long term.
Yeah,
Like for the short term, toughness is amazing, but for those myrmidons actually scoring and winning.
I don't think you want to go through the wild ones in a turn here. So dropping their strength is better because you lose less in response.
Surprised that Kev let that one go, given it was only a 6 cast.
Yeah, 7 with demons, so you're looking at 3 dice, 2
Yeah,
dice.
I suppose.
Maybe getting a fizzle. It depends what Kev wants to save here.
I think so. It's weird, the Gortak fight. I'm unsure if it's even worth trying to fight the magic phase on the Gortak fight, or just when it dies, and you stop throwing bad money, like good money after bad.
Yeah.
I think Kev's being distracted by this fight over on the left. That is, in essence, is gone. He's got to let that go.
Raven's wing on those myrmidons that are inside the wall.
Yeah.
Great choice. Didn't even see that. Like it.
Really nice move.
Yeah.
Shows how Raven's Wing can just win games sometimes.
Raven's wing is such I love it.
And all of a sudden the chariots are
good.
The
roll
chariots
as well.
and the warlord once again are doing nothing.
Yeah, he's only got 2 dice left. So yeah, absolutely.
Nice move from Hugh.
Great move. But there will be, hopefully for Kev, another unit of ambushers coming on next turn. And I think that maybe if he rolls a bit better with the throwing weapons, he should be able to deal with that small unit.
Yeah.
Also, maybe get a totem on and help with that small unit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hugh, when he's moving this Raven's wing, he has to remember that there is an ambush unit to come on. So I think pointing them down like that is, you're just letting the ambushes come on on the side or behind you. So I don't exactly know what I'd have done, but maybe he could consider it.
Yeah, the choice to stop Spectral Blades on the Maw instead of the Smite on the Wild Horns feels like a weird one, unless he's just kind of given up on that combat. But
he could be thinking a couple of turns ahead that it's his turn next, so if they kill them and overrun hit the chariots, because both obviously going to hit the chariots, then he has to countercharge with the Gortak.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't check that overrun, because he could have got further over. So
Yeah,
not one.
In there, but we're over on the other side now. Onto this combat.
Combat that never ends.
Yeah. Or did it ever start, really?
No, that's fair.
Just staring at each other.
One whole wound.
One wound in. Wow.
Gortak.
Looks like he healed one there.
Oh my goodness. And then
wow.
more not
Get
doing.
on with it.
This is
Kev should
worthy.
give up on the left, should he, Matty?
Nah, I'm getting a drink at this point. I'm fed up with that combat.
Yeah.
Maybe Kev knows something we don't know about this
Absolutely.
combat. He's like rolling it out next to his computer. He's like, no. The way it should be breaking right now.
It feels more like some kind of horse racing thing where he's fed that Maw something horrible in the first round.
You're not horribly accusing him of cocking his jaw in the final furlong, are you? 'Cause, that I wouldn't be surprised, but it would be shocking. I'm writing that on my list of things that Kev's going to moan about at about 1 o'clock in the morning. More fights.
Yeah,
I got a rather distraught quote from Kev after Hugh's magic phase. I wish I could cast spells like you.
I
We're over on the wild
know
one combat now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
We
we know
can
what
talk.
that
Oh,
was
crikey,
for? Was
here
it
it
a
goes.
discipline test?
That would have been hatred. What's the rerolls to hit?
Primal Fury.
Primal Fury.
Correct. The wild ones have failed that.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like a
Primal
decent amount
Instinct
of
for
wounds.
9th Age, surely.
Sorry?
Primal Instinct for 9th Age, surely.
Yeah,
Primal
it
Fury
is.
an old name.
It is.
Primal
I've only been
Instinct.
playing them for 5 rounds as well, and so I'm more to blame than anyone, I think. But yeah.
Well, they can
Well,
still
that
hold
was
on.
a lot.
They can still hold on steadfast.
Yeah. Is it 7?
I think
Steadfast 7, yeah.
there's
7 wounds,
yeah.
yeah, so they've got 10 more to come. 8, sorry.
Do the demons cause fear?
No.
Not Myrmidons, no.
Is it 4 wounds potentially?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's -1 strength. See, so 1 wound,
Oh, yeah,
not
1
saved. Yeah, that -1 strength did the business.
The other unit?
No, this is so weird. If Kev wants to break here, or if he wants to Dying's boots.
That's a failed break test, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, the chariots. So
Panic
weird.
chariots.
Was that a panic test?
I know, I think that was
Oh.
could be in panic. Could have been how far they run though.
But that was
Yes, that-
panic RPG.
Oh, it
It
was.
was,
panic.
yes, yeah. The first
Yeah.
one was the break, the second one was the panic.
Okay.
There's that
UB
algorithm.
dice.
There's that algorithm that doesn't
He's
exist.
not, he's not
Oh,
on
this
fire.
It
is
doesn't
is he?
exist, mate. I thought you
Absolutely
Yeah, it's gone
rancid.
far.
making that up. Who?
Absolutely
This
rancid.
opens it up a little bit for Kev at least, because now he's got 2 monsters to charge into the infantry.
Well, that depends on what the
Myrmidons.
pursuit and overruns are.
Out of interest, is there any particular order that he has? Do the panickers run first?
I think the panics go first, yeah, and then
Yeah.
resolve
Yeah.
the flee.
Could be flee first, right?
So you
No,
trigger a panic test when you break
Yeah.
from combat, and that's before you work out what's pursuing and stuff.
Sure.
So they'll break, cause
So
panic, and then
just
run
like,
away.
and then he panics because of the scream, and then you run.
Precisely.
You got
Sound travels faster than fleeing troops.
Yeah, that's true. That's in the rules, actually, isn't it?
Oh, well. It could just be the worst of every world.
I mean, the Cyclops into the Myrmidons is not. It's not horrible with the divine attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other guy's staying there potentially.
Looks as though there was only one pursuit roll from the Myrmidons, so
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, only the one pursued.
Kev can also use assuming the chariots rally, he can also use them to chaff the courtesan.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're reduced to now.
Put them in a long line.
Hope they don't fail their
Conga.
terror.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Conga chariots. I like it.
To be fair, they're actually not bad on discipline normally.
Yeah, they're an 8, right?
Yeah.
Off a longhorn.
Yeah, coming from somebody who's used to playing with goblin chariots, it's a bit different.
So this looks like a primal fury and a fear test for, I'm going to say, the wild horns.
Yep, be the wild horns against the flies. 4 wounds from the flies. Still quite a lot of attacks to come back, though.
Yeah, because they've got paired weapons, haven't they? So 15, 16 attacks
Yeah.
with a reroll. Ooh, that's pretty good.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Will they need
it's
5 or
6 wounds.
6?
5's to wounds.
Okay. Ooh.
That's
Oh,
5 wounds. I mean, there'll be some toxic splashback
Also,
to come.
toxic
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Hold your horses. That's not
back.
terrible.
2?
2 back and then a couple of stomps. Yeah, I mean, it's still a loss, but it's not a terrible loss.
And it's a steadfast.
The Minotaur or the BSB in range?
Probably not.
Just out.
Geez, just out 13, aren't they? Yeah.
So could it be the round of discipline checks?
And this is what, a 6 break test?
Ah,
Oh,
It's the
well,
round of discipline.
didn't matter if it was 10.
Yeah.
I think they're gone.
And they run through the impassable, and
away they go.
yeah.
Bye bye.
Was that a?
Are we saying this is a big swing here?
I mean, it's definitely. I mean, given that the combat didn't go horribly, it's probably not what Kev would have wanted. I'm sure that given he had the Cyclops there to potentially come in and break that combat up a bit. So.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
there's a nice charge now for Kev with the mage into the flyers.
Yeah, that's potentially true, and it's certainly good against the toxic stuff. It depends what happens with the glory and the Cyclops, I guess.
Yeah.
And the Cyclops. Yeah.
Can Kev actually wield the chariot? Do you think because of the Minotaur?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Actually, looking at it a bit closer.
I think he can.
Oh,
It's gonna be tight, right?
yeah.
Oh, look at the Cyclops go. Oh, no.
Spoke too soon.
Easy come, easy go. Hugh's just realised he forgot to do his shooting phase, but he doesn't mind.
I think that's Cyclops holding on a reroll. Yeah. So yeah, it's a question for the wizard. Does he go into the Blazing Glory?
So if he goes into the glory, the Cyclops is going to be out of the combat because the glory just challenges, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the question is for Kev, is the Cyclops adding enough to that combat to where the wizard should get involved or not?
I mean, by the time the impacts go in and reduce the offense defense a bit, and then the wizard probably can manage that combat with the re-rolling successful wounds against him,
Yeah.
plus the flank and charge, bringing the static combat res.
And I suppose there's no real counterplay to the wizard going in.
Plus scarification. The combo of scarification and tricks is
It's
really good.
horrible. And then that does give a potential interesting play onto the courtesan as well. No, he's gone for
Okay,
the
so
flies.
he reckons he can do that then.
And he has also declared the Cyclops onto the Myrmidons and overrun, right? So he'll go into
Oh yeah, he's gone into the close ones. Yeah,
yeah.
that probably makes sense.
Yeah, help the Gore-Tech out just that little bit extra.
I mean, I think the issue will be if the Gore-Tech just dies before the
Yeah.
Cyclops does anything.
Yeah, because the Gore-Tech should be able to handle the 5 Myrmidons on its own, but does it die?
Yeah.
And if it dies, then everything goes south.
Yeah.
Without the Cyclops going in, I should add on top of it.
Yeah, I suppose the Cyclops with the overrun then ties up the Myrmidons on Hugh's turn. Meanwhile, if he can bring on the ambushers, he can take out that unit of 5 at the back, or at least whittle them heavily, and then he's got his counter charge set up for the following turn. So yeah, that's probably.
And once Kev's little Gore-Tech that could on the left-hand corner finishes off the maw and everything else up there, come back over on turn 6 to help
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. Take everything out.
How do we feel about the Minotaur's precarious position? Like when I'm looking at it now, it looks like they're surrounded by all the demons.
1, 2, yeah, from all directions, right, as well.
They're kind of surrounded by all the demons, but I don't know if they're surrounded by anything they care about fighting them, which is the weird bit. Like, they're surrounded by all the B tier demons. Like, all the support cast is around them, but it's like, sure, bring it in.
Would you just put the Minotaur Warlord into the unit at this point and just say, come at me, bro?
I think he still has a lot of work to do.
I
think
don't know.
he's
I'd be tempted by that. You know, even if it means pointing the Minotaurs in another direction, it suddenly you think the Blazing Glory doesn't necessarily. I mean, I think the Blazing Glory can hurt the Warlord, but he doesn't want that fight on his own, and none of the others can take the fight on their own. So
he definitely wounds the Warlord's pride, but dies in the process.
yeah.
No,
here's
the ambushers coming on.
Here's the ambushers where they. I think they probably should have been the first time, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously Hugh doing pretty well and racking up the points and the good positioning, but in terms of the objective and then sort of late game,
I think he's just failed his chariot.
Yeah, he has.
Dear.
I was just going to say it was looking up for Kev a bit. But there you go.
Another 9 break test or rally test.
Oh, my days.
How far away is the front of the courtesan from the board edge? Can we bring a totem on to chaff that?
So he's looking like he is
14.
12, 14.
Oh yeah,
I
a bit too far away.
definitely. No, I don't know. I think that's chaffable. By the time you put 10 inches plus the width of the base.
So yeah, so if he came on here, for example, he might be able to get to about there.
From the back.
Close.
Yeah, no, from
the back,
Kev's
yeah.
board edge.
6. I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
7.
definitely.
So yes.
Okay, yeah. So there's still a safety valve if Kev can ever cast a spell.
Kev.
I mean, is it my imagination, or is the other dice not smiling here?
Well, leadership's for sure, and the chat agree
Yeah.
with you. Spicy barbecue included. Yeah, leadership checks though, right?
Yeah, I think
Leadership
Kev's
checks
hit
are
like
magic.
4 9s on leadership in a row.
Yeah.
Keeping track.
Or 9 plus, because there was definitely an 11 in there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Or 2 high for beastman numbers in a row.
yeah. But you know, when he gets all the 6s and stuff for that Gore-Tex on the left, and the second half could shine on Kev.
Yeah, Kev's just chosen to invest his dice and his good dice somewhere else.
Well, Pascal is keeping the faith. Still reckons Kev can do it, and I think the key piece now is what's he going to do with the minor warlord. Hermond reckons that he should send him over to give the Lemures a jolly good spanking. Discuss.
Well, I think Lemures are probably the least threatening thing that's currently on the table.
Yeah, no, the trick with the lemurs is you give the rear of the warlord and you just try to honeypot him in. Like, oh, look at that charge.
Okay, somebody's gone bananas.
Did the warlord fail his march check?
No.
I don't think he tried to march.
Oh, okay.
No, so
Oh, he's
the other
still
side.
keeping on the hill,
Yeah,
keeping the
so,
faith. Oh, okay.
facing
I'm
this
not,
way.
I'm not sure about that move. I don't really know what it gives Kev, really.
Is it
Yeah.
trying to, hoping that these go one more combat and trying to get him into this sort of situation, get some points?
Yeah, I guess it stops the courtesan from like moseying over to the center, but I don't think the courtesan cares about the center.
Yeah, I think it's going to help out on the objective, right? On the right side.
Also, I really want this other Cyclops to get involved. Like, I kind of liked just charging the glory in the flank there.
Yeah.
Like, for nothing else, to just stop its mobility. Because your shot isn't really doing anything at this point.
Yeah.
Where pinning that glory down might actually do something.
How bad does the glory kill the Cyclops? I mean, is that a good fight?
Well, not so far in this one, and the glory charged. So.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure the fight is what the glory wants, because there's just a lot of meat there.
It takes a bit of luck on the Cyclops' part because he's hitting on 6s, I think. So.
Yeah, he is.
Was it offensive too?
Kev's jacking up the minor warlord, the minor block.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, totem. Extra charge. Or agility as well, to be fair.
Not sure the Minotaurs need the extra charge right now.
Yeah,
Well, they
don't
had
know.
little Raven's Wing on them last turn.
I'd much rather have this on the warlord.
Yeah.
Let him actually have a threat range.
And here's the totem. Casting 3 dice. So not choosing to chaff. Just choosing to get rid of scoring. Is the play here.
It's fair.
Suppose
Wouldn't it have been better to put it next to the other unit to do the breath weapon, the bigger unit?
Yeah, the unit that's actually.
It's got the choice of both
Yeah,
right
you could
now.
both 6 inches. Is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he can do both. That's...
Stopped it anyway.
Yeah.
Again, because I was dashing away getting some choco milk, I'm surprised those wild ones were only 5 wide at the top instead of 8 wide.
Yeah, for the shooting, right?
Yeah.
Especially with nothing coming into it, so no reason for steadfast or anything like that.
Has Kev got off a beast spell yet?
He has just now with that 4-4-5-5.
Okay.
Where did it go?
Break the spirit on the maw.
It's happening. It's, as much as we deny it, it is happening. That is the pivotal combat.
So I'm not sure Kev can ever go to Vegas, because he'll come back a broken, destitute man. He's like, all right, nope, putting it all back on black. Let's go.
Let it ride. Let it ride.
It's got to come in eventually.
Always hit him.
We shouldn't laugh. We shouldn't laugh.
Man.
It's the third one in a row with the Cyclopses to wound.
Oh, goodness.
I'm just waiting for this Gortak to leave this combat with 10 wounds somehow.
Yeah.
Pick up the Maw's ability to start.
I've eaten more of the maw than he's eaten of me.
Start just getting into the black. Just being like, nothing but positive now for the Gortak.
Come on, Kev. You can do this, buddy.
Hits and wounds.
2 wounds on the Gortak. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, that's on
We're in the
yeah,
bottom
this
right
is,
corner.
okay.
The not
2 wins to the
important
Gortak. It
Gortak.
survived.
Just.
Oh yeah, that's what we needed to see.
That's all the Gortak needs.
Yeah.
He passes Primal Fury and rolled like shit.
That's the way around you want it.
There we go. That's so you got 8, 7, yeah. Fair play.
7 hits.
That's harsh.
From a reroll, yeah.
6 wounds. Oh, what?
He's only rolled 2. So,
No,
I
they're
think he
there.
maybe made a mistake there.
or was that the Cyclops' attacks before?
I think he
It
just
was all the
then...
Gortak.
Oh, right.
Hugh saved one of the 6s, so the Gortak only got 1 wound back.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can only get 1 wound this.
Oh, look at
Cyclops
this.
loves it too.
Here we go. So yeah.
What's the overrun?
So Cyclops
An
needs
8 to
an
get
8.
in, which is not that. But
and he rolled a 6. Unless he was moving. Oh no, okay, yeah.
I don't think that's bad. I think the Cyclops is pretty good against Myrmidons.
Yeah.
Gort-
But is he
Gortak
going to
doing
get
what?
a courtesan in the butt?
oh, I think
Then-
that depends. Once
Then
the,
that leaves the Gortak floating around on 1 wound.
yeah, the Gortak just needs to point. No. The Gortak needs to point towards the back of the Cyclops. Come on, Kevin.
Yeah, the Gortak doesn't care about the combat res. It's never beating the courtesan with ranks and flanks and all that. It's beating the courtesan either just by punching it to death or dying. So
It's also stubborn.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way to point with that.
Something just rolled hot on Hugh's side. 5 attacks. 5
The Blazing Glory in the middle,
Wow.
and then he's done so. He's 4 wounds. Considering he did 0 in the first one, that's
Oh, go on. Come on, Kev.
that's his reroll. So
This
3
is roll to-
hits. Oh no, just roll to wound. Yeah.
Let's roll to wound.
No, I think that's
Oh, no.
Primal. That's the reroll.
Sure,
so
yeah.
4 hits.
So it's held.
Oh, what?
Has it?
Oh.
No.
Who knows?
Doesn't get primal on the Cyclops.
But it's steadfast because it has a monstrous rank.
Yeah.
There we go. It's held. Ready for the Minotaur to come in later on. Impact hits. Doing a couple of wounds.
I think the 4 was a toxic.
Yeah, they're remembering the scarification got off because he got break the spirit on the important combat.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had to boost it as well, probably for the rolling.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely it was a big roll. He rolled 4-4-5-5, so when you need it.
That's a primal past on the chariot.
Yeah, the combat wizard that 100% should not exist.
The flies cause fear.
They're just doing a bit of out of sequence blazing glory,
Yeah,
but I think he's changed his mind.
Bloatflies do cause fear, yeah.
The combat wizards existed since
Oh
Storm
no,
of Chaos.
What have you done, mate?
Oh.
blimey. What do you say about combat?
The Mario Kart Bros existed in one form or another since like 6th edition. He's fine.
I think the issue with this current one is tricksters and scarification.
Yeah.
And ancestral carvings being a nice little perfect wizard item.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just,
carvings has existed in the form of the brace staff for a very long time. That is a legacy item.
it's just quite a frustrating combo to play against all those things because to get a wound through against tricksters and scarification, you've got to do 9 hits on average to get 1 wound through, assuming you're winning on 5s rather than 6s. And then, which means, to get 9 hits against something that's, that's got ancestral carvings is hard work. So,
Yeah.
Unless you've got a cannon, that's a good answer to it.
I'm just not a fan of beast herds being the best combat wizard.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Wizards pop them.
Yeah.
Could Kev have gotten overrun onto the courtesan
Nah.
from
No.
where he was? If
No,
he'd
I
have
think
done
I
that?
think where he was the most over that way he could have been.
Because he had to like.
interestingly, Zulu's
weird
just joined
wheel.
us, which presumably means his game's finished.
Check
I wonder
Payne,
what he's
yeah.
got done.
Great, everyone's a tourney keeper.
I know, yeah. I'll rely on you guys for that. We'll do a bit of research.
Now on 17.
Oh, Kev.
Jack got a 16 against Luke. So
Okay, well we'll look at that in a sec because this is the Gore-Tex.
Kev's Gore-Tex fluffed.
Yeah, I mean, Hugh has failed his saves, but that's probably the only.
So he's done 2 wounds to take him down to 4. So he, any of them 6s? No. This is coming back. Only does 1 wound back.
Wow.
So he has
Still
1.
lots of less than 4s being rolled.
Yeah. So he's 1 combat by 1.
Yeah,
And
past the break.
past the
It's
break.
okay on,
So
on an 8.
it's 4 wounds versus 2. It could happen. It could happen over there. Keep the
Let's see.
faith.
Kev's long-term plan is the Gore-Tex going to break this round, and the mall's going to finish itself off with those DTs off.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to so that's the end of combat and the end of I want to say turn 3, but
Yeah.
So
I
in
think we're on
terms of
turn
the
3.
overall
Turn 3
leaderboard,
finished into
yeah,
Q4.
that puts Jack
Oh no, we're on
Payne.
4.
That puts Jack Payne on 77 points, 1 ahead of Haristo,
1 ahead of Haristo. Okay, and
10 points ahead of Kev.
yeah. Meaning 14 points ahead of Hugh because of quick
Yeah.
maths. So yeah, okay, so all to play for then, and really does come down to this game. So if Kev gets an 11,
Risto's also finished and is 1 point behind Jack. So if Risto got 13 against Jack,
yeah,
this is literally the last game. That can
Wow.
affect him at the
So-
top. So
yeah, absolutely. So they've done their part, Haristo and Jack, to put the pressure on, meaning they could still do it, and these guys could still just podium and not win the game. But it does come down to these guys very much so. Would any of them, in terms of tourney, gaming, whatever, having that tournament mind, would any of them have half an eye on the tourney keeper to see when those come in, when those scores come in?
I'll be
They've got to,
amazed.
surely.
I'll be amazed if they don't.
Should we tell them?
Well, yeah.
well, I think if I was those and I saw Zulu /
Yeah.
Jack joining the lobby, I would be like, I wonder why he's joining. And it's
Yes.
either because he's at a key point in his game or he's done. And a quick glance at Tawny Keeper makes it
It
pretty.
shows, yeah. And the charges are coming in as well, so probably the end of the Gortak on the right with the Gortak.
It's interesting you went for the Gortak. I think after that pivot, I thought the Cyclops was the target.
Yeah.
Because you can then double overrun. You can overrun the courtesan towards the wild horns. You can overrun the myrmidons into the flank of the Gortak. And so essentially you get the Gortak in Beast Herd's turn.
Yeah.
This courtesan is closer to the wild horns and is between the wild horns and the myrmidons, importantly. So although it looks like he might be double charging the Cyclops with the 2 myrmidon units, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like the chat are on it as well. Thank you guys. Rob Cousins, Kev just needs a 10 due to secondary points. So he just needs the draw to win. So that's definitely not out of the realms of possibilities at this point. It does need a few points to make it a 10. But yeah, it could go any way really with the secondary objective.
It's looking pretty tight on the right? I mean,
yeah.
If one of those Myrmidon units can stay alive, then it changes the dynamic of the game.
Yeah, so I mean, if that does happen, if let's say the 2 monsters on the right get done, does he send his monster warlord to save the day?
He's probably got enough turns to do it.
3 more left.
I would say probably at that point, and like even the wizard doing swarm of insects over that side of the board is there's you can see there's not many myrmidons left in total. So I think it is about
it's like splitting your dice between totem summon and swarm of insects would be a good plan at that time, just to force it, get some damage on them.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah.
Although this Blazing Glory looks like it's going to go into the Cyclops and maybe pin the wizard, I guess.
Yeah, sure, get. But I mean, yeah, the Monitor. I guess there's so much riding on what genuinely happens on the right in the next few phases that, yeah, very exciting, very tense, guys. Looks like Courtesan, sorry. Blazing Glory movement high.
Pretty high. Movement 8 on that.
Yeah.
I think Johnny was right about the Cyclops charging the flank of that Blazing Glory. Would have just been able to pin it there.
Yeah.
And stop this from happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is. It stops the mage. This just stops everything.
I think one of the big things here is that the panic, right? When the Cyclops goes down.
I mean, he should survive that on 9
within general's range and BSB.
Yeah.
Also, can the wizard cut itself to reroll panics or just terrors?
It can reroll panics.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's got the BSB, so it doesn't need to do that.
Yeah.
That looks a little bit like a cock and balls in the bottom right. Sorry,
and to answer you, Herman F, yes, we have been drinking.
Matthew, if that's what your cock and balls looks like,
genuinely, one of the questions is that are the boys a bit Tuesday tipsy? Well, I certainly am. I've had a few beers, so and by that comment, so is Maddie, right?
For sure.
I clocked on at noon. Come on. I'll catch up here in a bit, but
yeah.
So can the Cyclops take on 8 Myrmidon?
I think he can. I don't think the Myrmidon.
Better odds for Cyclops than the other Cyclops right now.
That's true.
Pascal reckons that the left-hand Gore-Tex is going to go mental, do the mooring, and then go on an absolute rampage and win the game. And I, for one, applaud that confidence.
Yeah, I think at this point we would all love to see that. I'd love to see that Gore-Tex just win the game after. Well, yeah, I certainly didn't think it would still be here, but.
I mean, if it can kill the Maw in this turn, it can pivot and charge something.
Yeah.
It's only got to do 3 or 4 wounds.
What's the what turn is this now? Is this bottom of 4?
Top of 4.
Top
Because
of 4.
Kev
Because
went
Hugh
second,
went first. Yeah. I'm just sort of wondering if Hugh's leaving himself enough time to take out those Minotaurs, starting to run a little bit low.
Depends on what his plan for those Minos is, right? It looks like
Yeah.
at this point he's going to try and frenzy bait them
Yeah.
off the hill, then frenzy bait them further away from the hill, or tie them up with the miser. It doesn't look like he's going for the kill on them necessarily anymore.
Feels like if Kev passes one frenzy test, he should stick them behind the hill for turn 5.
Mm-hmm. I think quite an important thing in terms of the game flow was that left-hand combat that we've joked about has been going on forever. It has stopped the Moor from coming in and going in with a miser into the Minos, because I think if that Moor becomes free a couple of turns earlier, even into this turn, the Moor can go quite aggressively right, so can the miser. So, well, he can basically do this with the Moor next to that piece of impassable with the wound markers on as well. So the Gortak, I think, has done wound just purely by being there.
Yeah, no, I mean he's definitely outperformed any of our expectations so far.
Yeah.
There's a typical Kev move coming here. I don't know, but charging the BSB out of that unit. It's very Kev. Very Kev.
Can he see the Veil Serpents in their current position?
Yeah, currently.
No,
Yes.
the BSB can't.
Currently. The BSB can, yeah.
Not the BSB.
Oh,
But
no, now that they've
the
moved.
unit can.
The unit can.
Well, the BSP is on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, sure. A good time as well, while there's a bit of finicky business, to remind everyone of the competition we're running tonight. If you are interested in Warhol, the new online UB, but in 3D, and or getting yourself getting your hands on a standard infantry size model commissioned and painted for free by the Gobbo, then please do enter our competition. Simply subscribe, so you must be subscribed, and put in a hashtag prize winner in the chat. We've still got 51 currently on, and we thank you very much for joining us. The chat's been amazing tonight, so thank you very much for coming along, seeing this, engaging with us, and supporting the Scottish Championships. So certainly very cool to be alongside 51 people watching this game, which is the ultimate, the final game, and will decide the champion of the tournament. So thanks very much. Hashtag prize winner if you want a Warhol code and a infantry commission. If you haven't already, we've got about 20 people in the competition so far, so thank you very much, and we'll continue on with Hugh's movement.
Out of interest, could you just click the Arca site for the 15-man Wildhorn unit and the bottom right guy? Because I'm just looking at if Hugh is going to try and Ravenswing those 4 Myrmidons out of Arca, those Wildhorns. Obviously, it means they get shot for a turn, but I think Ravenswing is an opportunity here to, it's Hugh's method to try and win the mission.
Yeah.
And there's not many gaps they can go into. Obviously, they'll get shot wherever they go, but...
Could they go the other side? Is it... What's Ravenswing movement?
So he needs to be close to the objective, though.
Sure.
Yeah, it's turn 4, though, and obviously they can turn around on Ravenswing, and if he gets desperate for mission turn 6, he can always 5 dice Ravenswing. It's a great way to win mission.
Do you think that he's regretting not taking musicians on his infantry?
I find it strange when people don't. I think, especially on scoring units, like I've always been using Sylvan Elves this event, and I hate Dryads because they don't have musicians. I wish I'd taken Forest Guard, to be fair. But I think if you've got the option to take a musician, I can understand it on Lemures because they're there for static combat res. Most of the things I look at them going, musician a lot of the time is slightly better value.
That's the first thing I put in my list in my units that need musicians. I'd rather have a musician than a champion or a banner.
It was when I was doing my master's list for the High Elves. I noticed Scrub's smaller Sea Guard unit had champion and standard, and I changed that for the event to musician and champion, maybe. But musician definitely went in, and I messaged him and was like, "How come you went standard and champion? I don't really understand you not having a musician on a scoring unit, and especially a cheating scoring unit." And he was like, "No, it's definitely a mistake. Musician's the best command piece." And I think, you know, out of the 3 command pieces, musicians are the consistently more the piece that has an impact on the game. Whereas like a champion, you can go in and put an attack on a champion, and that's the champion gone. A standard, you know, 1 combat res. How often does 1 combat res really, really matter? And by that I mean, you know, I get you can fail rolls by 1, but like most combats in this game, you lose by a lot or win by a lot, or you pass your braid test.
Did Johnny just come on with a snake?
Yeah, Johnny, man, you got your snake out. That's so cool.
Good weather for him.
Oh, wow.
I figured if I'm just sitting here watching this game.
I haven't got a clip of that for viewers, but we can assure you that it's happening. And we're talking about the animal.
This is one of those moments.
We're also talking about the animal as well.
Live radio fails to really.
We got very sidetracked, but something interesting's happened.
Yeah, right. I can assure viewers that it's the animal, Johnny's animal, the snake. We're talking about as well.
You're not watching on the live stream.
But yes,
the miser got pushed straight forward and kind of offered himself to the Minotaurs, and now all the buffs are coming in for that eventual combat. It looked like Deceptive Glamour was tried but failed, but it was dispelled. And then Spectral Blades has also been.
Yeah, so two attempts. So Spectral Blades over here has been dispelled, it seems, and
Spectral Blades went off, I think.
Yeah.
And this.
Oh yeah, no crap. So 10 and then 7, yeah.
Maybe the Maul will finish the Gore-Tech after all.
Well, it's had it on a few times. You know.
We should have put some bets down earlier on in the game, shouldn't we?
Oh.
I think it was a bit risky for Kev to try and dispel it with 3 dice when he rolled a 10. Especially when
sure. I
suppose
suppose
1 dice.
Yeah.
Big 1v1 spell. Can't wait.
Just to. Oh, there we go.
You got it off?
Yeah, looks smite, I guess.
Yeah, so this is no 9 enemy, actually.
No, I think that was the 3 dice one. I'm not sure what the 1 dice one was.
Oh, we'll get Hyper G to confirm things up. What's happening on the ground? We're all confused.
What 1 dice cast?
You'll have. There's a lot of talk in between them, so I'm not following what you're talking about. But
No, it's cool. What's happened in the Magic phase so far? What's going on? Give us the rundown.
Sorry, there's so much chat going on between you and Kev. But the 1 dice know thine enemy is not cast because he can't re-roll the Thaumaturgy attribute.
I think it was a 1 dice smite. Looking at the board,
But the smite is on. Oh yeah, no, that's. I'm not sure why he's left smite on.
Yeah, -1 res.
It was 1 dice to cast smite. Rolled a 1. Torm, you re-roll the 1, so got a 5. Kev don't stop, and then randomize between 1, 2, 3 res and 4 to 6 strength.
Yeah, it looks like Craig's got more of a handle on it. I'm so listening to their conversation. So yeah, you're probably right based on what's on the board.
They're probably talking about Johnny's snake as well. So.
Well, they're definitely not doing that.
Was there any other spells cast?
That is about all I can confirm. Was there any other spells cast? No, thine enemy is on the miser.
Yeah.
Did Hugh
With
forget
the
his shooting
attribute.
phase again?
Hugh went straight to combat with the.
Yeah, he has missed his shooting again.
Yeah, he don't care. He's.
Just two rounds of shooting on the Minotaurs, which could cost him in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Craig was saying about needing to kill a bull a turn.
Yeah.
And for info, Hugh's also forgotten to put his Dominion on this turn, so he's left it on the Myrmidons just as their center marker. It's not actually on them. But yeah, he didn't remember his Dominion.
What is his Dominion?
Don't know what the effect of it is, but I do know that he forgot to put it on anyone.
It's from the Miser, and it gives a unit +2 defensive skill when it's been base contact with a scoring unit.
Ooh, that's a hell of a Aegis save.
Solid
Kev.
knowledge.
That is, if I'm right, I think they did 6 wounds to him, and Kev rolled 4 Aegis 5-ups on the Cyclops in this combat here.
Good stomp roll as well. 5 thunder stomp.
Yeah. That is not a bad way to go for Kev.
Ouch. Not bad.
A quick question for the chat, Waika. Can we win the code for Warhol if we go to bed? Yes. I'll announce it here, and I will get in touch. If you are going to bed and stuff, make sure you have a look at the last one, and we'll figure out a way of getting in touch with you. You can still win the code. It is a possibility. We will search for you.
Just a small top tip, because it just came up in the game. Kev rolling his Cyclops there, the one on the right, he rolled all his attacks at once, whereas he's in base contact with a champion. Always roll 1 attack on the champion.
Yeah.
Just on the off chance that you kill the champion for an extra attack next round. So, small top tip.
Yeah, clever.
Yeah, especially when you're soloing around with your Minotaur Warlord.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like that might just do it for the right flank there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he'll get mission now unless that Cyclops has an absolute mare of a second round of combat. But even then, between the magic phases of Totemic Summon and Swarm of Insects, I think seven Myrmidons is not enough Myrmidons.
He's not going to be able to cast Swarm of Insects now because he's in combat. But
yeah,
Totem can come
this turn, the Cyclops is in combat anyway. But
oh yeah, no, that wizard's got it. 2 glorious, no problem for Mario Kart.
well, one's pointing towards the Warlord, who hasn't had a fight all day yet.
Oh, that's true. He's going to go in and probably, I guess, this turn. What? I mean, why not? Is there unless he wants to protect his Minotaur bros?
Oh, the Gortak
the combat's ended.
is gone. Also, looking at it, Kev rolled about 18 twos.
Yeah, he only hit with 2 of the 6 attacks, and the reroll, none of them hit.
Oh,
Jeepers, that goes out a bad game, mate.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 1s and 2s on Kev's side.
Right,
and he didn't. Oh, yeah, right. There we go.
Straight in.
Straight on with
didn't even think about it straight away.
Yeah, there's no there. Kev's pissed off now.
Maybe this is a bit of a reaction.
I think the tournament is still in his hands. You know, we now know, and he probably knows he needs a 10. He knows he's probably
charging up here as well.
Mm.
In a good spot for mission.
Yeah, so what's his plan with the Mino? Wrap up over here and then go back because this is his turn 4, I think. Then go back for the next 2 against these just to make sure no shenanigans happens.
I just don't think he wants to get sandwiched. I think that's what he's thinking. He's got to clear out the rear there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, his Minotaur's facing that way as well, so he has got that's and it's all points, right? So
I mean, can the Lemurs, the Miser, and the Veil Serpents, can they take the Minotaurs?
If the Minotaurs aren't forced to charge, he can put them off the hill this turn, and they don't fight basically any of them.
I think that was just the Frenzy, the 1-3-4. Oh no, that might have been yeah.
He 1 charge.
Because if he puts them off the hill, then it's Hugh's turn.
If he fails his frenzy test, there's going to be an issue because there's a lot of stuff that could come in the flank.
I think he's already taken the frenzy check. I think that's the 1-3-4 on the dice rolls.
I think so. Yeah.
Only 1 charge.
The Warlord would have been automatic.
Is the other glory that's in the wizard not in the Cyclops' arc?
No,
it looks like it's just out, but
it's out.
Because I still want that Cyclops to do something rather than just hug the wall. But I think its time has passed.
That's
Yeah.
a nice wall.
I mean, it might just have to go up and push past the impassable to hold up.
Well, your wish is Kev's command.
Gonna
It's
go
like
to the
he's
left
doing
and
something.
shoot the more. Try
He's
and
got
take
some
the last couple
unfinished
of
business over there, isn't he? For sure. That's there's nothing about the tournament in this move. It's all personal.
That was quite a smart move there with Kev pivoting the Cyclops so he can actually see it without moving.
Yeah, sure.
Clever.
And then forget
Still
about
be
it.
hit.
They're not doing it.
I just wanted to know that he could. That, again, it's mind games.
Is the Cyclops within 25-ish inches of the... Yeah, so you can get into short range anyway, so you can move and shoot.
It's 1836, isn't it, for the Cyclops?
Yeah, so you can move 7, shoot 18.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Looks like he's decided not to.
Yeah. What's he going for here, do you think?
This is magic.
Well, okay. I'm not sure I understand why he's left the Minos visible.
Strangely, Kev's rolled a 4 flux, but he's already had 4, but he hasn't noticed.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I could tell him on Discord, but
Nah.
do we or do we not?
I think we have to at this point, don't we? We can't let that go again.
I've messaged him.
Okay.
Yeah, he's realised. He's got it. It's good. We're all good. Yeah, we're good.
And he gets the 5.
Yes.
There we go. Upgrade.
This is why I take the approach of first turn D8, second turn D7, third turn D6.
Yeah.
My go-to approach.
Absolutely. I don't understand re-rolling a D8 each time.
There he goes.
Got an extra dice.
Yeah, that's it.
So what do you cast? What do you cast in this situation? Obviously, I think the totem is not that useful right now. Maybe you can put it on behind.
You have to get a shamanism spell off for scarification, I think, just as insurance against the blazing glory coming in.
Yeah.
And you know, there's 3 spells there effectively. Probably awaken the beast on the Minos.
Yeah, you get a bit of res just in case of the shooting.
Are the Veiled Serpents in the flank of the Minotaurs?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know why he didn't just pivot the Minotaurs slightly to.
I think
that.
the Veil Serpents bleed more combat res than they provide, I think.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand why he didn't just pivot and slide them sideways so that they were behind the hill, but well within within reach of just touching the objective.
Yeah.
And make Hugh make the difficult decisions.
Yeah. The Veil Serpents having a champ, though, could be really important, because if the Miser goes in, the Veil Serpents can take the challenge.
Although he doesn't have a champ on the unit, but yeah.
Yeah, but the serpents aren't free.
He's tried awaken the beast. But I don't know who it was on.
A wizard, by the looks of it.
Yeah, awaken the beast is on the soothsayer.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, if he wins that, then the wizard spins round.
So he's saved 4 dice for something?
3 dice break the spirit on the miser.
4 dice totemic summon, I think, to chaff the Corzan.
Yeah, I would think so. Keeps the Cyclops free for the following turn. Or 2 totem buffs on the Minotaurs, potentially.
It's quite a high roll. I think Hugh's got to make a decision now, like if he wants to stop this one, which is a pretty big spell, or if he wants to risk whatever else is coming.
You just let it go, you said, yeah?
He has. He's now rethinking. He is now trying to dispel.
And he hasn't gone and fucking blown it.
Oh shit!
Oh, goodness!
Kev can cast a spell.
That's a big roll.
I shouldn't speak too soon. We got Totemic to come, but
right, he's got 1 dispel dice.
So you kind of want to move away probably from the totems.
Unless you really want to force one through on 3 dice, but I think the totemic summon to chaff the courtesan is the
Yeah.
I mean, it gives them more certainty on the Cyclops fight, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it just guarantees that flank even more. And if your Cyclops can preserve points for the whole game at this point, then that's good value.
Yeah.
Crazy little bear.
It does need to angle slightly more though.
Did he get it?
Yes.
Cast.
Yeah, 12.
Good phase for Kev.
Yeah.
God, he should have the option to combat reform with the Cyclops if they are still there.
This is the breath weapon, right? Doing nothing. But worth a go. Yeah, why am I Jesse? How do we enter? Yeah, it's all subscribe and write prize winner. Hermond, I wish to report a player for scripting. Kev's moves are clearly done by some homebrew AI, apparently. And Tommy Taylor, you're off to bed. You got farming in the morning. Good man. I'll see you later.
Night, Tommy.
I want to know who programmed Kev's AI.
Yeah.
Someone very aggressive.
Someone else that failed the frenzy. Yeah, so interesting. It keeps swinging back and forth. I mean, again, if we go back, we're doing some combat.
This is the wild horns at the top right.
Yeah. So can they finish them off?
Oh yeah.
Some nice wound in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. That's a good start.
Time for an overrun. Gives them a second unit to potentially press the secondary. No.
I think it'd be pretty far right to get.
Yeah, so he's
2 turns of marching
30.
plus the overrun.
Hermod on fail.
I don't think they were in 26.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no! But Stomp. Oh, the Stomp.
Oh, we go.
There we go.
Right. So,
Done.
The mission.
Oh, that's big.
mission
big.
is done. So mission officially is either a draw or a Kev win.
I think with that, potentially that is Hugh's views for topping the event over, because he obviously needs a 50 of
Yeah,
Jack.
so let's have a
and he's
quick
not gonna
look.
get it.
What is the top? Is it Jack with 77?
Correct.
So Hugh, he needs 15, I think, to get into the lead. So that's going to be very, very difficult at this stage for Hugh.
Tournament craft wise, Craig, do you drop everything to try and retain the points at this point and maintain your position as high as you can? Or do you play for the big play?
Well, if you're Hugh,
Yeah.
I think I don't see how a big play at this. I mean, it's going to go into his turn 5. Courtesan's pointing the opposite way. I think you do go into the Minos, because if you draw the objective, you can still get 13, 14 and still hit that podium. So I think you do take a little bit of a gamble. I think for Hugh, he's not bothered really if he finishes 4th or if he finishes 15th. I don't think he'd finish that far down. So I don't think it matters for him if he's not podiuming or winning. You might as well take the gamble.
There's a lot of points in the Minotaurs, and there's also some sort of overrun into the Wizard perhaps as well.
So, also, while we've been going on to this, there's been lots of rolls going on.
Suitor combat as well, right? And they've just drawn 2-2, so they're just reforming.
So it was 2-2 because the Blazing Glory had a charge and a flank, and Suitor did 2 wounds. Okay. So that's the spells helping him off, helping him a bit.
Here comes the Mario Kart.
Yeah. So that's impact hits. Good start, certainly. Doing 1.
Means he's hitting on 4s.
Reroll, right? This guy is the shizzle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Reroll,
He's been
divine.
on 4s
Yeah.
already, wasn't he? He's paired.
Yeah, he would have been hit on 4s already.
Okay, so that's six.
Six hits.
Oh shit! Yeah,
That's quite a lot.
Wounds.
6
Oof.
wounds.
6 wounds
With divine, that should be.
Yeah,
Should be enough.
dead glory here.
I mean, it's a good start.
Solid.
Surely
save roll.
not. Surely not. 4 more.
Yeah, that's 4.
Only
It's
just.
enough.
There we go. Turns around to face left, right?
Doom so.
Just looking over at the courtesan on the right, as it goes into that totem, is there an overrun into clipping the Cyclops there?
I
Yeah,
think it looks like it if he wheels enough to the left, yeah.
Yeah.
Surprised that Kev hasn't angled the Cyclops more.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, for sure.
I mean, he's almost on a straight overrun.
faced
So
it up, and yeah, I think he left that over, unfortunately.
is that over to Hugh?
Yeah, looks like. I think there's no other combats because old Faithful's dead. On the left, the Gorsak. So yeah.
I've got to ask Johnny, what's the snake called, man?
It's Guillermo.
Guillermo, cool. We got a couple of Guillermos over here.
This guy is intentionally here, though. Unlike what I assume yours are.
Oh, we've actually got a couple of players. Cool Guillermo
Oh.
over here. Yeah.
I also assume they're intentionally in the country and
Yes.
like Warhammer.
We certainly won't be insinuating otherwise.
I'm intrigued to see what Hugh does with his courtesan here. Like, yes, you can pick up the points for the Cyclops, or you can ram the courtesan 18 inches to the left to try and get the big points in the last turn. I'm really intrigued to see which way he goes.
I mean,
with
if he goes, I mean, it's still the Wild Horns are still, 300 points, 250, 300 points. So if he gets into the totem, then into the Cyclops, then a big overrun into them to smash them up.
Yeah,
It's decent points.
Yeah, pros and cons both ways. In that,
Yeah.
he rams left, and
I suppose it's either that or it goes all. They move in and go all in on the Minotaurs, right? But Minotaur Warlord facing this way, yeah. I
I
suppose
think
the Soothsayer could potentially drop the Blazing Glory this turn, though.
Yeah.
It's quite tight still.
Yeah, he's got to pick up the points on the Cyclops then.
Yeah.
I think it's a point to move back into the centre though. If he can take the objective at least off of Kev, then that saves the 3-point swing that way anyway. Like regardless of Q not being able to win the objective now, he can still draw it by moving the to kill those Minotaurs.
Yeah.
And that might be a better overall move for the
If-
final score, but
if he's playing for a 15 here, he basically needs to pick up the courtesan needs to pick up the Cyclops and the Wild Horns. He needs to go all into those Minos, blow through the Minos, and get lucky against one of the characters. All while not losing much in response at this point, I think. So, yeah, it's all order, but I'm interested to see if there's other charges come in.
What's the range on the Lemurs into the Minotaurs?
We've got 12, very close, 12. Yeah, just 12.
8 Swift Club, take it.
So, and how about the Hope Harvester? Is that in the flank, maybe?
No, Hope Officer in the front is a 16.
Yeah, take it. I don't even know what movement it is, but take it. Assume it's 4+.
I think at this point I'd be charging all 3 units in.
Charge all 4, I think, unless you use the screamers to whatever they're called now, flappy things to chaff the Minor Lord.
Yeah.
Still can't remember what they're called.
Veil serpents.
Thanks. I've said it once on the stream and then I've totally forgotten it, and I can only remember the GW name. But...
Yeah, here they come.
So is that no charges?
I think he's saying
no,
maybe
this is just scouting one
he can do both.
Just the one on the right, it looks like. He's just still thinking about it at the minute, actually.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it does look like he's seeing if he can charge and chaff. What move is the Hope Harvester? Does anyone know? Off the top of the head.
7:14?
Move.
No, 5:15.
Yeah, it's got like a funky movement.
5:15. That's interesting.
Yeah, 5:15 for the engine. Gives it a bigger march.
I don't honestly hate just jamming the Miser into the Minotaur's front and then getting the Maw up so it can actually do a support charge.
I think that's the disadvantage of charging the Hope Harvester here, is that if it fails, which odds on it should, it's really in the way of the Maw. Whereas if you just go away with a Hope Harvester, the Maw can come in to support the following turn.
Yeah.
That's
You
where
can, you can put the Hope Harvester around the flank of the Minotaurs if it's got a 15-inch march.
Yeah.
Maybe even shoot a bit at the Cyclops or something.
So
If you remember.
They're just checking the.
If he remembers.
Yeah, they're just checking the movement over here to see if there actually is enough space to wheel over to get the follow through.
Oh.
There
Maybe.
might not actually be enough room to wheel, so this is very interesting.
Kev knew what he was doing all along.
Yeah,
maybe,
we doubted
maybe
him.
Kev's just on the ground, just schooling us over and over. He's like, I knew about that Gore-Tex fight. I'll just school you. And I knew about this overrun.
That's missing, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'd say that's hitting.
I say it's
I
in.
would say that's hitting. Touching
I
is-
say it's in.
Also, Hugh's over angled it as well.
Sure. Ever so slightly.
He's gone past square on the totemic base.
Yeah, he has as well. Yeah.
But it's for me, it's still hitting. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's hitting, yeah.
Because it's the outside. Oh, very,
Ah,
very close.
Kev didn't know what he was doing all along.
Yeah, right. Oh, he's an idiot.
You were right. You were wrong, Kev.
I mean, there was no need for that though, because he could have angled this away, couldn't he? And that
Yeah,
would sort of-
I think he just thought that the chaff was there, but it's a case of always double check your intentions with your opponent.
Mm.
I also would have brought the Cyclops up further last turn so that he was available for a chaff piece if needed.
Yeah, but that Cyclops just loves that wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like sitting on it and dangling his legs. Just like.
That's not a leg.
Thank you.
we go back to Johnny?
If you want.
Sorry?
Do we know if any of the other charges have been declared?
No other charges. No.
So he's setting up.
And the Miser's passed its March test with that roll.
But it does have Break the Spirit on it.
I think the issue with what Hugh's done here is that Kev has enough stuff to stop the Minos from being charged by a significant amount of things. Like, you've got that Cyclops that we've been whinging about, you've got the Minor Lord, you've got the Chariot. You can bail the BSB out of the Minos. So I don't think the Minos ever die at this point. And I think if he's trying to set up, the Veil Serpents here need to go 3 wide rather than as a stick, so that when they go in, they can do their full 9 attacks rather than however many they get now.
So perhaps not aggressive enough for that 15 needed.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't know that he needs 15.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Although he's 4 points behind Kev, so he knows he needs at least a 13, I think. Is that right? 12, 12-8 would probably draw him, and I think he'd need to do a bit more. So I think he needs at least a 13, so it's fairly similar grounds.
Hugh has said that he had an idea what was going on the other tables, so I think, based on a previous comment, he probably knows what he needs to do, but it hasn't been said out loud in at least a turn. So
yeah.
I think he's savvy enough. I'd be surprised if he wasn't aware. But I think it's frustrating. I mean, I very much felt frustrated towards the end of the Masters when I felt like I needed a score and didn't have the routes to get it. And I can imagine Hugh. I know he wanted to win the event overall in the position he was in, and I can imagine this is, a similar level of frustration where you need 15 points, but with how the table's set up and how the game's gone, is there a viable route to 15 right now? Probably not, unless that Blazing Glory at the back goes nuts. But
yeah, I mean, we have. As I say, I have discounted this Blazing Glory. Could he go through? I mean, that 5 re-roller pool's pretty tough, right?
It goes back to the maths of it, right? You need to do 9 hits to even do a wound pre-armor.
Yeah.
I get with Blazing Glory that's matter, but you need to do 9 hits on average for 1 wound. So for that Blazing Glory to feasibly be doing anything in that combat, he needs to roll disgustingly above average.
And the Glory's back to hitting on 4s, right?
Yeah, and I assume you awaken the beast on the Shaman's strength, so it's not unlikely the Blazing Glory just dies anyway.
I think he'll be hitting on 3s, offense 6 at the moment.
Distracting on Ancestral Card.
Oh, yeah, of course, distracting. And one game planning to play tomorrow at 7:30. We clearly didn't read the pack.
Oh, really? There you go. The life of a TO, eh?
Oh, man.
Name and shame, Ed.
I'll let you read Tourney Keeper of how many games are left.
Well, what I know, I've seen one is one of my opponents from the event hasn't finished his last game, so I'll try and spot his opponent.
So what's he doing here? He's looking to chaff and be right up there. He's stopping looking like one of Kev's signature moves, Matty, in the BSB charging out.
I think maybe he's doing this because if they do fail their frenzy test, then they get to choose who they charge.
Yeah.
But then, in this case, they're going to have to charge the miser. But to me, it doesn't make sense where he's putting it because he will still be touching the objective.
Yeah. I guess this protects the miser from the lord, but
I think if you're planning on doing this anyway, you could have got the same effect effectively by charging the miser in and using the Veil Serpents as chaff. But
yeah.
I don't really see what this gains Hugh. Like the miners are unbuffed this turn, so if you're going to go in, this turn was probably the turn.
He did have Break the Spirit on the miser.
It's what, 3D Ts on a 1 or a 2, and you get 5 at ward. So like an average of
6 DTs were the hill as well.
Good point. So it's an average of 1 and a bit wounds, I guess.
Hashtag quick maths.
So it's a great way to impress year 7s is when you can do mental maths vaguely.
On DTs specifically.
They're just wild for those DTs.
Yeah.
I've got them again on Thursday. I'm gonna start our activity. A miser of Sugalag wanted to.
By the way, I just impress kids by putting on shoes and socks. It's it really blows their mind.
I thought you were going to say shoes and sandals, socks and sandals.
Well, I am a geography teacher, so
Got those iron-on elbow patches.
For sure. They issue them you at training college.
I thought they give you a box of crayons.
You have to work up to that, mate.
Yeah, you earn those crayons.
When you pass your course.
Right.
That's the catering.
Yeah, Leo Brown in the chat, maybe Frenzy, Mino off objective. Yeah, that could have been a potential. But again, they're not getting off the objective this way, so just setting up, isn't he? He's just setting up for a...
I think even this setup, like, the more going there with where the Miser is, and maybe the Lemieux's looking at it, eyeballing it. If Kev doesn't go in, the Maul can't charge next turn. Unless... Because of the base size, how everything's lined up, like, Hughes are relying a lot on Kev just letting him have the angles to charge.
Yeah, and it being, 9 re-rollable to not go in as well on the Frenzy.
Yeah.
So re-rolling that D8, Ed. You'd be fuming, wouldn't you?
I just quietly shake my head and stare at people.
Over the Discord so they can't see you. Oh,
I did the same thing at the table when someone brings a D8 and then insists on rolling that. Just use cards.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I think if you forget your cards, it's reasonable in that you have a D8. Whereas on UB, you have any dice you want. And I think the worst one I've seen, and he won't mind me calling him out, I'm sure, is I once played Jack Chapman at, I think it was either Autumn Assault or Winter War. And he was like, "Oh, for Flux, I've got a set of magic cards next to you. I'm just going to shuffle them and draw if that's okay." As in, physical,
like actual playing cards. Yeah,
like, I'll let you know what I draw. Okay. Don't really know how to comprehend that. In the...
This is the Jack of Clubs. This is phase 7.
It's phase 5 again.
Yeah, I just didn't know how to think about that.
I do like the idea that Jack's got 8 lots of Jacks that are just different. That's.
This is death. Oh, that's from tarot. That's from a tarot set.
This is a shiny Charizard Pokemon card.
Double one cast to start the magic phase. If you're gonna fail a spell, double one it.
Double one it. Yeah.
So he's
and
loading
again, and again. If you're gonna fail 2 spells.
Very cute.
Following your advice, Craig. Following your advice.
He's going to run out of spells to cast.
Yeah. Oh, not like that. Blimey.
Oh, I wonder what he chose.
Right back at ya. Blimey. What's going on?
That's bullshit.
To anyone that's not seen it, Hugh rolled insanely, but Kev more than matched it. And they're just wishing that the Gore-Tex had that sort of roll.
26 versus 27 on 5 dice and 5 dice.
Fantastic.
Oh, he's carrying on with those dice though.
So this will be the combat on the right, yeah. Is he alive?
Yeah, he is.
And he's unbreakable?
No.
No.
No, definitely not. No.
Oh, I was clutching.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen a totemic summon panic either itself off from something else dying because people just assume they have every special rule.
You'll be glad to know, Craig, that Jack is in the chat and feels attacked and brutalised.
It was an attack, and I'll happily give a person when we're allowed. But, it was quite a while ago, and it was just a strange start to a game.
It was a while ago. I'm sure he's learnt.
Well, I'm sure he's watched some videos on tactics that combine the word tactics with someone's name and learn.
He was just ready to play some Malifaux, Craig.
Yeah, right.
Flip that Joker.
I just miss shuffling a deck of cards every turn rather than rolling a die.
I think this is the chariot combat here.
Yeah.
I think there's one wound gone through.
Yeah.
This
There
one
we
here.
go. If he rolls hot on the ward saves here, breaks the chariot.
Threw the impassable off the board yet. It's not the best of rolls, but yeah, decent. Does one win do it?
Two.
Two. So drawn.
Damn.
But it could be the perfect combat, because if the glory can hold out in Kev's turn and kill the chariot or break it, then turn in the last turn and charge the Minotaurs in the rear, then it could be.
Kev went second. So yeah, this is absolutely top of the sixth.
I'm down for that, Henry. I'm up for seeing this glory go through those miners and around.
The glory's the new Gortak, right?
Yeah, we're all scoring it. Get on board.
Just making it more interesting.
Pass the frenzy, I think.
On a 9, yes.
I assume that's what that rolls for. Yeah.
Getting out of there.
Skip around the miser.
So it just wants to be out of that. Yeah, so now the miser can't get him, which is.
But I think the miser will charge the soothsayer, the Moor will charge the minos.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Depends on where everything finishes, but I think the miser is going to go for the soothsayer to get out of the way of the Moor in a second.
But I think if the minos take the miser, then the Maw doesn't have anywhere to go.
I think at this point this is where having a points tracker up is really, really helpful.
Yeah.
In that Clev knows he needs a 10 to win the event. I have no concept of victory points. How risky is putting those miners into that miser? Does he need to do it to get some victory points, assuming that the Cyclops and the Wildhorn die?
I would think the secondary is the bigger swing for him if he can keep the Minotaurs alive. But yeah, because he can use the Cyclops potentially to chaff the miser and prevent the Maul being able to charge this turn.
You can even put the Minotaur Warlord in front of the miser.
Yeah,
puts the Minor Warlord in the unit, puts the Cyclops in front of the miser.
Yeah.
Stops the combo charge.
Has he given them the flank of the Minotaurs to the miser?
The miser won't be able to charge. The miser. Yeah, sorry. The miser can currently, but if that Cyclops moves up.
How much does he love that wall? This is the question.
I really hope he gets off that wall.
Kev's about to make a decision.
Does Kev think that Cyclops is scoring and wall?
He's like, I don't know why he hasn't tried to get the Cyclops off this wall. It seems like he's really.
No.
Kev, where's that boy going?
Yeah. Wait, what are you doing?
He's still touching.
Oh, still scoring.
Yeah.
I don't understand this move.
Oh my word.
He's on to magic.
That's it.
That's it.
He loves
the magic.
It was enough. It's true love. This. Let's get close up. This is true love.
Those rocks have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, right. He keeps throwing them. It's off the wall.
Good quality masonry.
Crazy. So he's allowed the flank for the miser.
Everything is coming into that unit next turn. You can have the Maw, the miser, all the shit.
I should have shaft him.
Is the Maw in the flank as well?
I don't know. That is super close.
It's incredibly close.
You could say it's on the nose.
Yeah,
it's literally. Isn't
I
it?
would say, if anything, it looks very slightly like it's front, not flank. But
yeah, I think it's
right?
front because of how it's splitting through the model's nose.
But
you'd
have to measure it to be very precise there. I think
coming out a bit of the butt and a little bit to the right though.
Where's the minor lord in the unit? Middle or right?
Right.
So he could end up just fighting the Muir, which is
Oh.
But
Break the
maybe
spirit.
he could just challenge. Oh, but there's going to be probably a Veil Serpent.
So he tries break the spirit off on the miser.
let it go.
Yeah.
It's
For
not
anyone interested, by the way, I believe the points are currently, including the objective, at a 12-8 for Kev.
Right. Okay.
Oh.
So it's Hugh that has to force it. Is that including the Cyclops on the right dying?
That's with everything on the table at the moment.
Right,
So
okay.
not including any combats that are
So
about to happen or
the
anything.
Hugh's 11-9 up on points.
With
So
the
doesn't-
Blazing Glory probably going to die to the Soothsayer, the Cyclops
Cyclops
probably
gonna-
going to die to the Courtesan.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
going to come down to this combat. You know, if Hugh goes in with everything and breaks those Minos.
Oh, here we go. We're measuring.
Oh, we're having the conversation.
Yeah.
Gotta have this conversation before this stage.
Yeah,
Oddball is
this
in
should
the
have been
house.
talked about in the movie
Started
first.
rolling spells.
So
Ready?
it looks like. Oh, I still can't tell.
Front.
Yeah, it is front by nothing.
For anyone,
Front by absolute nothing.
for anyone from outside the UK, normally on table 1 in the last game, we occasionally check these things before.
I mean, yeah, when you're positioning the unit, you got to check that.
But is it though?
Oh,
It
crikey!
seemed-
Yeah, you
it
see,
seemed odd
the problem
anyway.
is we've only got inches to measure centimeter bases.
Yeah.
Curse the imperial system.
it seemed odd anyway because there's nothing over here that he's nearly getting in the side or flank. So why even offer a flank to any of the units?
Yeah, didn't have to.
I guess that you maybe want to offer the flank to 1 so the Soothsayer can come in, but even then, that's me clutching at straws for a reason.
I mean, here's a point as well. I'm pretty sure that the moor is within an inch of that impassable terrain as well, just whilst we're talking.
It's been determined as front. It's been determined as front.
Okay.
Which is
If
good.
if it wasn't determined as front, you would have to say the Moss should be a good chunk over, in which case it should be front anyway. So
Yeah.
Does it matter that much though? Because it can just go in the corner anyway.
Yeah, we'll go right here.
I mean,
it matters to Kev because he wants to kill that Maw. And damn, winning the tournament, we're about killing this Maw.
Yeah, absolutely. 5.
Revenge for that Gortak.
I mean, the Mrs. Mino, the BSB, isn't any sort of pushover. They could have a
No,
good
she's
go
no
at
slouch.
They could have a good
Yeah.
go at them all.
You dispelled the break the spirit with all the dice.
yeah, looks that
Yeah.
way.
I'm not convinced by that at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
A
it's
totem
like
up, +1 attack, +2 AP.
That's,
Yeah. You just let it basically lets 2 turns go up or awaken the beast in a totem. I think that is worse, much worse.
It's got
Yeah.
3 dice
I mean,
left. So
break the spirit.
I'd say awaken the beast now with 3 dice.
I mean, break the spirit on the miser is, I said, like a wound and a half.
yeah, he will do the shamanism because of the Blazing Glory combat, right? The 5 up rerollable.
Yeah, he's got it.
yeah.
Is that presuming strength? +1 res. I was presuming wrong.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Needs to keep him there.
Oh, he's hit, and he hasn't wounded.
That Cyclops, man, just away with the fairies.
It's trying
Kev
its best,
hasn't-
isn't it?
Kev hasn't painted these Cyclopses yet, right?
Well, no, that wall is obviously a fence rather than a wall.
Yeah, maybe it's a trap.
It's holding him back.
Yeah, he's got his foot stuck in the brickwork.
As long as he hasn't put these actual models together, they should be safe from getting thrown across the room.
Is that? Oh, that's the
The
sentinel.
quarterback, yeah.
Oh, he's still alive.
That's
There we
good
go.
news, Kev.
1 hit
There's the wound.
and a wound.
But does it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it won't be a terrible thing. So it might, he
It'd be
might
down,
end up
it's-
saving his.
It's going to be down by 3.
Yeah.
Number 3, yeah.
Well,
fact, he's done that
the
by-
Cyclops should be steadfast because Courtesan's light troops.
Oh, Courtesan light troops.
So that should pass.
So, I think it's discipline 8 though, is it?
We'll see here if they know the rules.
Looks like it
Okay.
ran.
Not caught.
Discipline 8.
No light troops in the quarters now.
Oh, it doesn't have light troops anymore?
No, that's surprising. I would have thought it would do, but
But I
And
don't
they've
think it would.
changed
I
that
suppose the
with
whole thing is
so
it goes in
many
the flanks. So if it's bad at going in the
Yeah.
flanks, then
I don't think it would need light troops given the free
Th-
reforms,
This is
etc.
pretty bad for Kev anyway, because in the demons
Flee,
turn,
yeah.
he's going to charge it. It's going to flee through the wild horns. If they don't panic, then it can redirect into the rear.
Yeah, I think the cause I would rather just have a straight charge though, right? Because you can fail a redirect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, Hugh down here not doing too well in the
Also a
attacks.
terraces for the wild horns, so it could just push them both off.
Yeah.
It'd be one panic total.
Yeah, and they're already taking their panic.
Oh yeah, you only take one.
I
Right.
assume. Well, yeah, there's no banner. This is why I like banner discipline on my ambushing wild horns for things like this.
I think
Who
that's
takes-
the wound on the blazing glory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then another
He's
wound
done
from
another
the
one.
chap with it.
Crew
Two
strength
wounds.
3. Piggy strength 3. So nothing?
Oh,
Maybe I'm wrong. That was a break test.
So 6 round, 1 more turn. So the soothsayer has to do 1 more wound to enable to, because the next one's demons, right? To be able to help out in the inevitable combat. Hugh has to go for it, right? That's what he's set up for. He has to put all 5 units into him. So the flea on the Cyclops goes double 6.
yeah.
He's really fleeing.
It's probably what you want.
Yeah.
The Cyclops might rally and save half here if it gets really lucky.
They'll just panic, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
balls.
failed panic.
Is there a gap for them on the board?
They're
It's
all-
just deleted, so I imagine not. That was a rage delete. So fine. Right, yeah. So going after, seeing if you can get him.
I'm expecting just to see a circle around the 4 demon units and then a circle around the my.
four or five.
I think.
I don't know if I'd go in with all 3 in the front. Can get past the Lemures, which is good.
Oh,
Oh, he wants to do it that way. Hmm.
I would
They-
just put it in the corner.
Yeah, I'd clip corner.
Yeah.
I don't know how good a Hope Harvester is in combat, but I'd probably chuck everything in at this point. Just go for broke.
It's got 7 hit points at resilience 6 when it's the big version.
Is he doing that so that the Lord, because now the Warlord's against the Maw? Is that a good move?
Seems like a bad idea.
I suppose it brings down the combat res that the Lord can produce, right? Because otherwise he could
'Cause the Maw
potentially
can
go
only-
through the 10 Lemures.
Well, he's
I
got-
Because the Maw can only bleed so many wounds.
Well, the Maw has
Yeah.
5 wounds left on him, according to the awesome chart that is in the top.
He's also
top
got
left.
He's also got a fortitude save.
Yeah.
Oh,
True.
rather than Aegis.
He's got the choice of either, but he'll take the fortitude. So
And I guess Kev has blessed inscriptions.
yeah.
But I think, I think maybe you just tank the Lord with a Hope Harvester. You probably don't kill the Hope Harvester with the Lord.
Yeah, probably.
And then you just wail on the unit with everything else, which is why the +1 toughness.
Yeah, so very interesting. If what are we saying? If they go in and break through, that's huge win to Hugh.
Like about 15. It'll make it really interesting on the tournament
Yeah.
standing.
But obviously, if Kev can hold / do a butt ton of wounds, then the Cyclops may come in to save the day.
Cyclops is never coming in.
He can't leave the wall.
He might try, but he'll probably fail charge.
I think whoever's writing the next Beast Turd books needs to give Beast Turds an equivalent of tree singing, but for Cyclops and wall singing.
Hug the wall as a rule.
I don't know if you've got your spreadsheet open, Wes, but how does that change the metric given that the Corsan's just done Cyclops, was about to do the Cyclops, and has just done the Wildhorn as well?
Well, the Wildhorn's going off pushes it to an 11-9 to Kev, not including the fleeing Cyclops, because obviously it might be caught in a moment. Once that adds on, then I think that's still the same boundary.
3 charges. Any more?
Any more?
So it's still okay, right?
Yeah, it's getting much closer. Depends on how this combat goes.
The Dominion looks like it's on the Lemures, right?
Yep.
At which point I would put them in. I know they're not great against.
Looks like he's doing that as well.
Then I'd consider the Hope Harvest. I think the Hope Harvester is the debate in that.
Well, it's movement 5 as well. I know there's someone in the chat asking how far it is. It's
I think
30, potentially 40.
He wants the Maw to cover the Lord. I think that he's sacrificing the Hope Harvester being in combat to cover the Lord with the Maw, which is understandable.
So then he issues a challenge with the champion and the Veil Serpents and takes the BSB out of the equation.
Yeah, well, I don't even think. I think Hugh refuses to challenge, and then sees what Kev offers up.
There's quite an interesting thing here, because of course, if the Maw was actually an inch away from that impassable, then it wouldn't be able to do what it's about to do. Of course.
What roll was that?
That was
that's the Cyclops running down the Cyclops.
Oh right, over
So
in this corner.
don't panic. Not.
So it didn't quite get the Cyclops.
It has not got the
Oh, right.
Cyclops.
But the Cyclops is a very long shot to rally.
Yeah, and
half points already as well.
Is it half discipline?
Yeah.
Leash at 4.
This is that's the other roll, which is much more impressive. The rolls.
That must be the Veil Serpents to go in, or the.
Everything's in.
Everything's in, yeah.
Okay.
Like it.
Exciting. Turn 6 combat.
Wow. Folks. It all comes down to this. If Kev gets 10, gets a draw from this, then he wins. If Hugh gets a big win, which is exactly what he's trying to push for, made the play, then he wins. So it literally comes down to this.
Or it splits the difference. Jack takes
Yeah,
the win.
exactly. So
if Jack wins, I just want to point out Jack has 1 loss at this event, and it's really interesting to see what army he lost to.
But you know what? We can bring that up. Oh yeah. No, he does have a loss, doesn't he? Round 2.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Super.
Can someone do the math and work out if all the Minotaurs die, what will the score be?
Well, just the Minotaurs, yeah.
If the Minotaurs die, it's a big swing because it's secondary as well.
Yeah, at that point it's a 15 to Hugh because he's currently up 12-8 on points. Because if it's currently 11-9 to Kev, it's currently 12-8 to Hugh.
So it all comes down to the combat.
It is all
that Cyclops has a part to play.
I do think at this point, it's the least likely winner is Jack, in that either Hugh goes through the Minos here and gets a lot of points, or Kev's Minos don't die and
Minos do what Minos do.
So, yeah, interested to see exactly how this pans out.
They do have Res 5 and the Blooded Horn Totem on, so
bad time for Flux 1 as well.
Yeah.
You
can get 1 spell.
The way of removing Minotaurs, which is the kitchen sink method, is either very bad or very good.
Yeah.
What spell do you cast in this situation? You're going to roll 2 spells, and I think I would want Smite the Unbeliever, or what is it called? The Thaumaturgy spell on the Minotaurs, probably.
I think you roll 3 spells and you 2 dice or more because of demons.
Oh yeah, you get the +1.
Which means Kev has to split his dice over 2-2 or just stop 1 spell. I think, yeah. I think those Veil Serpents being a stick is still an issue. I think they should have been wider. Maybe not.
That would have been the target for Spectral Blades if they were wider, wouldn't it?
But then the Minor Lord could have beaten them up. So that's a mistake from me. So actually, fair play, Hugh. You know what you're doing?
Yeah, all along for this moment. We've still got 46 people in the chat, so well done, guys. Especially for sticking it through to the end, or nearly to the end. You've got the exciting bit to come. Quick reminder.
Big roll there.
Oh, 2 dice, 5 and 6 on. This is Deceptive Glamour. You've got to let that go, right? It's too big a roll.
Yeah,
I think so. Doesn't do that much either.
Deceptive Glamour. Yeah, while they're doing the rest of the spells, quick, probably the last time I'll remind you about our competition. We've got a Warhol code.
Oh, I think Kev missed it.
No,
I think he has as well.
Shit.
I'm really surprised he tried to stop that.
Yeah, same.
I think it's all out of all spells that does the least. But I think if Kev saves 4 dice, you might have seen a 4 dice smite.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'll wait till the end of the magic phase. I think this is too crucial.
Well, we'll be on to the combat phase, so maybe.
Oh yeah. Warhol code and a commission from Gobbo. Put hashtag prize winner in the chat and subscribe if you want one of those prizes. Very, very good prize. I'm rushing the announcement because I want to get back to the magic phase, but make sure you do that. This is the last time I'll remind you, and we'll say in 15 minutes.
Another.
Oh, Hugh! Hugh, my man.
Fucking hell, Kev.
This is the time to get those spells off.
I don't know. I don't think Kev can really stop that one.
No, he's got 2 dice, so
Gotta let it go.
He's not stopping it.
So he's got 3 against 2 for the last spell.
Surprised this isn't smite, or is smite on the courtesan? Who has smite?
Miser?
I'm really surprised this isn't smite.
Yeah, I would have reduced
smite.
the resilience probably.
Spectral Blades. Yeah.
But I guess this does the same.
But only on 1 unit.
Yeah.
Smite obviously affects everything. And you get reroll 1, so you're more likely to cast it on a fluffed roll.
Do you think he's gonna challenge with the more?
He's going to try one.
He's only rolled 2 dice.
Smite. He's going to 1 dice smite.
He's got it.
Stopped.
Ah.
Nice. The splitting the dice there was maybe quite a good shout, but I still think 3 dice smite would have been slightly nicer.
Do you think he's going to challenge with the more with all those spells on?
No, I think you want to kill the Minos as a priority to try and break them on combat res. I think you'll see, especially because you get the overruns into the Soothsayer. So I think you don't challenge and you let Kev challenge if he wants to, because then you've got the option of the.
Kev should definitely not challenge though.
No, I agree. I don't think there should be a challenge in this whole combat.
Just feels like the Veil Serpents could take the BSB out of the equation.
Do we know what this is? 12 attacks?
Chewing.
Oh.
He actually remembered chewing.
I just assumed he wasn't doing it.
Pay attention, guys. I am not on the ground for this combat.
Uh-oh.
I am on the ground, but I'm not doing it on my own.
Oh, right, I see.
Right, Moore versus Minor Lord. Here we go.
Here
Come on,
we
Kev.
go. Strap in, folks. This is the
Is that a challenge?
turn.
Let's see.
Done.
Really surprises me, actually.
Takes out 2 of the Minotaurs from attacking.
Yeah, but I think the Moor wanted to try and. I think the Moor does more just hitting baby minos.
That didn't
Oh,
look
that's
good.
not good.
That
No,
was
when-
fucked it.
Hitting on 3s though because of all the buffs.
Yeah.
Specky blades.
Maybe even 2s. Yeah, that's not a roll you want.
Looks good.
One with lethal strike.
Or maybe not with the
2 wounds.
One
two
save.
wounds.
Yeah, 2 wounds
Yeah.
caused.
Probably about average in the long run, to be fair.
Is that Primal Fury?
Primal Past.
Yeah. That's when, if he failed there, you would see Crown of Horns in every Kev list ever.
That's pretty good.
Five.
7 hits.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just above 100%.
Oh, it's massive.
With a reroll as well. Get those 2 others.
6 wounds. He's
That's it.
got
Oh yeah,
5 up
Aegis.
save. He's got Fortitude. So.
Fortitude, sorry, yeah.
Here comes regen.
Oh, he didn't. He's still there. He's still
That's
alive.
huge.
And that's his cause. Yeah, it goes down to 2 wounds, but takes 3, and can gain some more as well. Because he did a few wounds, potentially.
Gain some more.
It's already rolled its gaining wounds. I
Oh, has
believe.
it?
Yeah, it rolled a double 3.
Ah,
Yeah.
fair play. Interesting. Very interesting.
It does set up turn 6 quite nicely there as well. I think that's quite an even combat for turn 6.
Well, it depends what everything
Yeah.
else causes, though. There's
They
still a lot of
stand.
combat res to come.
Yeah, they've only got to kill the one Minotaur to break Steadfast, haven't they? Because of
Nope.
the Miser in the flank, right? And then they've got equal wound,
oh, yeah, yeah, of
equal
course.
ranks.
Yeah.
I still think that's quite a tall order though, with +1 toughness up. I don't think it's anywhere near guaranteed. Which is why I think the more I would have hit the unit.
I don't know. If the more hits the unit hits back and the more dies.
Is this the extra attack for the Mino he's doing here? Because of the totem.
Yeah,
got
he's just remembered his
Yeah.
totem. Just doing it. Yeah.
which he gets another wound on, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's got that extra.
But Ed, I think if you hit the Minos, you're more likely to generate wounds as well.
Yeah.
This is a
essentially,
challenge, isn't it? The Maw
Yes.
versus the Mino. So if if it does get to turn 6 and the Mino hits him, he can do a decent amount of overkill as well for combat res and such, right?
potentially.
I mean, like I said, it all depends on actually getting there, but
For me, I think it was a bad decision to. I don't know whether he challenged with the Maw or accepted the challenge with the Maw because he was quite lucky on the Fortitude saves, and I think he only needed 1 more wound to actually die.
yeah,
I
he did.
I
Yeah.
think Craig's right that if he'd attacked the unit, it would have been better. I mean, if it kills 4 Minos, then that's the scenario, right?
Yeah.
I think he's just trying to blunt the warlords and take 2 Mino attacks out of the equation. So I'm not saying it's the right decision, but it does take 8 attacks, 7 attacks.
Not a good roll.
kind of feels like the Veil Serpent champion should be the one tossing that challenge out.
That's what I thought. I think it ends up taking it from the BSB, but it takes the BSB off of the Lemures.
Miser did
Yeah.
1 wound on 2s and 3s.
Yep, that sounds about right for the Miser.
2 wounds from
Ooh,
something else.
that's
That's the Veil Serpents.
only doing 1.
Yeah.
It's the Mino that they needed, but the hit back is still going to hurt.
Yeah, especially with +1 attack.
Yeah,
Off on
4
them.
attacks from the Minos
Yeah,
onto the
'cause-
Veils.
They need
Right
to.
across the gap, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and especially as they can't hit them all. So
Yeah,
where he's
they need
going.
to kill the Mino and still win the combat, which they overcame their first hurdle, but second one.
yeah, because he did 4 wounds to the Maw. So at the minute, did he?
I make it 8-5, but I could be wrong.
What, without the Minotaurs attacking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
4 wounds, charge flank, big flank. banner roots, I assume, on the Lemure.
I don't think they do. Do they?
8 then.
Oh no, they do have a natural roots. That's right.
9 plays 6.
9-5. 9-5 with roots.
Two banners and 4 wounds, so 9-6.
6.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of demons about to die on pop test.
Not like that.
That look like the BSB.
That was the single Mino into the one on the flank.
The Veil Serpents.
To the Miser, yeah.
Oh, into the Miser.
To the Miser.
Oh, it's res 7, so it's fine.
And it's going presumably to these guys. 2 wounds.
2 wounds.
9-8.
Oh, so close. Have the Lemurs are still to go, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
The BSB's got to attack.
So yeah, PSB and the Lemurs to go.
9-7. It was only 1 wound to the flank.
They have an armor save. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know.
And he got 2 of them as well. That's
Sure, he doesn't have an armor save with Blooded Horn totem up as well.
yeah.
Plus 2 AP, surely.
Unless it got 2 up save.
No, that can't be right.
I mean, I'm genuinely intrigued as to what manifestation these screamers have.
They don't have any armor saves, so I'm not sure what the rolls were for the saves there.
Yeah, same.
The first set of 4 dice was incorrect, so he redid it and did 3.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he thought he'd wounded 4 times, then realised it was actually only 3 wounds, so re-rolled the save and only took 1 loss.
That looks like the BSB into the Lemurs and the Stomp.
Yeah, I don't think he's rolled the Lemures yet. I think he's forgotten about them.
And there's a Stomp on the Veil Serpents too, right?
No. Oh.
They're large beasts?
Are they?
They're just
oh,
beasts,
I
right?
think they're large.
Yeah, they're large beasts.
Oh, this is so tense. It's so close.
So
Supposed
are
to be
we
a draw.
I think
That's what I was
we're
gonna
saying 9-9 at the moment then.
Yeah, we're 9-9 right now.
It's the Lemures to roll. I don't think he's rolled them.
Yeah, it's Lemurs and then the BSB, and then Stomps.
The BSB's rolled.
He's gone.
Oh, she's gone? Oh,
Yeah.
Including the Stomp.
And they've done a stomp as well.
Oh,
So, yeah.
oh.
I mean, we could have missed the Lemure's attack, but
I think this is a demo of why the Maw needed to go into the unit here, because
Combat
You
res.
make-
Yeah.
Interestingly, the guys have just had a chat. Sorry, the guys have just had a chat about Kev hasn't got a standard on his Minos. He's actually got a champion,
What?
which has changed the combarers. But he's passed the break test.
Yeah, he's got musician and standard.
Wait, so
champion.
Oh, I guess.
so he's put the wrong symbol on the unit.
Yeah, but he's passed.
He's
Crucially,
passed.
which means there is a turn at bottom of the turn 6.
Correct.
Yeah.
So come on,
With
the Cyclops.
With the Cyclops going into the flank of the Lemures.
Oh,
I do
Lemurs. Rob saying Lemurs did attack. We just missed it. While we're talking.
Yeah, I thought that was quite possible.
I do think the challenge was maybe where that fell down a little bit.
Yeah.
You also rolled pretty naff. Like
Yeah.
he's in 2s with the Miser and the Maw. Between their 11 attacks, they rolled 5 1s, which when you're hitting on 2s is probably not what you want.
What? So I had to dip out for a second due to pet issues. What is the red X on the Cyclops?
Evil Eye.
It's love for the
Oh,
war.
okay.
It's the closest thing to a heart we've got. There's a symbol on UB.
Wall love.
Hashtag wall love.
Why is Hugh bringing the Lemures closer to the Cyclops?
To break steadfast, I guess.
Why is there already?
Which doesn't make any sense.
Well, the Sugalag, the Miser of Sugalag is breaking steadfast, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's no steadfast there because it's one rank.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, unless the Maw and the Miser both die.
In which case, the game is over already.
Did they fight the chariot against the glory?
No, they're doing
I don't
combat
think they've done
reforms
that
and
yet.
stuff.
Well, it's going down to the wire. So with the Minotaurs not breaking and actually not taking a huge amount of damage from that charge, are we saying it's Kev's? Are we making a call?
I think so.
I mean, unless the Blazing Glory combat goes really badly.
Yeah.
Sure,
and
yeah.
I think this next magic phase is going to be very important. If Kev continues to Kev up his magic phases,
He's
we might see something.
he's bullsed it up there.
But
So that's attacks, and is that a dead? No.
Kev's failed his fear check, but he's passed his primal fury.
Right.
There's
sure.
no wounds done by the blazing glory, and now Kev's attacking.
So 2 hits
2 wounds.
and
No
2
saves.
wounds. Says Blazing Glory done.
Oh, okay, I think that's it.
okay, yeah, this is cash money. This is where you want.
This is
This
it.
chariot just plows into the
Bill Serpents.
screamers.
And then put the Cyclops into the flank of the Lemures and just.
I bet a little bit of weed just went down Kev's leg.
Come on, Kev, charge that Cyclops.
No, I swear, if this Cyclops doesn't charge, I'm gonna fucking lose it. All right, there we go. There we go.
What? If it fails 1 inch, is it still on the wall?
It's got a wheel, right?
Yeah, you got to start the wheel. So
I'm a little bit disappointed actually in Kevin his lack of resolve to keep him there. Oh.
Well, I mean, I think that's
Oh.
I think he failed.
He's failed it.
Really sad.
He tripped over it, clearly.
Oh man.
We shouldn't laugh. That could cost the championship. But, yeah.
I think that was the relative, right? Or
Yeah, on the Cyclops, his full points is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, the top is gone. So it does. I mean, I'll stay zoomed in because it all comes down to this.
Ed, what was the price of most units in a single combat?
As in what won it?
Yeah, from the spot prize earlier in the tournament.
It was 4 units, I believe. So this
There we
would
go.
tie it certainly.
Smash it.
isn't it 6?
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I
me.
count 6.
Round 1.
Oh, was
Should
it 6?
Should have been 7, but
Yeah.
Big magic phase.
Yeah, 10v7.
that Moore's going to break the spirit cast on it for the 8th time. this year.
Yeah. Just want to say, guys, if you have stayed with us and we've got 39 people still, give yourself a massive round of applause because it's been a long one. It's a late one. It's a Tuesday. Well done, and thank you very much. It's been wicked to have you guys on. Chat's been awesome tonight. So thanks very much for coming. A round of applause to you. We'll do the draw very shortly after this. We'll say lanterns are now closed for the competition. And here we go on to Magic, straight in with plus agility to go first. Because he's
It's midnight for y'all.
Because he wants that Maw to die before he gets to swing.
3 dice. Let's go big.
I think if you look at the UK events, as we're maybe thinking this is going to go, and which races have picked up the events so far, you've got High Elves, Sylvan Elves, and Beast Herds. And I think if you told someone to pick the 3 races for the first 3 events of the year, I don't think those 3 would have been on
There's
many people's.
Good odds, isn't there? Good odds.
Oh, no.
He's failed. and
At
lost
least
a
he got
dice.
2 1s.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell that to his face. goodness.
I do think after he's chosen to commit here, that things haven't really. I mean, his magic phase was really good.
I mean, he had to though, right? If he wanted to win, that's what he had to do.
Yeah, it can just be harsh when you commit
Yeah.
hard like he's done, and then like you roll that on a dispel or his attacks weren't great, and swings and roundabouts, I guess.
Good roll on Break the Spirit.
Yeah. 12 with the master. Yeah. Voice is breaking. Sorry.
I think he's got to let this one go.
I mean, I was saying this to Matty P earlier. Break the Spirit and things like Altered Sight, +1 to hit spells, I don't actually think have that much impact on the game. Like -1 to hit on a unit with 6 attacks, you're effectively throwing 4 dice at -1 strength 6 hit, which...
Yeah, it's far bigger on big units that have to charge and potentially take a shit ton of DTs.
Yeah.
The utility against single models is much, much less.
Same with Altered Sight and shooting, unless you've got a massive unit.
Yeah.
Maths on it is like 3 extra strength 3 hits from a unit of 18 guys.
Would it be inappropriate to give them a 10-minute warning?
Ah, default Jack is the tournament winner. What?
Just pop into their
midnight for this drama now.
Pop into their voice chat at 12:01 and say, "Oh, sorry guys, it's 10:10."
That's it. Yeah.
Sorry, lads, dice down.
War v Minor Lord. The Minor Lord goes first. He hits with 5 because of outfocus. He wounds with 4.
Ooh, that's gotta be enough,
Roll
surely.
105,
He's
dude.
only got to get 1 wound, and he does,
Yeah.
and he gets 2
There he
overkill as well. But I'm sure it's the more actually going down is the big thing.
Yeah.
Minor did what the Gortat couldn't.
Yeah. Hey, who'd have thought?
Avenged his brother.
Yeah.
That's bad impact hits roll.
Impact hits, yeah.
Oh.
And saved.
Here we go. Screamers, everything hit, everything wound.
Yeah, so what's going next? The Miser, maybe? Or
Well,
the
the miners are up.
yeah.
Miners are up in agility, so
It's tense. You can cut the tension. There's only 1 wound. Oh no.
No idea.
What was that? Was that Lemurs? No. I don't know. Very interesting.
I think maybe Kev's forgotten he's got black.
Veil
wound.
Serpents.
This Veil Serpent's going. Ooh.
1 wound.
That's
Nice.
a good... Is it armor save?
yeah.
That's
No, no.
decent armor save.
You're not AP1.
Lemurs.
No, they're pants in combat.
Yeah.
So is that Lumiere? So I thought that was Serpent for some reason. It does look like Kev's forgotten he has extra agility, right?
Yeah.
I think that was the Veil Serpents. They're just AP 0.
Oh, okay.
So 2 of them going forward into the Minotaurs. Presumably.
Oh,
One
yeah.
will try and
Gives
attack
also
them.
-2 agility.
Yeah, so he's only +1 net.
Only one of the Veil Serpents could go forward though, right? Because of base contact.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, I don't know then.
Not
It's
Kev's
just-
rolling now, but it looks shit.
Yeah, and he's determined.
I mean, what I'd recommend viewers is if you can't follow this combat along like we obviously can't, just go get a drink, come back and see.
Yeah, right. So you won. Happy days. Yeah.
It was all itself.
I think it was maybe the chariot crew and stuff.
Yeah, looks like Soothsayer and
Yeah.
crew.
8 minutes till Jack defaults the win as well. Just wanna
Oh,
put that at the forefront of everyone's head.
we'll be done in 8. We'll be done in 8.
TikTok. Oh, should I jump in with a really complex rules query on the Discord?
Yeah, really ask. Yeah.
I think you just need to go back and check this.
Yeah, 3 hits. Is this the Soothsayer himself? No. What's that? It'd be the Minotaur to the right.
Those serpents do not want to die.
Yeah.
Is there wounds specifically on the champion?
No, it's on the Minor Lord from the Maw.
Ah, okay, yeah, of course it is.
So yeah, there's not much done to the Minos, so it's going to be a big win. Ooh.
Come on, Kev, I gotta feed my cats soon.
Yeah.
This must be on the Miser.
Miser's attacks, I guess.
Miser coming back.
That break the spirit, saving the Minos.
Yeah.
What do I know? me trying to give advice about old sight and Break the Spirit. And then, always dispel it.
Kev keeping egg off my face when I said the miser's shit by making sure the miser just stays.
Yeah.
Stays awful.
I've literally never seen one to the point where earlier in the game, I looked, like when it backed off from the Minos, I looked at what it did, and then when it charged, I had to look it up again just
to confirm.
Don't know what it is still.
So this is the Minotaur on the Miser. Or is this on the Lemurs? No, it'd be the Minotaur. No, it's the Lemurs.
50-50.
Of course.
That's the stump. So I think that's all the combat now.
Pretty underwhelming, if not.
Yeah, right. So there's 3 wounds on the Maw because of thing. 2 on the Veil Serpents. And 1 on the Lemurs versus 1 wound on the Minotaurs, or 2?
6 wounds, charge, flank, BSB is 9. Versus 2 wounds on Minos. Flank, roots. Am I 5?
Yeah, might be down by a decent amount.
So everything will pop.
But yeah, it might not be 5, it might only be 4, at which point the Miser obviously wouldn't pop fully, but I think for the context of the tournament, I don't think it's particularly relevant.
He was down by 2.
What? I can't count. Come on. Good job, I'm not a math teacher.
Got standards and Lemurs as well, maybe. So it's down by 2, and he's got to take some combat res checks, but it won't matter too much.
But we do know, based off the very imminent points tally, the first 2 entrants to the 2022 Masters.
Well, yeah, suppose, yeah. So this is with everything happening, they're going to do all the checks, or what's the talk on the ground, Hyper G? What
they're talking? They're talking points. So
yeah, so what they've said, if he's only lost by 2, he probably can't lose any points here in his units, regardless of whether he passes or fails.
Exactly.
So we have the end of the game, folks, and it's very much they're talking points. So yeah, here they are in the bottom.
That's 10-10.
10-10, and it goes to
13-7.
37 to Kev, meaning, if we go back to the leaderboard from things, Kev has 80 points, which puts him king in the north. Ed, how do you feel about Go Kev Go? How do you feel about one of your own winning Scotland?
I mean, I still think he disobeyed team orders by beating me in round 4 in order to get there. But
absolutely,
but no, apart from that, I mean, obviously, I wasn't going to declare any support during the game in case anything had to be adjudicated. But
of course,
Kev has contributed a lot to the scene in Scotland and coming up to events and contributing to the ETC team. So it's really nice to see that play out, and I think Kev's improved massively and developed massively as a player over the last couple of years. So I think it's really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next person we've got to go to is Maddie P.
Do you know what? I've got a little tear in old Maddie P's eye here.
Yeah, man. Paired weapons represent.
I have to take a moment. This is quite something. To think. Zed was just saying. A year ago, Kev was. This was the moon to Kev a year ago, and the guy's just come on leaps and bounds, and the work rate has been phenomenal. And I can only say kudos to you, Kev. Well done, buddy. I'm stoked for you. Bravo. Go Kev. Team Kev.
Yeah, no.
Well done, mate.
Massive congratulations to Kev, who in all of this is exactly what the Beast want, in a big fight up in the middle to end and to win the Scottish Championships. So yeah, fantastic. Kev, should we? Do you want to put a quick message, see if we can get him on?
Yeah, mate. I'm on it now.
Beasthead's 1 and 2. Interestingly as well.
I'll ask him in the Discord.
Sorry.
I'll ask him in the Discord.
Yeah, sure. No, get him on, and say if we can. No, thanks. We'll go while we're sorting all that out. Thanks very much. Firstly, to the guests, everyone coming on. So Ed, To, happy with how the tournament went?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as I said, we had a few games that weren't able to go ahead, and I think with a high player count, there was a little bit more of that than there has been before. But overall, I think it was played in pretty good spirits. Didn't really have much in the way of gripes over results and things. So yeah, pretty happy with how it all went.
Yeah, great. And Johnny, Wes, and Craig, thank you very much for joining us.
Oh yeah,
Thanks for having us.
No probs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, guys. Always a pleasure.
I say, I do really like these live streams to get as many people on, and having you guys on. We got some really good feedback in the chat for you guys for like the keeping everyone up to date with magic phases, giving you your thoughts and everything. So it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. So thank you very much, and until next time on that front. But also, Hyper G, a man on the ground. Thanks for doing all of your stuff. Keeping us up to date, and also keeping some of the chat up to date with some of their questions.
No worries.
Yeah,
I think we need to say congrats to you guys for putting on a great show and doing everything. Like, I haven't really been following the whole coverage, but it's been nice to come on, and what you did with the Masters was a great groundwork to continue this kind of thing, and I think it's really good for the 9th Age.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, thanks very much for coming on yourself, and I know you were a last minute. Really trying desperately to come on, so we really appreciate that. And look at all these overseas people as well. Look at that.
Got to get the international crowd in.
Yeah, get the represent. Well, I don't know. We had a subscriber talking to us who's from the Philippines, which I was quite impressed with. That's Fear the Ham on Discord. But yeah, so no, thanks everyone, Henry and everyone. Matty, we come to a close.
Buddy. Well, I just got to say thanks to Ed. What an awesome tournament. The biggest singles tournament in the UK since obviously UB got up and running, and that's awesome. But that pales into insignificance compared to the marvelous performance from yourself, sir. When we said on Friday, can we do this, and you just stepped up, and I think probably we should put out a shout to Mrs. Lucky Sixes as well.
Yeah,
and all the little.
I'll take it. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
No, it really is stunning what you've done with this, mate, and I'm just really pleased to be involved and stuff. So
yeah, no, it's great, and an even bigger thank you to the 40+ people who stayed with us pretty much to the end. I think we topped 60 at one point. So a huge following for a UK tournament as well, especially straight after the Masters. You guys are a class, really good chat in the thing, and we will do the draw very soon once I've got everyone confirmed and double checked and everything, and got all my stuff ready. But any word on Kev yet?
Yeah, he's just
having a drink.
Just having a drink. Yeah. Well, fair
I
play.
would have thought.
Absolutely.
And another drink, and then he'll be on.
Can we fire over the Zoom stuff to him, or has he got that?
Yes, I will do that right away. Again, let's have a look at some of the matchups. Let's get Kev's card up, mainly for the picture, if I'm deadly honest. Because
guys, I'm just gonna interrupt and say goodnight. It's 1 o'clock for me, and I've got to be up for work in the morning. But thanks again for having me on.
No, absolute pleasure having you here, mate.
Pass on my congrats again to Kev, and hopefully I'll see you guys across the table in the coming months. Let's keep fingers crossed.
Optimistic. Man. Let's be optimistic. Let's do it.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Yeah, cheers, Henry.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, and while I speak to Kev, Hyperchi, how was it? How was it on the ground?
It's a good one. They're both very good-natured in the game. Both, a lot of ones rolled throughout for both sides. I mean, it looked like Kev was really going to suffer from so many ones, and then it started happening to Hugh as well. And even in the early times when Kev was rolling badly, Hugh wasn't rolling much better at some stages. And yeah, crazy. But both were very good-spirited throughout, good-humoured with all the ups and downs. I'd say, it was just really well played on both sides, Can
I just jump in with a fact that I've tried to work out very quickly? It might be wrong, but it just goes back to something Matty P was saying about in terms of Kev's work rate and how much he's improved over the last year. I think when this event is put into the rolling rankings I think Kev will jump up to somewhere around third. Might not be exactly third, but it just shows that, Kev's made leaps and bounds and rocketed up the rankings, and with this event win has sort of cemented himself in the sort of the upper echelons of the rankings.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do need to overemphasize. I think the amount of work that Kev's put into this. I mean, it's been a single-minded effort. It really has. I mean, he's dedicated himself to watching so much. The battle reports, he talks about this sort of, this reflective practice stuff, constantly analysing his own game. And it only goes to show, what you can achieve if you really put your mind to it. So, I'm really, really chuffed, eh?
Yeah, absolutely buzzing for him. I am still in the chat, so let's have a quick, while we're waiting on Kev, we'll get the draw done. I would like a number, and we'll go as the closest thing. Never mind, forget that completely, because I'm going to hand over to Matty P for his introduction of the man of the hour. Matty, take it from here.
The trees are shaking. A noise approaches. A bellow. The sound of a charge. I'm shitting my pants. It can only be Mr. Mino. It's being pushed by the greatest man ever alive. The greatest player of Beast there's ever been, my mate. It's Kev Stonebanks, captain of the Scottish Championships and automatic qualifier for the Masters 2022. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm over the moon, to be honest. I still haven't really gotten over it. I still think I lost that game, if I'm honest.
Well, first things first, Kev. Congratulations on being the winner of the Scottish Championships 2021. Soak it in, buddy. Soak it in.
Oh, I can't believe it. I don't have to play any more tournaments now. I thought I qualified for the Masters.
Yeah, that's it.
Sit back for the rest of the year.
So that is absolutely awesome, mate. I'm so pleased for you. I was just saying, just before you came on, you've worked so hard over the last 12 months. It's been, it's been a pleasure, to be honest, to be on the journey with you. I know the amount of effort you've put in, and it's all come good tonight. And it's absolutely deserved. Bravo, full kudos.
Thank you. I think the Minos carried me through that game, if I'm honest.
Well, very much so,
Yeah.
and it came right down to the wire. We were talking about, there was lots of little mini swings within that, and what could have happened, and there was lots of discussion about what could, but in the end, getting that and coming right down to the wire, it was intense for us. I can't imagine how it was for you on the ground.
especially when I lost combat, you know, and I'm testing on an 8 with the reroll. Because, oh, God, I've failed this many a time. It's like, this is it. But no, luckily they held. There's just so many spells he has as well. I underestimated his magic massively because I was like, everything's, shit, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, and whatnot. Okay, yes.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, going into it from the start, how did you feel? Like, I mean, so we got the benefit of hindsight, but how did you feel about it going into it?
I was fairly confident because I think the objective suited me, as I think it showed, because I was able to take care of his scoring and keep mine alive. You know, and the Mino Lord is relatively untouchable. I was surprised he didn't take any spears, actually. That's what I was worried about. He'd take spears, and so I couldn't run him solo, but he didn't. But I used him very badly anyway. So, yeah, I know that Hugh's very good, though, with single models and just, running about out of my arc of sight all the time. And I think he completely outplayed me in that perspective. I just couldn't cope with it.
Yeah, he did really well, especially putting on the pressure to get just to see some gaps that not even we saw with some of the Blazing Glories, for example.
Yeah, I know. I thought I had all the angles covered, but I did not have any angles covered at all.
Yeah, but that just shows the caliber of where you're playing at table 1 at the end of the tournament. Any sort of slight mistakes get punished, right?
Well, turn. Just shuffled my Minos to the right. I didn't realise I gave the Miser a flank charge.
Yeah.
That was a complete accident, but I think that almost enticed him into it.
Sure.
I thought I had him in the front. I just didn't double check it. I was being lazy.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, that mistake could have cost big.
Well, I thought it was very swingy early, wasn't it? But you certainly came strong at the end, man. So it was really cool. And you got all your mates on tonight. Johnny's been here.
Yeah.
Hello, Johnny.
I got to know, man. What was the thinking behind continually throwing magic into the Gortak Maw fight? Because we were watching that and
fight. I was like, he can win this. Even when he was on like 2 wounds, I'm like, he can still do this. Because all it takes is get a couple of 6s to wound. He gets no save, and I can do D3 wounds. I'm sure Tom agrees with me.
Yeah, we were buzzing for him over there. I mean, I didn't doubt you for 1 second, Kev.
Yeah, definitely don't watch the tape, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, I
because
definitely...
the ball's only got 6 attacks. He's not amazing, I think he was.
Yeah.
He was very unlucky with his hit rolls and stuff. He had some stinkers, but then I just had stinkers as well. And just one round had 8 hits and didn't get any 6s to wound.
Yeah, it certainly was. We were surprised actually how long the combat lasted either way. Really.
Me too.
It was, and because I didn't realise you'd put equipped him with pillows. So it was quite good to see that, and there was a lot of chat about that combat and how you'd convinced us, Kev, by the 4th round of combat. We thought that Gortak was going to win you the battle.
He got him down to like 5 wounds. I was like, he can do this.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much.
Especially after I think the main doubt was after the first turn when you charged him and he ended up with 1 wound extra.
Yeah, like, this isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
The other thing that we were all interested to see was what was going on with the Cyclops on the wall. Had he put down a down payment on the mortgage for it, or what?
Well, yeah, pretty much. I mostly forgot to shoot with him, or didn't really have anything to do with him. Yeah, he was disappointing. The one on the right,
making me go grey there, Kev. I wanted that Cyclops to do so many things, and he sat there again, and I'm like, gosh.
Virtually every turn, Johnny was like, right, what he's going to do with this Cyclops? He's going to move him up. He's going to do this. He's going to charge him in. And you were like, no, just keep him on the wall.
Just hanging out.
Yeah, just
Gonna lob a rock or something.
chilling,
No,
yeah.
I'm not.
It was
But every time I lobbed a rock and I hit, I never
Yes.
wounded. I think I rolled once to wound like 4 times.
Absolutely.
I was so angry.
I bet deep down inside you were screaming through the roofs. But no, Kev, it was an absolutely fascinating game to watch. Really, really good from both of you, and it was really interesting to see how the right flank and the centre was panning out. It was having like 2 mini battles actually, and thanks very much for letting us do this for the live stream. And yeah, again, another massive congratulations.
Thank you for doing the live stream.
No,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Hey, you've been immortalised, Kev. This will be on the internet forever. Your winning game. You can relive everything, and you might not want to though.
It still doesn't feel like a win because when it got to like turn 6, I'm like, I've got 3 units left on the table. It's not going well for me here.
Absolutely,
and yet
yeah.
somehow I won.
Yeah, getting charged by 5 units, whatever. Yeah, and no, it was crazy. It was really, really enjoyable for us. We had, just so you know, we had 40 plus for the majority, really right until the end as well, watching. So all people around the world have seen you win. And know now that you will be in the Masters.
Yeah, so there was
in January.
like 40 odd on the YouTube. Then it was at one point there was 20 watching live, and plus obviously the 6 or 7 of us. So I mean, mate, you're a celebrity.
I wasn't watching the game.
Yeah, he was doing something with his snake, which I'm told is an animal of his.
Yeah. I've seen the snake on Twitter. It definitely exists.
Yeah. DM, right?
Yeah. So, Kev, are you going to get any sleep tonight, or is it going to be a sleepless night, pacing the house?
Yeah, pretty much. I've already resigned myself to sleeping on the sofa tonight.
Well, we won't.
There's no point me going to bed.
we won't hold you too much from that, and we'll let you get some well-deserved downtime after what I can only imagine is one of the most intense moments of your Ninth Age career. But absolutely,
it's been a horrible day, I'll just say, because I was off work today and I've just been bricking it all day. Like, what's the agility of a fucking bloke fly? What does a veil serpent actually do? I've never seen it before.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I know you say you can't believe it and everything, but do believe it. You are champion. You are in the Masters next year. You have a whole year to play around with other Mino Lord combinations, I'm sure.
That's it.
And
the fucking King of the Beast hairs as well. Suck it, all you pretenders.
And that is
Kev,
go
Kev,
on.
I almost see that as a challenge to come back,
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you'll take my crown.
He's woken a titan here.
He's centaurs. That's not real beast hairs.
Oh, it's all chat now, isn't it?
But yeah, Kev, congratulations once more. I do have one final thing before you go, though. I don't know whether you knew, we were running a competition tonight for just a thank you to everyone that came along and got involved. We had 21 entrants to that competition. I've put them in an order, or the ones that have subscribed and entered anyway. It was for a Warhol code and a free commission, again from the Gobbo, one of PTG's commission painter. Could you give me a number between 1 and 21, please?
17.
17. Looking down my list, that is a Commander Brown, which I believe is Fred Brown, but I will double check. If you are Commander Brown, congratulations on that fantastic prize, a Warhol code and a commission from the Gobbo is coming your way. If you're on the chat, say hello and say congratulations, and all the other chat people say congratulations to you as well. That's the thing. We'll get in touch with you, and if you could get in touch with us as well, just to double check. But yeah, Kev, congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much.
And Matty and Hyper G and everyone along, thanks once more. What a game, eh? What a game!
Ah, unbelievable,
Fantastic.
unbelievable. Yeah.
I'm glad you all got to see a big combat at the end, because I was worried that you're not going to see any decent combats. So
Mate, we're
At least
watching
that
Kev. There was always going to be a big punch up at some point,
There's a trend in these live streams where the excitement comes late.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, same for the Masters. The last couple of turns, and on this as well. What how lucky we are to cover these games and stuff, eh, Matty and Hyper G?
Yeah, really good one. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
Great. Well, thank you to everyone. This has been the PTG live stream for Scotland. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying so long as well. We've still got 25 people on, and it's after midnight in UK and all sorts of times everywhere else. So we really, really appreciate you coming on. Thanks to all our guests. It's been massive having such knowledgeable people. The TO himself. People from all around the world, different time zones and everything. It's been a massive effort to get everyone together, but everyone's been wicked. Thanks again to Kev and Hugh for letting us live stream it in the first place. Until next time for live streams, keep checking our channel. We have loads of Warhol content up there if you're interested in what the hell that is. And also the regular stuff of the hobby and the bat reps coming your way. Lots and lots of stuff, especially because me and Hyper G were in the tournament as not quite at the levels of Kev and the Paired Weapons podcast. Although I have got one last thing from the chat saying that Matty's loss clearly did contribute to Kev's win.
It did. He finished the ritual. Thanks, Matt.
That's all right, buddy.
That is
Anything for
really,
you.
really selfless from Matty P.
Next time, Kev, you got to do it the other way, right?
I'm not selfless.
Yes.
So.
Next tourney, Matt, I'll take the beating for you and get a spoon so you can win it.
Is that
I'd like
that. Podcast literally getting first place and the spoon?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yin and yang is complete.
Absolutely.
There is no cause without effect and all that jazz. But no, we will leave it there for the time being. Thank you very much to everyone involved, especially my Hyper G fellow man that's on the ground listening to about 18 conversations at once.
Oh, this is intense, really intense, but I loved every minute.
Yeah, man. And I say we love doing it. Please like, share, subscribe, all our videos, and comment mainly as well to let us know how you're feeling and things like that. And we will see you next time on the channel, and see you later.
Good night.